Dragons were raining terror on the people, roaring and yelling at Eliza to get out. Yet she stayed calm and promised it would all be okay because Alec was about to shoot the creature and the guy backed her up. A dragon roared and belched a storm of flames at the young man, and he stood there like a wall brave, unshaken while his companions shouted warnings that this might spell disaster. Even though he was just a boy, his eyes stayed ice calm. He only shielded himself with his hand from the blaze's blinding light. The hero thrust out his hand and hurled magic to shove the dragon's strike back at it right into those fire-breathing beasts where they started to scorch and burn. Then the soldiers looked at Alec's power in awe, calling his magic Sss-Rank level. In this world, reincarnation is real before you're reborn. Your soul gets shipped to the afterlife, and gods and angels put you on trial in court to decide your next life. Another soul slid into heaven, and when the angel saw it was ranked so low, she snapped that it was in rough shape, then told the newcomer to claw its way up in the next life as a lowly water flea. Rage burned in the soul, and the higher being snapped back that this was exactly what a former murderer deserved. Then the angel promised another soul she'd be reborn as a commoner, and the spirit practically danced with joy. That soul meant to live as a spirit freaked out in fury because it didn't just want to be a spirit, it wanted to be human too, and the guardian angel snapped back furious, insisting it was impossible, and ordering the spirit to already drink the holy water of Eraser. The angel stepped up to a new soul, and the spirit's focus snapped away to yet another presence, an evil former emperor who'd unleashed chaos and somehow still managed to spark real good. So the girl declared he'd spend the rest of his life as an ordinary person. Angel snapped open her biography map, hands shaking like they'd been trapped in debt, and then her jaw dropped, because staring back at her was an SSS rank soul confirmed. Even her coworkers stared in shock because they'd never seen anything like it before, so she turned to the soul and demanded, "How many good deeds did you do?" The spirit just shrugged and insisted it had lived a pretty normal, calm life. The angel tossed two jaw-dropping choices for the SSS rank soul: become a god or live as the supreme being, and the girl pushed for god, but the spirit cut in, shouting that she had to stay human. At first, the girl didn't hear a thing. She just stared at her tablet. Then she snapped up, gasped in shock, and demanded, "So the soul really won't become a holy being?" The empty, ethereal figure replied, "I don't fully get the life of a god." At the same time, it was convinced this could finally be its shot at a way better human life. Yet the angel didn't get the spirit's philosophy, even though the spirit had already climbed to a high rank and was living the good life. No choice left, the girl tapped reincarnation into her work tablet. And when the angel warned the creature that to get reborn, all he had to do was leap into a dark hole, everything changed. She asked one more time if the spirit would really leap, and this time it answered yes, thanking her for the help. The angel remembered the creature never drank the water, tried to stop it, but the moment was already gone. Then bam, the soul hurled itself straight into the hole. As its ethereal self got reborn as a human, it couldn't stop wondering would it still count as human, even with an SSS reincarnation rank, and what kind of life was waiting for it. The first thing he felt in his new body was warm air and a sweet, cozy smell, and right in front of him stood a man grinning like he'd just won the world, thrilled over the birth of his son. A tired mother cradled her baby, Alexander Carling, and smiled through exhaustion because he was the heir to the Duchy of Carling. The husband praised his wife, and she lit up with a thankful smile. Then the hero couldn't stop thinking about it, convinced that with his high rank he'd be shipped off to serve the emperor's son. Meanwhile, the father couldn't contain his joy over the heir's birth, and he immediately ordered word sent to the emperor so he could hunt down a bride worthy of Alex, someone with unmatched talent. The reborn one couldn't tell if he was walking toward a dream life or a disaster, until a wild epiphany crashed over him somehow. His past life memories were still there. He stared at the truth, clueless if this was normal and even more clueless about what he was supposed to do next. Right then, that familiar angel popped out from behind his father, and it all snapped back. He had to gulp the holy water before he jumped, because it scrubs your memories clean. The sacred being let out a weary sigh, then vanished. He hoisted his baby boy into the air, and instant joy lit up his heart like nothing he'd ever felt before. That tiny moment was the only time the hero ever saw an angel, and from that day forward, the reincarnated soul started life in an SSS-ranked family. Time slipped by, and the hero grew up fast and smooth. Then he turned 6. That morning, bright and beautiful, he yanked the curtains open and saw the sky was perfectly clear. The maid spotted the little gentleman in the hallway and asked, "Need anything?" He smiled, greeted her kindly, and thanked her for all her hard work. Alex told her to go tell his father that his son was on his way to stop by and say hello, and the girl just couldn't see why. The boy broke it down fast. This was etiquette. If you were lower status, you had to warn the higher status person ahead of time when you came to visit. The maid's cheeks flared pink as the young master brushed past her, and she couldn't help but be amazed Alex was already sharp even at his age, and Amelia beamed with pride, watching him grow so fast, then promised to rush to the master and report his arrival. The girl straightened up and swore she'd never, ever marry, and you could take her word for it. The hero clocked it instantly. She was weird, like seriously strange. Then she slipped up behind Alex and greeted him like it was nothing. It was Angie the Baron's friend's daughter, already promised to the heir of the Duchy of Carline, and when the hero reminded her they had a magic lesson today, her voice shook as she admitted she was terrified. Even with worry gnawing at her, Andy grinned anyway and swore she'd do everything she could to help Mr. Alex. For their very first magic lesson, the kids raced to figure out their powers by watching how the water's surface shifted, so the class was held beside a tiny pond. Then Andy flicked her wand and a plant stalk burst up from the water, like it had been waiting to spring to life. She beamed at her betrothed and pointed to her watergrass, and the teacher praised her, saying it had healing power. Then the man told Alex to go ahead and try it. Before charging in, the hero stopped to test his magic power, then realized he didn't need a wand at all. But the doubt gnawed at him, were his skills still as sharp as his memories. The students let out heavy sighs and shut their eyes. Then Alex stretched out his hands and the water erupted in a brilliant glow. The teacher gasped, and when Alex opened his eyes, he was just as shocked. The pond's water was completely gone. Annie looked around like she'd missed something huge and grilled the sensei about it. Then the old man calmly said, "The young master's magic is so powerful the water can't even take the changes." They shifted gears and the hero planted himself beside a massive stone perched on a concrete stand. His parents were right there watching, and the woman grilled the teacher, asking if her son would really be using that. Then the sensei explained they had to test Alex with something rock solid, so it had to be a stone. Angie's parents finally started backing their son, and the hero clocked their excitement like a warning sign because in his mind, this meant everything was spiraling out of control fast. He pressed his hands to the cobblestones and reminded himself, cold and calm, that he was still right in the middle of the job. The stone started to glow like it was getting ripped apart by magic, and then right before everyone's eyes it vanished completely after a blink, proving not even stone could survive the Duchy's era-spanning power. The father grilled the teacher for other options, and after thinking it over, the teacher pointed to gold, so Alex nodded along because it's the most stable material and it shrugs off magic like nothing. The hero said the metal was so pliable it could bend to anything, and the Duke nodded, ready to test it. Then the teacher pressed the young gentleman, asking how he even knew about it. The father burst into laughter and said it was all because of Alex, like that explained everything, while the son just stared, unimpressed, because that still wasn't an answer. In the blink of an eye, the young master had a mountain of gold bars stacked right in front of him, just like a duke would do. Then the reborn side snapped into the scene, announced his start, and he reached out to touch the metal. Suddenly, a blinding light exploded over everyone, and they all clapped a hand over their eyes. The Duke shot his son a frantic look and demanded what happened to the gold. When Alex snapped his eyes open, there was nothing, no gold either. Everyone started huddling and whispering that the heir's power was so brutal even the sturdiest metal couldn't survive it. And right then, the hero understood the real edge of an Sss-Rank. Late at night, the Baron's daughter slipped into the young gentleman's room, and the boy couldn't stop himself. He stared at her pajamas like they were the cutest thing ever. She giggled and thanked him, all flustered and happy. She spotted the stones sitting on the table and demanded to know what they were, and then while twirling them in his hands, he admitted he'd been practicing on them a little. After the magic detection test, your father slammed the order down, study the old books, and not a single page anywhere, even hints that anyone can destroy gold. Everywhere they turned, people only talked about the most powerful magician in history. But even with his parents' hopes towering over him, Alex still had to check something, and he pointed at the stone for Angie. The hero clenched a pebble in his fist, then cracked open his palm, and gold was already there, gleaming like magic. The girl's eyes went wide. After all that practice, Alex finally figured out how to use his magic so the things he summoned wouldn't vanish. Even with those miracles happening, the hero knew he couldn't let that mana spiral out of control, so he set out to rein it in with his selection. Once you slam the gold onto the table, it flips right back into stone, so the young master furrows his brow, warns you this gold creation might not be a good thing, and demands this secret stays locked between the two of you. Angie clung to her promise, refusing to tell a soul. Then the hero patted the happy girl's head and thanked her. Alex wrestled with the idea because he already knew the one magic trick that could turn the game his way. The boy clung to the brief moments he'd lived in heaven, and it hit him hard. No matter how much he tried to save people in his past life, he couldn't possibly reach the whole world. Back when he lived that old life, his powers were capped and kept him from saving anyone. Then everything changed, because now Alex felt like God had dropped a miracle into his hands to rescue humanity. And he took a deep breath. He remembered a juicy detail from his past life and couldn't resist, so he went to investigate, while the gentleman clenched the stone in his palm, and Angie shot him a question. What was he about to do with it? Alex let out a cry, and the moment his hands gripped the stone, heat sparked to life, glowing light surged, and magical runes crawled into existence around his fingers. His hands felt like they were on fire, and he knew he had to lock in because one wrong move with his magic could turn deadly fast. The moment the glow died out, Alex crumpled to his knees, and Angie sprinted over, her face full of panic over how badly he was doing. She shot him a quick question. "Are you okay?" And the patrol practically cheered. Stunned, he'd clung on even after losing most of his magical power. But deep down, he knew he couldn't afford to act on impulse. The girl looked totally lost and demanded to know how it all ended for Alex and what kind of stone he was clutching in his hands. A gut feeling hit him. This had to be one of those legendary crystals, the Philosopher's Stone. Angie dropped into a squat and stared at the stone's details. Her eyes said, "That's not just any rock, that's a perfect jewel." Alex then snapped in, explaining the Philosopher's Stone was so coveted because making one was brutally hard. The girl asked if the hero could make it, and the heir shot back, "Yes." Then claimed this stone could unlock every secret of the world, though even Alex wasn't fully convinced. He abruptly dropped into the chair and scribbled like his life depended on it. Then Angie leaned in and asked what he was doing. When he finally finished, he thrust the sheet into her hands and swore it held the entire existing history of healing magic and exactly what it could do. The girl couldn't stop admiring her betrothed's mind. He seemed to understand everything that popped into his head, and Alex even admitted he'd need something even more serious to truly master it. The library's shelves were packed with advanced books, all locked under tight surveillance, but he was sure his magic could handle the Philosopher's Stone. After a while, the kids rolled up to one of Molek's streets in the Duchy of Carlin, and right away the merchants shoved the new sweets in their faces, asking if they wanted a taste. The boy got busy and wrote a check for just enough to pay for everything. Staring at the sky like it owed them answers, the townspeople started gossiping about the golden event, and everyone swore the boy must have had the highest magic level of all. In High Bay, they pointed out that the rebel army and the defense were perfectly matched, and that's what sent alarms off in their heads, but they didn't panic, because they trusted Alex right then. A boy passing by caught every word and eavesdropped. Because the previous emperor's rule got soaked in catastrophe, rebellions erupted across the empire, and before anyone could blink, it spiraled into full-blown civil war. To keep the new emperor safe, they quietly buried his true identity. And while they did, kids wandered the market, gawking at every wild, fun thing they could find. In the Carlisle territory where Alex's father held control, everything stayed surprisingly calm, so they stepped into the place and got a warm greeting. Angie spotted the bird perched in its cage, chirping up a storm, and the second she saw it, she squealed and blurted out how cute it was. Alex told them it was a mimic bird, and now it's the hottest status symbol among the nobility. The girl pressed him. "Why is everyone so obsessed with this one species?" The boy grinned and said he'd find out. The air lit up. Then the girl started singing a kid's tune everyone knew by heart, and even the shopkeepers leaned in, staring at her like they couldn't look away. The man clapped and gushed that it was wonderful. So Angie bowed low, cheeks burning as she asked why her betrothed wanted her to sing. Then the hero set the bird onto her palm and told her to watch it closely. He flashed a sign at the bird, and it immediately started mimicking Angie's voice, belting out the exact song the Baron's daughter had just performed, and Angie's face lit up with total shock. The boys swore this bird could nail a human voice like it was born to. And with that insane talent, they shot straight into the spotlight with the nobility. The bird burst into the sky, circling the delighted girl, and Alex started writing the check to the merchant, making it clear they wanted to keep the bird for themselves. Then the man gratefully thanked them. Suddenly, a street kid shoved the hero aside. He darted past the air like it was burning, and something slipped right into his inner pocket. The thief smirked and told them to guard their stuff better because he'd just snatched an important certificate. Angie yanked Alex's hand and demanded to know if he was okay, while the boy was already desperate to catch him. He snapped a restraining spell, throwing a glowing magic circle as he shot his hand forward, runes blazing, and he was about to slam the thief in bindings. Suddenly, the street boy froze in place like invisible shackles had him pinned to the ground. Alex stepped up, grabbed his attention, and warned the kid, "Stop stealing, or else." The hero snapped that they had to hand the certificate back because only he could use it, and a thief would be left with nothing. Angie stayed right behind her protector, ready for whatever came next. The boy finally snapped and spilled every ounce of rage he was sure those rich folks would never grasp what regular people endure, especially refugees like him, who have no choice but to steal just to survive. Alex learned the thief was from the South, and the hero started plotting how to make this innocent kid stop stealing because he truly believed justice would win. They hauled the thief along to the garden where the boy was busy pouring tea for the heir, and you could see the poor guy's confusion turning into indignation. So the boy demanded to know why he was coming, and Alex snapped back that this was his favorite cafe, the one place he could finally relax. The hero started firing advice at the thief on how to brew tea right first, heat up the teapot and measure the leaves with total precision, then pour until the tea leaves finally unfurl, and the boy blurted, "Listen to me." Alex brushed off his shouting and coolly said that this tea method was a secret only the upper class ever learned, leaving the thief staring at him in total shock. As the boy nervously tried to ask the heir if he really wanted to hire him, the hero made up his mind he'd tell the thief about the Philosopher's Stone next. Alex snapped that the tea was cold and reeked with a week-old smell, then demanded the whole drink be remade. After tea, Angie caught the boy learning at lightning speed, so the hero nodded and said he was ridiculously obedient. and the thief bragged that he had an insanely good memory. Alex remembered the boy's apology and his grateful thanks and thought, let's see where this cooperation takes us. Then the young gentleman clasped his betrothed's hand and urged them to head back home. She agreed right away, smiling all the way. Alex threw himself into training and learned he could unlock his power with the right release and control. That's when he discovered the secret behind the magic balls. They hovered over the kids and Angie grinned, saying using all 7 magical elements at once would always be pure, breathtaking magic. The boy blurted that he was over the moon about his betrothed's success, and the girl grinned right along with him. Now they were 7 years old, and thanks to the Philosopher's Stone, their whole mission flipped to practicing magic. As the magic balls spun in his palms, the hero's mind raced, because unlike any ordinary Joe, a top-tier magician can wield every element at once. As the kids were chatting, their father burst out of the bushes, sword swinging, and roared that they were wide open now. Alex hurled one of the elemental balls, and Andy dove behind her betrothed just as it slammed the sword. Boom, the blade erupted in choking steam and molten metal started dripping onto the ground. The father beamed with pride, smirking as he praised his son's killer fire magic like it was something worth boasting about. Alex was furious at the sudden attack and begged his father to stop because if he got beaten by his own son, it would blast his reputation. The man didn't get offended at all. The kid's words hit the nail on the head because he truly believed his son was the most powerful magician on the planet. Still, the hero snapped that the father couldn't carry himself that way, or the guests and even the Empress would never take him seriously. The Duke weighed the Empress being invited as a guest, while Alex grabbed the melted sword's handle and realized his father was still paranoid about his image. The man pitched the idea to bring the Empress in and show off the young master's magic so she couldn't help but see just how brilliant his son truly was. Angie felt the spark of inspiration. Then her father remembered the Empress was already planning to swing by their region during his summer vacation, and the more he thought about it, the more certain he became that his choice was the right one. He burst out laughing and called it an awesome idea. The Duke leaned over and nudged Angie, saying it was time to head home and grab something to eat. Alex couldn't stop wondering if the Empress might actually show up. Several days dragged by, and the kids finally charged down the stairs, debating where to go next when the girl pitched a plan to check out the flowers in the western garden. Then, boom! Alex's father called his name and told him to freeze in place. After a while, the hero finally heard the breaking news a serial killer was on the loose, and when the man shoved a leaflet into his hands, it showed the monster's face and claimed that 10 victims had already been found. Among the dead, children and women lay too. Her father begged everyone not to even go near the city. The girl clung to Alex like a lifeline, shaking with fear, and Alex finally got why her terror ran so deep. A strip of paper declared the killer was hunted dead or alive, and the heir stood there, cocky with purpose, swearing they had to act right now before those crimes spiraled out of control. Alex yanked his hood down over his face and slipped into the city alleys at dusk, straight up like bait because he was dead set on ripping people out of that nightmare. Out of the dark, a hand lunged in, clamping down on the boy's neck from behind while the criminal brandished a long knife in his other grip, snarling that he wanted baby meat because it was the tastiest thing alive. With a flash of elemental magic, Alex melted the killer's knife on the spot, lunged straight into his face, and snarled at him to stop his crimes right now. The heroes thrust their hand forward and warned him, "Keep acting so outrageous, and you'll get hammered in the next life." But the madman didn't even hear him. He lunged and pounced on the boy. Then Alex finally got it. This guy didn't do negotiations. The boy warned that the criminal was about to feel a little pain, and a pentagram burst into view right in front of him. Lightning slammed into the killer, his whole body convulsing with raw tension as the world flashed and sparked. Then he crumpled to the ground, unconscious, and Alex snapped magic bindings around him. They heard it would stall the madman for a while, so the father and the edgy kid hurried in to find the young gentleman terrified by how he was doing, only for him to reassure them, "Don't worry, I'm fine." The patrol seized this boy's hand and told him she was just relieved he was safe. Then his father admitted that even with how great everything turned out, they'd been terrified, especially once Alex pushed his decoy plan. That young gentleman swung around to the guards and told them the arrest was on them. Then the guards nodded hard, seized the criminal, and thanked them with all their hearts. The madman kept whispering to himself, and when Alex saw him, he just knew this guy's future was going to be brutal, because even the afterlife's judgment wouldn't let him off easy. Even if he couldn't save him, the hero would still keep praying for that criminal's sinful soul all the way to the end, begging for the next life to be brighter for the poor soul he couldn't reach. A bunch of townsfolk shouted at the boy, praising him for catching the criminal, and the young gentleman asked if everything was finally all right. Then the sudden noise and chaos yanked their attention away. It was this girl getting hounded by some guy who wouldn't back off. She snapped at him to leave her alone, but he ignored her and kept pushing his "let's have fun" invitations. He yanked her hand and shot her an insolent look, swearing he could be the perfect company, and Angie immediately tugged at Alex's clothes, urging him to help that girl. Alex nodded right along. Meanwhile, the guy snapped and yanked the girl back, barking for her to stop acting so furious, and when the hero stepped in, he blocked his path and demanded he leave her alone. She stared in shock, realizing this fearless boy was actually shielding her. Then rage ripped through the guy's body as he swung at the child. Alex clutched the Philosopher's Stone tight, snapped on criminal handcuffs, and hauled the impudent guy up. Then he suddenly felt something lock around his wrists. But it wasn't enough to stop him. He decided the kid's magic was painfully weak. The boy swung his hand and still missed, and then the handcuffs started to clamp down harder and harder. The bully screamed and dropped to his knees, writhing in shark-like pain, and he couldn't figure out why the handcuffs suddenly started tightening. Alex told me the magical handcuffs clamp down harder every time the guy messes up, and he'll stay stuck in them until he finally changes his ways, because if he doesn't, those cuffs can cut straight through his wrists. The bully's face went white with shock, and the young master told him to come back in 1 year. Then he'd break the spell after that. He pointed at his subordinate and said, "You're Alexander Carlight." The girl caught which family her savior came from, and then she blurted out that the rumors about the Carlight heir's magic powers were actually real. After a little while, the new pals slid into a seat at the table and clinked cups of tea. Then Eliza leaned in, introduced herself, and thanked him for the help. Alex followed with a grin, named himself and his betrothed. And the girl pointed out that earlier the boy could have just handed the bully to the guards, no magic needed. She told him, "If you're really going to do something right one day, then hand those criminals over to the guards." Eliza then shot back, "Why would you do that?" The hero clocked that the man up front was sharp as a tack, and Alex admitted it'd be way easier to dump the bully on the guards, but then the guy would lose his shot to go do good deeds instead. The girl shot him a question, and he didn't dodge it. He told her straight up that people get judged only the moment they die. Eliza said she'd heard of the theory, but she didn't realize Alex had already lived it, and it hit her hard. The hero offers everyone a second chance, yet some people still refuse to change. The hero was sure there was still a tiny chance the guilty could change, because this wasn't about judging at all, it was about guiding them. Eliza dubbed him virtuous, but she didn't mean it as a compliment. She swore he'd regret it someday. She believed the truly good always end up with nothing. The boy, though, shrugged and figured having that kind of trait couldn't be all that bad. Eliza dropped her gaze and confessed she liked him. If they were the same age, she'd fall for him for real. The boy thanked her, and Eliza turned and walked away. Angie clocked Eliza's stunning eyes, and the young heir nodded along because this wasn't just pretty. It was power. You don't meet a person with that kind of fire every day. And sure, Eliza was only 16, but she carried herself and spoke like a full-grown adult. Alex said, Eliza's eyes looked like they'd been weighed down by an unwanted burden, like something heavy was sitting on her shoulders, and she never asked for it. She couldn't stop wondering if one day she could become just like her. Alex gently brushed his sweet bride's head, praising her beauty just the way she was, and he made it clear he loved her exactly like that. The girl's smile lit up the room. The kids burst back home, and a servant who welcomed the young heirs met them at the door. Then, out of nowhere, the hero's instincts screamed danger was closing in. A sword came flying for them, and Alex shot out fire magic so fast it melted his father's weapon, leaving him utterly stunned. The man burst into laughter, grinning and swearing he had zero doubt about his son. Then Alex shot back, asking, "Why are you doing this again?" Then it hit him. His father's advice to invite the Empress. The boy finally clocked what was happening, and right then, they heard a girl's voice praising the heir to the Duchy of Carlight, the one who totally lives up to the hype. The girl he'd helped earlier finally stepped out, then introduced herself with a regal smile. Empress Elizabeth Forsyth, and she'd come straight to beg the Duke for a favor. Even though Alex was totally thrown off, he still snapped into it. He greeted the Empress and introduced himself, and Angie copied him right away together. They bowed to Her Majesty. She told him to lift his head, and she swore the boy truly knows how to read the situation. She asked the Lord if there was a room where they could talk in private, and the man immediately offered his office, so Angie waved goodbye to everyone. Just to be safe, the gentleman cast soundproofing magic. Then once they finally settled into the office, Eliza fired up the moment and told everyone to skip the formalities and get right down to business. The Empress was convinced they'd uncover the rebellion brewing because the last emperor's brutal reign had lit the fuse. Alex nodded and swore it all happened before he was even born, and the girl shot back that the former ruler's downfall still left a furious cloud over the land because even after she took his place, rebellions kept popping up all over the country. The Empress was convinced the Imperial Army would strike the rebel stronghold any day, so she ordered the rebel leader dead to stop a slaughter before it even began. Alex finally got why that girl was grilling him. Eliza said that with abilities like his, he could actually track down the leader while the attack was in full swing. And once the hero thought it through, he silently nodded to the plan. He bowed and admitted he understood, and the girl grinned as she told him, "If you pull this off, the land is yours." Then she added that her father's request finally made it to her. The boy spun toward his parent, and she just brushed it off with one cold truth. This was a task Her Majesty demanded an absolute must. Alex snapped that the reward was way too much for him. But the Empress shot back that it was the perfect prize for finishing a job that big, and she'd stay calm as long as he took the throne as their leader. The girl leaned in close and blurted out that she had her sights set on the duchy's heir, yet the boy was totally lost on what she meant. The attack day finally hit Eliza, and Alexei scrambled up to the top and stared as soldiers tightened up for the strike, and the girl snapped, "This is it time to prove what you can do." The Empress practically burst with excitement. She loved that his father named his son after him, and she couldn't wait to see how he'd step up to the challenge. When Alex chatted with his father, dread clung to her, but now she finally looked like a normal teenager again. The hero let out a heavy sigh and asked, "So I'm only supposed to grab their leader?" Eliza locked in the mission and told him to grab the criminal alive even though a death sentence was already looming. Then she pressed him. "So how are you going to pull this off?" Alex clutched a magical sphere of earth in his hands, but the Empress barely batted an eye. The boy insisted he'd use it on the ground, then jammed it into the soil, and the earth started pulling inward like it was being swallowed from the inside out. Right ahead, a staircase dropped down into the unknown, and Alex leaned in like, "Empress, go down it." As they climbed down, Eliza blurted that she never once expected the enemy could be slipped past underground. She wanted to know if the boy knew the exact way to go. The young gentleman kept building the steps and swore he did. Alex said these buildings always follow the same layout, and the girl nodded like, "Yep." After a while, they finally reached the enemy storage, and the boy's like, "Okay, the target's basically right there." They spotted a door, and the young heir swore the leader was right in this room, so Eliza pressed up against it anyway, even as the boy panicked and whispered that she recognized the voice coming from inside. Lord Fleming was there, standing with the rebel side, and when the man declared it was time, Fleming nodded in agreement, praising how their troops had crushed it, then ordered the army to retreat. The rebel admitted he was just egging the Lord's army on for show, because if their scheme ever got out, they couldn't afford to let all that hard-earned pay go down the drain. Fleming said he already knew, then ordered his accomplice to make sure his troops pulled their weight. Then the man went silent, and right then Eliza and Alex overheard the entire conversation. Suddenly, those men shot up and marched straight for the exit, so the boy blurted a warning to the girl, and she couldn't even wrap her head around the fact that a traitor was right in their midst. But they didn't run and hide. The moment those men burst out, they froze at the sight of Her Majesty while the traitors realized every word they'd spoken had been caught. The Empress stared down Lord Fleming and demanded to know what it all meant when he tried to speak. He couldn't find a single word. Alex cut him off and snapped, "So, you're telling me the Lord was a financier after the war?" Then Alex pointed out that by reporting soldiers dead, the man was draining the money meant to support them. Alex leaned in and demanded, "Tell me, was that true?" The traitors weren't buying a word anymore, so they yanked out their weapons, ready to cut their Empress down for good. Alex shot up and stepped in front of her, yelling for her to move away because that boy was about to pin her down. He clenched a glowing ball of magic and hurled it straight at the criminals, who shimmered in a thin haze. Then they locked up, collapsed hard, and staggered under a crushing wave of weakness. The boy shot back that he'd yanked the power right out of their bodies. Now they'd be stuck and unable to move for an entire day while a tiny magic ball hovered above the magician's hand. Eliza strode forward and, in the name of Her Majesty, declared that Lord Fleming's betrayal had him stripped of his title, every last right gone. When the criminals got hauled in, they were marched outside. Then the girl let out a weary sigh and told Alex she'd already ordered her subordinate to finish the job, thanking the boy for helping her along the way. The young gentleman muttered like, "No way would anyone expect the Imperial Army's top brass to pull a trick on us." And Eliza snapped back, furious. "It's because I'm too weak-willed." The boy reminded her that her reign was only just getting started, so she had to push harder. Then the girl grinned and thanked him, and Alex said it was time to stop the soldier's suffering and tend his wounds. The young gentleman kept chatting, then caught the Empress's gaze. He grinned, asked what was wrong, and the girl's embarrassment instantly flared up. She spun away fast and clapped her hand over her mouth like she'd just seen something shocking. The Empress let out a heavy sigh, and his eyes, they weren't the eyes of some lowly servant at all, and the boy just couldn't wrap his head around why she'd react like that. In the Empire's capital, the hero finally locked eyes with Josine Chosa, an Imperial Army general, and the moment they met, that bearded, middle-aged man radiated bright, unstoppable energy. The boy introduced himself and said Angelica would be his bride, then promised they'd stay with him for a little while, yet the girl only stared the warrior down. Alex's voice ripped her out of her spiraling thoughts, and she snapped back to reality just in time to bow quickly. She was thrilled to finally meet Horsine. The man burst into a laugh and told them not to stress. He'd already heard the news about the children from Carlight. Then he leaned in and said, "Make yourselves at home." Once the traitor was yanked out, the fake rebellion collapsed for good. Alex stared at the plot's real twist and earned serious respect, then got called straight into the Empress's audience to collect his reward, and the silence in the air led them to Sir Horsine's house, a buddy of their father. He guided them straight to a bedroom, told them they could use it however they wanted, then leaned in and promised if they needed anything at all, they just had to come find him. Right before they left, the army general leaned in, grilled the boy about alcohol, and waved him over to a glass. and Alex admitted he wouldn't mind sharing a drink with someone. Horson wasted no time. He swooped in, hugged the boy right after that answer, then leaned in to tell the little bride he'd lend her betrothed for a short while, and the girl lit up, wishing them to have a blast. The man edged up to Alex and praised his wife as the best thing he ever had. Then the boy's face lit up with a grin. They slipped into the fancy dining hall where the Imperial Army's general always met his crew, and right there they pointed at a startled maid and barked for drinks now. The girls hustled over 2 bottles and a plate piled with mountain salt. Alex snatched the dishes, grinned, and said that with salt, you can savor the evening properly. But at first, Horsine just couldn't get what this young gentleman meant. The moment he spotted the salt, the man instantly got what the boy was saying. Then he clapped Alex on the back and laughed like, with an age gap or not, you two already speak the same language. The young gentleman flinched hard, blurted out something like his old life, and realized back when he used to drink alcohol with salt. He'd been used to this kind of energy because Horsine was unbelievably lively. Alex figured that if his father were still here, he'd jump right in with them, and the general totally got why everyone was so obsessed with the heir to the Duchy of Carlisle, because he liked him too. They seized the young gentleman by the shoulders and promised they'd become his sworn brothers, so the boy froze in shock because the general felt way too close for comfort. He awkwardly tried to convince the man, reminding him they'd only just met and that an age gap like that was wild, but the poor scene kept pushing. Then even offered to marry his granddaughter, and the maids burst into laughter. The general dropped into his chair and thumped the bottle onto the table, then barked at the boy to sit right there fast. Right then, Alex swallowed his anger and took back what he'd said about his father, because one horseman was more than enough. Meanwhile, Andy lounged on her bed and belted out songs, then BAM! A knock hit the door, and her heart instantly screamed that her betrothed was back. The girl threw the door open, already about to greet Alex, but Eliza was standing right there. She told her she hadn't heard Angie's kid's song in ages. The girl begged for more time because of the sudden visit, then bowed to Her Majesty only long enough to say, "Skip the formalities, just call me by my usual name." The Empress stormed into the room and Angie shot up right away. Alex wasn't there, Eliza, though. Already knew the deal because she'd been the one who brought Horson in to entertain the boy. Then the girl slipped up to the Baron's daughter, startled, and blurted, "How can I help?" Eliza asked if Angie was Alex's betrothed, and the girl blurted out right away, full of excitement, that she adored him, with zero doubt in her mind. The Empress pressed Angie, asking what she'd do if she found out her fiancé was wanted by someone else. Then Angie grinned and said she'd actually be happy. Her Majesty looked genuinely shocked. Then the young lady stepped forward and said she wanted to work with her, sit down and talk about Alex so she could uncover even more amazing things about him. The more she digs into who he really is, the deeper her love sparks and grows, and she's convinced this is going to be the most fun she's ever had. Eliza paused for a beat, then shot up from her seat, thanked her for the talk, and before Angie could even process it, she leaned in close, begging her not to tell a single soul she'd been here. Angie nodded, fully getting what she needed. Eliza blurted out that she was planning a surprise for him, something she just knew he'd love. In the royal palace, Alex's audience with the Empress kicked off at last. She sat on the throne like a queen, ringed by her subjects, and Lord Corleith was greeted right on cue. Eliza told the Lord that snaring the traitor was a proud service to the Empire, and she pushed him to pick the reward he wanted. Alex bowed and told Her Majesty he'd gladly accept whatever she considered worthy, because he understood the rules and couldn't just ask for more. Still, he wanted to return the money to the soldiers, but only if there was something truly valuable in it. The girl flashed a smile, rose from her throne, and turned to Lord Corleith. Then the boy snapped upright at once, silent as stone. Eliza declared, "I'm making you Vice-Emperor." And the hero didn't see it coming at all. Then the advisors immediately started whispering, while Horson leaned in, itching to watch what happened next. The Empress declared that for the Empire's survival, Alex would become her right-hand man and unleash every ounce of power he had to prove himself. The hero couldn't even picture a twist like that. Life with an SSS rank was just too wild for anything like this. Still, the boy bowed and beamed, saying he accepted the role with pure joy. At Corsine's residence, Alex walked in and bam, there was a whole stack of letters waiting for him. The boy asked what they were, and the general told him straight up they were invitations to the Vice-Emperor's banquets and offers to lock in engagements. The Duke pressed him again, and the man snapped that the words were no trouble at all because the real letters had just been left at his place, the other half. That one sat at the heir's house for the Duchy of Carlisle, and Horsain couldn't help but ask if he'd really expected anything else. After getting named Vice-Emperor, the boy figured this was coming at least a little. Then, once the audience ended, Eliza leaned in and promised she wanted prosperity and peace across the Empire for years to come. She was determined to forge a stable world and drag the Empire back into order after the chaos left behind by the previous emperor, and that was the whole truth of her goal. But this time, she needed dependable people-wise, kind souls who wouldn't let her down. Alex asked if she was talking about him, and the girl simply nodded. The hero realized he finally had the power and the Philosopher's Stone to meet her expectations, So he pushed forward, while Eliza blushed and admitted that, as Vice Emperor, Alex was exactly the kind of husband she was hoping for. The boy didn't catch it and demanded the answer again, but the Empress clammed up then. With a slow stretch of her hand, she pressed for one thing. Would the hero help her? Eventually, Alex shot back, confident and ready to help her. And the moment she heard it, her whole mood lifted. She broke into a smile and thanked him. After the whole saga was done, Horsine gave his younger brother a massive compliment for pulling off a genuinely manly move. And when the hero asked if he really meant it, Horsine fired back with a loud "no doubt about it." Yes. In the end, the general told the boy to just leave him a pile of letters, and the kid asked, "Won't that be a pain?" The man just waved it off because now anyone who wanted a shot at meeting the Vice Emperor would have to square off against Horsine. After Eliza took the new role, she shoved a mission onto Alex the second it started. Make it so he becomes a senior master at the Magic Academy. And right then, the Empress and the hero strolled into the garden. The boy blurted out whether this was where officers and soldiers trained in magic, and then he heard the rumors about monsters roaming around, picked for real battles. The girl nodded and said, the academy was the final wall of defense. Eliza told him all he had to do was keep his status and handle whatever was needed to stay safe. He nodded, understanding, and then Eliza walked off and left him standing there. When Alex stepped into the academy, Ethan Hundred, the school's director, met him right there. The boy bowed politely, thanked them for the invite, and as he did, the old man grinned, saying they'd greeted him like a true, honored senior master. Alex got ushered into the academy courtyard, and Director Hundred snapped, "Come on, let me show you everything we've got." Alex tried to follow, then a brutal invisible wall slammed him back. That magic barrier was so solid it shut strangers out cold. Yet the hero still had his sights on the academy. He shot his hand forward and unleashed splitting magic, and the whole thing cracked into tiny shards like a shattered mirror. The teachers gaped as their protective barrier shattered in the blink of an eye. Alex snapped to his feet, apologized straight away, and swore he'd fix it immediately and make it even more reliable. Within seconds, a fresh barrier snapped up around the academy, and the boy declared he'd drive away anyone with bad intentions. But when Alex tried to turn to Principal Ethan, he saw the people were too discouraged to even move. The teachers stared in disbelief because that first barrier had been built by multiple people. And from their talk, the boy realized this whole test was meant to dig up what the new Vice Emperor was really about. The director stormed up to Alex and apologized, then gushed that everyone lit up the moment they saw just how strong he was. Alex didn't just meet expectations, he blew them away. And when he snapped his focus toward 100, the ground seemed to tilt and make him wobble. The hero slapped down the written proof of Her Majesty's order, the one that named him as the senior master, and he swore the Empress had appointed him for real, no question about it. The director then read the document. Ethan Hundred was blown away by Alex's magic, so he snapped to action and offered him a spot at the academy to teach practical lessons right away because he was sure the students would go wild to learn from someone this powerful, and the kid couldn't believe it. The director snapped with frustration over how few students his academy had compared to the others. So he bet big on this plan to draw in fresh faces, and Alex nodded along, convinced it would set Eliza up for a brighter future. Alex shot back that his only snag was simple. The academy was way too far, so he wasn't sure he could make it for lessons on a regular schedule, so the director stared at him for a second, then said, "We'll solve this with some magic." She sat on her throne, drowning in sorrow as she fixed the Empire's problems, and when she finally snagged a quiet moment, she let out a heavy sigh, wondering how Alex was doing at the academy then. Out of nowhere, someone called her name. Right in front of her, a hero popped into existence like he'd stepped out of thin air. Her eyes went wide as she demanded where he came from. He dropped to the floor and grinned, saying he'd been testing teleportation. The young gentleman told him he could finally put the magic of flight out of his mind. Yet even with fear chewing at him, he still pulled it off because when the pressure hit, the boy instantly asked what the Empress would do, and in the end, he was right. Liza's cheeks flared as joy hit her. Then Alex hurried in with an apology, admitting he'd startled her. Now that he finally understood magic actually works, he had to turn back while Liza sank into her own swirling thoughts. The Empress told the boy the hero could show up any moment, and the kid grinned, thanking her right away. After that, Alex vanished from the room with teleportation magic while Horsine got stuck drowning in those never-ending letters, one stack after another, kept flooding in and out. Alex said the building felt weird the second they stepped in, like it was watching back. The principal shot back that they had to be ready for anything. The boy couldn't choose which kind of magic to learn. Ethan just grinned and said he could do anything. The old man burst out laughing and said he wanted his granddaughter to train with the hero. Then the boy's eyes snapped to a girl by the bench, and he demanded, "Who is she?" She locked her eyes on a glass of water sitting on the bench and pushed her magic into it, but it didn't budge an inch. Alex slid up behind her and asked if she couldn't do anything at all. She snapped, froze, and screamed in shock. She didn't even glance at the boy. She spun straight to the director and demanded, "Who is he?" Ethan Hundert was already there at Chomei, and he stepped in to introduce her to Vice Emperor Alexander. The girl blurted out in shock, and the boy flashed the student a polite smile, then he clocked her practicing a magic exercise. The girl confessed she'd been doing it for a whole year, and the water still wouldn't budge, so the director groaned and muttered that it was cursed bad luck because he was convinced she had zero magical power. Xiaomi let out a heavy sigh, crushed by the truth that she was hopeless, and it only made it worse that her father had to fight tooth and nail just to get her into this academy. As she kept spilling her failures, Alex suddenly spotted a dark glow pulsing from Xiaomi's ring. Then the director snapped, "What's wrong?" because the boy could see a sinister aura wrapping around her, swallowing her whole. Alex blurted that he knew the problem, then demanded the student's hand. Xiaomei obeyed, and the second her fingers were in his grasp, he kissed her ring, making her cheeks explode in a hard, instant blush. She bolted from the Vice Emperor and demanded to know what he was up to. Then the ring exploded into a blinding glow. The wind surged as the girl stepped forward, and soft light magic swirled around her like the world suddenly decided she looked even prettier and felt brand new. Alex blurted that everything they'd seen was her real magic. Then the boy jumped in, saying someone was throttling her magic flow, and she fixed it on the spot while the girl just stood there like, "Wait, what do you mean?" The young master told her, "That ring on your finger isn't decoration. It's tied to your heart, and that's where the magic is born, letting power surge through you." Alex added that, for some reason, Xiaomei's magic was blocked so she couldn't cast at all. Then the boy held up a glass of water, said she was good to go now, and told her to run the exercise again. Principal Ethan nodded along with the Vice Emperor, but he couldn't shake the question. Why hadn't the teacher spotted it sooner? Then the boy grinned and promised, "Now you'll finally find out." The hero clocked Xiaomi's hesitation and demanded to know what was wrong because deep down she truly didn't think she'd pull it off this time, so Alex, as her senior master, stepped in and swore that she would succeed. The student chose to trust, grabbed a glass of water, and shut her eyes as she cut off her magic, then the water instantly froze solid. The girl blurted out that she could do it. The director pointed out that Xiaomei could wield ice magic. Alex snapped everyone's focus to the frozen river. Xiaomei went wide-eyed. When she realized her spell didn't just frost a glass, it froze an entire river. She still couldn't wrap her head around it. Turns out it was her. Alex leaned into the director and said, the girl's magic was insanely strong, that only someone just as powerful or stronger could witness it. And then Ethan finally understood why they'd never been able to spot her potential before. The principal beamed and told the Vice Emperor to keep helping their students, and the boy promised he'd try. Then he hurried up to Somme, still crying from pure joy, and reminded her that it all turned out okay. The very next day, Alex blasted off with teleportation magic and landed at the Temple of the Guardian Dragon because he just knew the Empress was kind enough to be here. Eliza huddled inside on her knees, wrapped in a special robe. Then the hero shouted her name, and she snapped her head toward him right away. Alex just wanted to talk to her about heading home, but the castle insisted she was doing a ritual, so he shot back an apology and asked if he'd disrupted her, and the girl calmly told him everything was fine. The boy stared at the statue in awe, something Eliza was seeing for the very first time too. Then Eliza nodded and said it was the Empire's guardian, the legendary one who shared his power when the Empire was founded. Straight ahead loomed a towering white statue of the legendary dragon, the Empire's protector, standing like a silent guardian over everything. They say the dragon protector gave his power to the first emperor and then vanished without a trace. Since then, every ruler had to march to this temple and pray there each month. Alex stared at the statue, massive, razor-sharp, and impossibly detailed, then blurted out whether the first emperor built it. Eliza smiled and said, it wasn't his work at all, it was the dragon protector. The boy just couldn't get what she meant by real dragon, and she finally told him the truth. Something went down during the Empire's founding, and that creature got frozen into a statue afterward. Suddenly, the Philosopher's Stone erupted with light inside the hero's pocket, yanking the Empress's attention, so Alex snatched it out, and it blazed so bright it almost blinded everyone. The young master caught it instantly ever since he stared at that dragon protector statue. Something invisible slipped into his head, and then a voice demanded, "Let me out." Alex shoved Eliza aside and understood the creature's demand: get the stone shell off the statue. Then the boy pressed his palm to the relic, trying to wake the Empire's true protector. The girl snapped that it was impossible, nobody had ever pulled it off before. Then the wind ripped through the air, and the boy's resolve turned ironclad as he ordered the dragon to wake up. When the stone shell vanished, the dragon protector sucked in breath like it had awakened from a nightmare, and steam burst around him. Eliza and Alex stared, stunned out of their minds, because the legend was suddenly alive right in front of them. The dragon leaned in and demanded, "Did you wake me up?" The boy stepped forward and greeted it, while the Empress just stared in shock. Amazed beyond words, she couldn't wrap her mind around how far the power of the air could stretch into the Duchy of Carlight. The creature boomed, calling itself Calamity the Sky King, and the boys fired back their names too. The second the dragon heard Forsyth, It instantly clocked the connection to his descendant, the girl, and it demanded answers who was the one that finally set him free. Alex said it was him, and the creature paused like it was weighing fate in its claws, then admitted, it wanted time to think about the chosen one. Alex laughed it off, swore it wouldn't be hard, and pushed for the truth again. Had he really heard the dragon call him the chosen one? Calamity finally spilled the truth he'd trapped himself in stone just to meet the chosen one, because he knew they'd come someday and shatter the spell for him. Eliza mulled it over, and boom, the mystery of the dragon guardian statue freezing into stone was finally cracked, while Alex stared in shock like, wait, the creature actually went that far and turned itself into stone? The kid demanded, why are you waiting on the chosen one? And Calamity snapped back that he needed this man to fix the injuries he couldn't even name while the hero just stood there, totally lost about what wounds he meant. The Sky King admitted that when he fought for Forsyth, he got torn up in battle, and after that he was chased by thousands of soldiers until a near-fatal hit finally dropped him. When Alex heard that, worry hit him instantly. He promised, I can heal these wounds right now, and the dragon vowed it would be incredibly grateful to the Chosen One for the help. No delay, our hero snapped into healing mode and hurled his magic at the Calamity itself, and yeah, this boy had already mastered every healing spell with the Philosopher's Stone, so they had to hit hard enough to even take on a monstrous dragon. Even with crushing resistance slamming into him, Alex refused to back off because with an Sss-Rank, he knew he could win elemental magic balls whirled around the hero, blasting pure energy straight onto the dragon. The massive Sky King erupted into light, and in the blink of an eye he felt brand new. His body suddenly turned weightless. When the boy was done, the Sky King crashed to the ground and Eliza sprinted to him. The boy insisted he was fine and said he'd just burned through all his magic, and the Empress nodded along because regular magic simply doesn't work on dragons. Calamity nodded to it all and decided to bide his time, waiting for someone stronger than him, so when the Sky King didn't believe the Chosen One could heal him completely, the dragon still insisted it was wonderful, and the boy just sat there on the floor, stunned by every word. Alex demanded to know why the dragon couldn't heal itself, and Calamity shot back that it was beyond impossible because it had no healing magic left at all, not even the most basic kind. The boy burst into laughter and nodded, because that kind of brutal magic could wreck the Sky King from the inside then. The room fell quiet, and out of nowhere the hero heard Calamity's voice, asking the Chosen One a question. The creature leaned in and asked the young master, are you a god? Because nursing a massive dragon back to health wasn't something ordinary people could pull off, and the dragon, stubborn and silent, was convinced gods didn't exist. Even when Alex had a chance to steer his fate, he just shrugged and said he was a simple man then. Calamity hissed that he was starting to look more and more like the Chosen One, while Eliza stood there completely lost, and the dragon swore he was ready to give up his own life for the Chosen One. The Sky King pressed the boy with one question. Will you be my master? Alex then blurted to the stunned Empress, what do we do now? The hero answered, if Calamity hits, it may save us later. And Her Majesty just stared, thinking, can something like that even be real? The boy strode up to the dragon and pressed his cheek against it, and the hero declared he'd accept the offer, boom, just like that. Alex gained a rock-solid ally, the Heavenly King. Andy was in the garden at Corsane's residence when the girl bent to pick flowers, then a voice called her name, and she spun around but nobody was there. Then her eyes shot upward, and there he was, her betrothed, soaring on a monstrous dragon, while the boy roared, I'm home! The moment they touched down, the girl leaned in and asked what kind of creature was lurking beside him. Then Aquarius Horsane suddenly popped right next to the boy, and even he didn't have a clue he'd been standing there the whole time. Alex kicked off the chaos, and Calamity bowed politely like he owned the place. Then the hero swept in and introduced everyone. Like it was a normal day, but the moment the guys realized the Dragon Protector was standing right in front of them, shock hit them hard, or saying couldn't believe it. Alex had actually tamed that dragon. When the boy confirmed every word, the army general beamed with pride in her brother. Then her mind raced. Where in the world was the dragon going to live? Then the boy snapped back he needed his father's permission. Right before the flight, he hurriedly asked if Calamity could soar straight to their residence. Horsine said, if your father says no, then let the Sky King move in instead. Alex's father sat in his office when a sharp knock thundered at the window. He leaned over just in time to see his own son outside, and the Duke blinked in shock, demanding why Alex was there. The man yanked the window open, and there it was, a massive dragon looming in front of him. The father blurted out in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. And the hero was even worse off. He was perched right on the wing of Calamity. Alex tiptoed into his father's office, told him he'd become the vice-emperor, and slammed an official letter into his hands. The news lit up his face, he flashed a grin and said he'd known Her Majesty would make that call then. When he finally saw his father again, memories of their home hit him hard, and the boy leaned in, asking if anything was troubling him. The man bragged that this year's weather was perfect, so a certain place would rake in way more harvest than usual, and the boy just couldn't get it. because to him the news sounded backward, like bad news dressed up as good. The father promised a mountain of vegetables so many that prices would crash and farmers would get wiped out. Then the man froze, stuck between two brutal choices: destroy the produce or swallow the surplus by buying it all. The Duke said, "If I buy them, the real headache is where to stash them." And he made it clear the head would handle the people, the place, and everything else. Then the boy nodded, fully getting it, and realized the whole job boiled down to one thing: finding a spot and the labor force. He shoved his hand in his pocket and gripped the philosopher's stone tight. Feeling it promised the problem had an answer, then Alex turned to the window, shouting for calamity. The young master begged the heavenly king for one of his claws, and the beast handed it over without a single word, because dragons weren't just monsters. They were magic walking around, and every single piece of them held rare, incredible power. In the blink of an eye, the claw spat out a bag. The man demanded what it was, and the boy just told his father, "Don't ask, watch." Then he warned, "I'll be at my table for a minute." The young gentleman yanked open the bag, and out it exploded in a violent whirlwind, slamming into the table, then snapping back into the bag like it was never there. The boy told everyone he built a storage bag using his magic, and a dragon claw one with endless space where the food inside would never spoil. The son practically nudged his father. "Let's snatch up every scrap of surplus, cram it into a bag, and save it for whatever we need later." And the Duke lit up, calling it a brilliant plan. The man snatched the bag, demanded his table back, and said he only needed one letter, just to claim he was buying the harvest, and the boy thanked the dragon for saving him. The Duke slapped down a title for Alex's letter and credited the brilliance of his solution. Then he turned to his son and demanded his opinion, shocked by the answer. The man even pitched the idea to name the Harvest Festival after his genius son. And the dragon chimed in that the father of the chosen one was downright cheerful. Meanwhile, Alex just stared at his Duke, and before anyone knew it, 2 harvest festivals had already come and gone. After the hero sat down and wrestled with what to lecture on next, she called the groom to praise him for a job well done, then told him the weather was perfect and urged him to kick back and relax in the garden. And the boy gladly said yes. The mimic bird perched on her tiny owner's shoulder as the girl clocked a surge in students at the academy. Alex nodded, saying they were finally locked in on their studies, and Angie practically begged to sit in on his lectures too. The hero reminded her, "I've been studying with you at home. You were doing amazing, so you don't need those lectures." But the girl's confidence shook as she started, one hesitant excuse at a time, insisting she still had to go. Angie beamed, saying her fiancé looked totally cool when he taught, and the boy smiled back with warmth. Then it hit him, crystal clear. Alex told her to hit the next academy lecture, and Angie's eyes lit up. She begged him to confirm she could really come. And the boy nodded, straight up. The dragon suddenly ended up near the children, and Lady Angie beamed like she'd won. She was thrilled about it. The girl nodded, then Alex said, "I'll keep this from my dad." The betrothed leaned in and demanded, "So why all the secrecy?" The hero said the father would have to come with them too. And the girl cracked up, swearing the Duke would insist right then. The man sneezed. For a few days, the boy pitched in and helped run his father's lands in Renitra. Alex even knelt to test the soil, and when he said it was top tier, the farmer nodded hard, insisting it was all because of the Count and the young master. Since people were finally able to stash their money instead of struggling, suddenly a man burst in, sprinting and yelling that the locusts were closing in. And the farmer's face went pale. Turns out the Silva area was already getting hammered. Silva was the spot where Angie's family was living, and it hit Alex like a punch. He couldn't stop worrying about his fiancé's safety while farmers screamed that the locusts were creeping closer, inch by inch. A greasy black creature slithered around, and the hero asked if the farmers meant locusts that were rotting their vegetables when the workers snapped, "No." They said it was a monster wrecking villages, tearing through forests, and wiping out the crops. Everyone thought she couldn't be stopped, but the boy got it instantly and said he'd think hard about what to do to fix everything. The townsfolk begged the young master to act, and Alex only waved them off. He'd heard locusts don't go after human flesh, so he urged the farmers to grab shelter right away. He tore open space with teleportation magic and landed right above the locust swarm down on the ground. The monster crept near the village, and just as the hero was staring, the thing suddenly let out a brutal roar. The philosopher's stone warned the boy that no physical strike and no spell would touch the monster. But if they didn't act fast, the crops would die on the vine. So the young master grabbed the magic bag from Calamity's claw. Alex yanked it open, and the bag instantly started pulling the monster in, hissing, shrieking, fighting for its life while the hero clutched the magical thing with white knuckle grip. With the bag finally snapping shut, the monster vanished, and the boy pulled it off. He stopped a full-blown catastrophe, and now that the bag's closed tight, the creature can't crawl out. A farmer burst up to him and blurted, "What happened to the locusts?" The young gentleman grinned and said, "I caught them." The worker cheered, but his jaw dropped, because he couldn't wrap his head around it. Even magic couldn't touch that monster. The townspeople started cheering for the boy and his raw strength, packing in to celebrate what he'd done. Meanwhile, Alex was crushed by the fact he couldn't save the rest of the places. A whole month slipped by at the Carlight place, then the hero marched straight to his father, asking if he'd called him, and that's when Angie met him there. Alex got a warm welcome from his Petroday's father, the Baron, who looked him straight in the eyes and, with a grin, told him he'd come to thank him. The Baron dropped into a deep bow and told everyone the Locust had wrecked his lands, then he thanked the Duchy of Carlisle for stepping in when things were at their worst, and on behalf of all his people, he made sure the Vice-Emperor heard just how grateful they were. The boy flashed a polite smile and waved it off, no need to thank him. Because they already had more than enough food supplies, turns out, lending a hand was just something he always did. The man bragged that he was a true gentleman, and that with this vice-emperor in charge, they'd all sleep easy for decades, while the Baron beamed with pride because Andy was Alex's fiancée. Even after all this, the guest still couldn't wrap his head around it. How could a great man end up with no lands of his own? The Duke finally snapped back, his wife vetoed it, because their son was still way too young to carry that kind of responsibility. The Baron pushed for a brand new alliance, naming Alex as their rep, while both sides kept ruling their own lands just like they always had. The boy's father thought it was a brilliant move, but the kid just wanted to stop the Duke, only now the Duke's already checked out because the man starts pitching their alliance to boost Alex's power and make his name explode, and even the Baron jumps in, backing the plan to bring Horsain into it. Angie thought the same thing. She said she'd love for more people to know about him. And the boy couldn't help but think, my fiancé is way too cute. A2. The hero stared out the window and told Calamity they'd decided to forge an alliance between Carlight and Solova. Then they turned to the dragon and demanded it march to Her Majesty, get permission, and hand over the document. He sprinted to the Empress, then came charging back on horseback with her. Eliza even claimed she'd heard his proposal, but Alex never, ever expected to spot the girl. Her Majesty promised them their alliance would sail through without a hitch, and she was sure it would only cement the hero's grip on power as Vice-Emperor. The girl said, "Yes, I give my permission." And everyone cheered, but then she leaned in and told the Empress she was stepping in with her own conditions. Eliza told Alex he'd have to come back to her again and again with answers, and the boy let out a heavy sigh before nodding and agreeing. He felt his Sss-Rank life shifting into overdrive. Now he was surrounded by people who cheered for him, proud as hell and loving him with all their hearts. The angel kept right on judging reincarnated souls, and then she turned to Miling Huang, leaning in, asking if this life had finally gone right. The soul shot back, "I'm exhausted from living my long life. I've got 100 grandkids and I slipped away without a shred of pain." The angel lit up at the sweet news. The girl leaned in and said, "My next life is going to be B rank just like before." Then she pressed Milan to pick who she wanted to become, either the merchant's daughter or the village's most gifted healer. Right then, another angel cut in and told her to zoom in on all 9 of Melon's lives. She stared hard at the numbers for each one. She couldn't believe it. This soul had never sinned in 9 lives, and that blew her mind, and her colleague nodded right along. The angel leaned in and told the soul, "I've tallied your lives, and your next one lands you an S rank." The spirit just sat there, stunned, thinking it through. Malin asked if she'd really get to spend her life ringed by lots of people, and the angel promised they'd be good souls, nothing else mattered, and that was enough to make her happy. The girl poured holy water into the soul, wiping away its past life memories so it could begin again from scratch. Then the angel beamed and blessed Melina, now reborn as Angelica Silva, with a brand new life. The academy was training in fire magic, and Alex stepped up to show off his puny magic power by blasting a target until it burst into flames. He told them his magic didn't just cast, it moved in its own beat, cycling power like a heartbeat. And then flames erupted from his palm as he faced a room full of students, daring them to catch the rhythm and unlock everything magic could do. Alex hurled another fireball at the dummy, and it exploded in wild flames that raced across the fabric in seconds. Then everyone saw the power spike as if it had leveled up, and the boy grinned, saying, "Let's try it again." The Vice-Emperor told them, "You're already 18, and graduation is right around the corner," and that everything mind and body was locked in because he was praying these kids would crush it. The students wasted zero time. They jumped straight into the teacher's advice, and within moments they could feel their strength shooting up fast. Principal Ethan praised Alex for yet another amazing lecture, then vowed he'd try that exact method too. The boy leaned in and asked if 100 wanted to talk about anything, and the director snapped back that he wanted to grill him on the grad's career plans because most of them only dreamed of the palace, the army, or serving the nobility. Since Alex owned the territories, the director tried to grab some graduates for his own plans, and the hero shot back, asking if he really meant setting up jobs on Alex's land, only for the old man to nod in agreement. Alex couldn't stop thinking about it. His father's alliance had carved out the land of Horsain and the Baron, and starting this year, those territories would be under Alex's protection. In the end, the boy finally nodded yes, and the director lit up at the news. He bowed and promised he'd announce it publicly while the young master turned to Ethan, thanking him and handing the whole job to him to handle. The next day, Horsain showed up to see him, and the general immediately clocked how the job offer was suddenly all the rage among students. It blew the man's mind that 500 young professionals had thrown in their applications. Even the boy was stunned by it. Horson said 200 of them were desperate to take the employment exam and skip graduation. And that's exactly why another 500 new candidates for the academy were buzzing with joy too, leaving Alex staring at a whopping 1,000 choices, wondering how he was ever going to pick. Xiaomei trained her magic in the academy, and this time she summoned fire. Little flames danced in her palms as she focused. Alex stood beside her and hyped her up. She'd mastered the Mupa-Pat method flawlessly, didn't she? The girl shot back, asking if he truly believed that. Then the boy challenged her. Had he ever fooled her? The student shook her head, no hesitation. The moment they met, the hero pulled her aside for private lessons, banking on her talent like it was his next big win. Then he promised her that once she graduated, she'd be sought after everywhere, and she thanked him with real gratitude. Right in the middle of everything, students burst in shouting for the master. There was chaos at the dorms. When they rushed over, they found Xiaomei's door completely frozen shut. Alex demanded answers. What the heck happened? Patrick finally confessed, admitted it all, then begged for forgiveness, swearing he was just studying a magical device when it suddenly exploded, and that's how the disaster hit. The hero put the pieces together in one breath, then snapped. That ordinary magic couldn't fix a mess like this. The students bombarded the senior master with one wild question. Could he melt the ice? And they were convinced it was totally possible if Alex stepped in. Then the boy shot a look at Xiaomei. The hero gripped the philosopher's stone in his fist, knowing one wrong move with it could unleash ice magic in the worst way possible. Alex shot his hand upward, and a magic ball bloomed in his palm. Too bad the Vice Emperor was about to smash everything with pure non-elemental magic. He hurled the ball, and right away, the ice around the door shattered Patrick. Who did it? Couldn't believe the master actually pulled it off because that freeze was eternal. Xiaomei heard him out, then pushed for answers again. Alex caught on to what was happening and demanded how the student planned to explain it, while Patrick finally realized he'd been the one getting exposed. The Vice Emperor snapped the details to the director. Then they both stared at Patrick because he was itching to put the young teacher in his place with that prank, knowing the eternal freeze wouldn't thaw a single thing. Now the bully was out there, clearing away the weeds. Alexa shouted to Xiaomei, asking if she could use the eternal freeze Patrick had been obsessed with. The headmaster snapped that this kind of magic wasn't something any regular kid could just summon, and he didn't think anyone else could wield it except His Excellency himself. Alex, though, backed Kame's curiosity and told the girl to just copy him, step after step, because he refused to let her second-guess herself. Together, they reached for the door handle. Then the hero yelled, "Use the Mupapata method." The talented student nailed it, and he instantly knew once she saw it, she could do anything. Alex leaned in and decided she needed just a little spark. In the blink of an eye, the pen went still frozen solid, and no amount of regular elemental fire magic could melt it. Xiaomei couldn't stop smiling because she'd nailed it. Then Alexander lit up, praising his student and staring at her like, she's already the strongest mage in this whole school. After one more brutal practice, the students bowed and thanked their master, then practically buzzed with excitement about the next lecture while the Vice Emperor lifted a hand and waved them off. He couldn't help grinning as the students improved with every lesson, convinced that if they kept this up, their job prospects would rise fast. Then, as the boy headed toward the academy, a sudden noise snapped his attention. It was Carla. She crumpled to the ground. Arrows scattered all around her, and the master snapped, "Are you okay?" She snatched up the arrows in a flash, admitting her nerves were spiking. But before the teacher could even bow goodbye, the arrows slipped right out of her hands again. Alex rushed in, helping her scoop up the arrows and haul them to the right spot, and Carola snapped that the senior master never should have left it to them. Then the hero grimly realized the arrows were already worn to the bone, and the girl swore she'd repair every last one before the next lesson. The boy jumped in and offered to help Carla, and she yanked her colleague to a stop in a rush she couldn't shake. The fear that once the master fixed it, those arrows would turn enchanted, and the students wouldn't be able to use them. Alex grinned as he loaded the crossbow, telling her not to stress because it wouldn't change a thing. Then he raised the bow and lined up the arrows straight at the target. Carlos watched earth magic whirl around the crossbow as the young master locked in his focus and blasted an arrow straight into the target. Carla snapped, "What is it?" And Alex lit up, telling her he'd carved an arrow from soil because someday he planned to pull endless arrows straight from the ground, and Carla couldn't shake the fear that his genius might make the other teachers obsolete. The Vice Emperor swore he'd be careful, but the students' fighting skills had already skyrocketed thanks to Alex, so they tore their techniques apart right in front of the Empress. And she shot off the question, "What do you think?" The girl flashed a grin because the report lined up perfectly, and she couldn't help noting how the hero trained the students fast and dead on. The Empress lit up with admiration for Lord Alexander, then turned and thanked the boy. He just smiled and said, Her Majesty was incredibly kind. The girl promised him that one day she'd reward him. Then the young gentleman flashed a polite smile and told her she'd already called him for it. because the reward was right there in his hands, and the Empress blushed. She mulled it over and blurted out that he had a fiancée, and Alex was stunned. She brought up Angie so fast he nodded, then admitted his fiancée was the Baron's daughter. Her Majesty snapped that the baronial girl wasn't fit to stand beside the Vice-Emperor, so she instantly rewrote Angie's fate, declaring her as her younger sister and sealing her place in the royal family. Alex hesitated. He wanted to ask Angie first, and he could only hope she'd say yes. The hero pictured his bride wearing royal authority in her stride, and he just knew she'd fit that role perfectly. Alex couldn't believe it. Eliza was suddenly back so soon after he sent in the report. She grinned and said it was all thanks to the director's killer report, which lit a fire in her. And now she wanted to retrain adult soldiers too. The Empress said, watching the students train sparked an idea. Maybe they should start their own magic school then. The heir of the Carlite Ducey mulled it over and admitted, that's a whole operation. The girl didn't back down. She pressed her offer and asked if he'd take it. The boy clenched his fist, eyes blazing, dead set on it. He vowed he'd do anything for Her Majesty. The girl tried to thank him, but then boom noise cut them off mid-moment. They turned around and there was Xiaomei, hard at work, shaping ice with roses. Fresh buds hissed into frozen beauty as she carved them into eternal freezing. Then the master stepped closer, stunned to find she'd ditched the very magic of eternal freezing altogether. Xiaomei bowed to her teacher. Then she froze when the Empress's voice suddenly boomed through the air, shocking her to the core. Her Majesty demanded to know what a prodigy like Alex was even doing inside the academy. Eliza had no idea anyone even used magic like that at school, so she yanked the student by the shoulders, ordered her to ditch class and drag herself to the palace with Anya, while Shame stood there with nothing to say. The young student's nerves snapped under the sudden pressure, and she blurted out that all she wanted was to keep studying with Master Alexander. Eliza edged away from the trembling girl, and the Empress spun back to the hero, admitting she finally got it, then begged him to erase everything she'd just said. But the young master still had no clue what was happening. She might end up apologizing to Eliza, then quickly says it's all okay, claiming the kid worked her hardest in a past life, so that's why she ended up becoming Alex's student. And the Empress just tells her to give it everything. The hero shrugged off one last question like it was already settled then. Boom! A brutal explosion tore through the air behind him, right near the training dungeon. The senior master sprinted up to the students and demanded, what happened? But the explosions kept roaring on, and the students just huddled around, stunned, watching it all unfold. One of the students lit up and said they'd finally learned brand new magic, so they had to test their skills straight into a dungeon deeper than ever, until a monster burst out of the dark. The Empress snapped that everything was in chaos and promised to summon the Imperial Guard, and Alex hurriedly agreed, telling her to get out of the scene before it got worse. Suddenly, something shot out of the dungeon, and a six-winged demon burst into view. Then he lashed out with fire magic, roaring in shock that anyone was still alive. Alexander Carlite threw his name into the air and demanded, why did you attack us? And the demon, Azazel, answered with a cold grin. Destruction was the whole purpose of his life. With no warning, the demon hurled a fiery blast at the crowd, grinning as he claimed it was his way of thanking the foolish mortals who had freed him. That projectile slammed down right beside Alex. Then he twisted out of the way at the last second. Alex shouted for Azazel to stop, or the court of life would seal his fate. But Azazel didn't even flinch, because he'd just be reborn as a demon again and again. He told me being a demon means nonstop agony, like the very fact that you're breathing turns your whole body into pain, and even Azazel couldn't remember how he ended up this way, because nothing about him ever stopped hurting. Azazel's rage boiled at the higher-ups who twisted him into this, and if he ever turned into a demon again, he'd gladly tear into the world with his power. While the hero realized this monster wasn't evil for fun, it was desperate. Even if the boy didn't know the demons had slipped by, he was dead set on wiping out his pain thanks to the Philosopher's Stone. Magic orbs ripped through the air toward Azazel, and the demons shrieked as they hit Alex's magic, blazing across him like pure lightning. The hero figured God might be testing Azazel, but he refused to watch that demon suffer, so he kept blasting him with balls of magic until the ground suddenly lurched and shook under his feet. Alex almost face-planted, but the Empress swooped in and caught him. Then the girl asked, "Are you all right?" And the boy quickly thanked her for saving him. Xiaomei, still panicking about the teacher, popped up right beside him and shot her a quick, reassuring answer. It's all good, but the hero knew the truth. He couldn't stay upright in this kid's body for long, Eliza then demanded. So you took down the demon. Alex said that the destruction sight twisted Azazel's very core. His wings snapped to a blinding white, and with pain gone, it felt like he was reborn. The young master proudly told him he'd used his magic to turn Azazel into an angel, and the old demon practically couldn't believe what he was seeing. Alex told Azazel he suddenly had no reason left to tear everything apart, and Azazel couldn't wrap his head around it. He demanded to know if the boy was a god, and the Elder Master only replied that he was just a simple man with terrifying magic. Azazel slammed his fist shut, and even though he understood it all, it didn't matter anymore then. The angel's words hit like a thunderclap in the young master's mind, and he called that boy his savior. The former demon demanded that he let the demon repay the life Alex had saved, and then it called the hero brother, stunning the Duke's heir. Azazel grabbed the moment and told him to just spit out what he needed to do, no hesitation. Even if he wasn't as strong as a human, the angel still strutted with pure confidence. Magic humming in his bones, and his wild, commanding behavior instantly reminded Alex of the Duke and his horsing. The hero told Azazel that he was a respected senior master from the very academy they were standing near, and the angel answered exactly like you'd expect from his new brother. Alex said the place is basically a fortress for emergencies, meaning it could get surrounded and attacked by a ton of enemies. So he told Azazel to stand guard and protect it. The angel went bright red the moment someone asked her to help with anything, and the hero promised he'd be deeply grateful if she'd cooperate, while Eliza smiled and said it was a brilliant plan, since a fortress guarded by a higher being isn't exactly the kind of place anyone can just impress. But that wasn't even the end. Alex told Azazel he needed to forge a pact with Eliza. The angel and the girl froze in shock. Then the hero blurted out that he wanted to protect his empress, and her cheeks flared as she felt that fierce need, and in the end, he agreed to help his savior. The creature demanded to know what the pact really meant, and the boy told him, "I'll bind us together in magic, so no matter how far apart we get, we'll still feel each other." Just then, the Empress cut in, thanking him for everything, and admitting she truly leaned on him more than he ever realized. Azazel didn't step back at all. He swore his brother could lean on him even harder, and Alex nearly choked at hearing that kind of street talk from an angel. Horsine sat in the Carlite estate with the Duke, swore he'd seen an angel with his own eyes, and in the general's hands was a bottle. Alexander's father admitted that this kind of thing had crossed his mind, but he still couldn't believe Alex managed to tame even an angel, or reminding him that the student's skills had skyrocketed. Of course, the Duke saw it, since they were drilled by a senior master, and the general admitted that training others is brutally hard work. As soon as the kids slipped into the room, the boy clocked it. Every adult was right back to talking about him like he was the main event, and Angie swore it was because they genuinely liked him. The girl ate up every compliment like it was truth. Then Horsine shot to his feet and declared that Angie was basically a real wife, someone who actually understood what mattered. The general kept bragging about the hero's wins, especially how he forged a barrier even stronger than the last one. Then practically claimed he'd tamed the angel, and every sweet word about her betrothed sent Andy melting. The Duke of Carlisle and Horsine clinked their wine-filled glasses and toasted their little brother right there. Angie flashed a thumbs up, and Alex immediately clocked they'd had plenty to drink. Then Horsine suddenly threw out a question about the event that only shows up once every 4 years. It was Alex's championship and all-out tournament his father threw to put the hero's name on everyone's lips, where the winner walks away with seriously generous prizes. The man promised this year would be bigger than the last, then the boy swore he'd be at the awards ceremony. Meanwhile, the father demanded to know what the prize would be, since they'd already handed out land and money before, and now they had to think hard. Horsine nodded and warned them not to hold back during the tournament. And while the adults mulled it over, Alex figured the prize money was totally fair. Horsine finally snapped to an answer, raised the bottle toward the Duchy of Carlisle, and declared that the winner would get to pick their prize. The general shoved a huge bottle into Alex's hands and demanded what he thought. So Alex shot back, "Is that it? That's all you've got?" The men fumed and demanded to know what he meant, while the young gentleman grimaced, reeling from the harsh stench of alcohol on their breath. Angie threw out a wild rule: if the winner was a girl, she'd get the prize of marrying Alex. The father backed it up, saying it was just normal for a nobleman to keep a concubine. And when the girl pressed Alex, "So, what do you think?" he hesitated, then admitted he wasn't against it. Angie didn't hold back ever since she became Alex's fiancée. Her life has been nothing but pure happiness, and now she wants someone else to feel that same magic. The hero noticed his little betrothed was already thinking like the boss of a whole harem, so he decided it was time to get her someone to help, and the boy immediately agreed. Staring off in thought, Alex blurted, "What do we do if he wins?" The girl froze, then heat rushed to her cheeks. She fumbled out an apology, admitting she never even thought of it. Then Angie froze for a moment and asked if they could wait just a few seconds. The girl shoved Amelia along, and Amelia couldn't even figure out why she'd been brought in the first place, while the girl was practically vibrating with excitement. Then the maid stepped up and dangled it as a prize, a seal of approval from Alexander Carlisle. The girl told him, "If the farmer wins this tournament, the vice-emperor will tour every inch of his crops so everyone's talking about his name." And she added, "That kind of buzz makes the price for his goods jump instantly." They even had a wild prize idea, naming the fields after Alex, and the hero loved it at first, then paused hard, thinking, why stop there? This tournament only comes once every 4 years, so they could totally add another prize too. Then a plan hit him like lightning, so the hero beckoned his betrothed with one hand and asked, "Got a free minute?" The girl and the maid rushed up and demanded, "What's happening?" The boy flashed a grin and said, "I've got a great idea." He held up his hands and urged them to try using mana in a totally different way. An elemental magic cube materialized right in front of him, and it swelled bigger and bigger until it loomed before the girl's stunned eyes. The boy grinned and said it was a room made of magic. Then he told her to come inside tomorrow. The maid and the Baron's daughter slipped through those slick walls and landed in a huge empty room. Then Amelia snapped, "What just happened?" Angie blurted out, "It's spatial magic here. You can do anything you want." And the boy couldn't even hide his shock as she admitted she'd never seen anything like it. The girl's eyes sparkled as she thrust her heart into a sprinting rhythm, and Angie couldn't shake the thought that disaster could lurk in a room like this. Amelia even praised the prize for Alexander's tournament. The boy burst into relief when they finally cracked the prize for the men. Then the moment the prizes were announced, the next wave of participants jumped by a full 100 compared to the last tournament. Today, the Lords got a mountain of work again. This is Casson Village, right on the border of the Duchy of Carlisle. The protagonist heard the tax delay was just the weather's fault, so he rushed over to confirm it himself, and when he saw it, he said he'd act right now. He slammed down a colossal barrier over the harvest, then wrapped the vegetable beds inside it like a fortress. He crouched down in front of it and pressed his hands against it, and the crowd beside him stared, hanging on every move. Angie draped an arm over his shoulders and beamed, telling him the greenhouse was finally working, and they both flashed these huge, bright smiles. She told him that spatial magic was insanely useful, then immediately asked, "So, if you can do all that, do you grow roses in your garden?" The man spun toward Alex and thanked him, saying the cold this year was brutal, but they just didn't have the cash to build a greenhouse. They demanded to know how they could ever thank him, so Alex snapped at the farmer to stop kneeling. Alex said the cold problem was finally dealt with, then told them to take him to the rest of the crops, so he could cover every last one too. He nodded in agreement and jabbed his hand to where they needed to go. Then a stranger shouted Alex's name, and when he spun around, he saw a crowd of other people standing right there. They said they were from Miller's territory right next to theirs, and Alex pressed them for the exact one. The man shot back that it now belonged to Count Miller, and then his horrible character came roaring out. That mysterious man crumpled to his knees right in front of him and begged him to join his people. Alex and Angie were left completely stunned. The protagonist demanded, "What do you mean?" And they answered with a grin. "We've heard everything about you, your so-called miracles, like that harvest pulled from the magic bag and those greenhouses you set up earlier." He told us their village was drowning in trouble and they'd begged the Count for help only for him to shut them out. Their fields were already wrecked, so they were desperate to be allowed to join Carlisa's territory. She fired the question at him, what was he about to do? The protagonist let out a chuckle because deep down he knew taking another territory could spell trouble. But after everything they'd survived, they had no one else to turn to, so it had to be him. Alex told him he'd try to talk to Miller, so they should hang tight a little. Then the man crumpled to his knees again, bowed his head and poured out his thanks, and the protagonist snapped, "Get up! I said stop kneeling!" He figured he couldn't just turn around and go home, and he definitely couldn't hand over that extra harvest either. He strode up to the farmer and asked if he used the veggies that rotted from the cold as fertilizer, and the man nodded, saying they never used to do that. But now with the greenhouses, it wouldn't be needed anymore. The main character grinned and asked the guys if it would be okay if they were bought. Then the men exchanged a look and one of them gave a sharp nod. Alex figured he couldn't just crash into someone else's turf like an advisor, but he could swing it as a simple swap between households, so he pushed the idea of buying the vegetables and dropping them off under their watch. He thanked him with his whole heart, and the main character thought, this way, both villages will be okay. Amelia turned to Alex and said he'd got a visitor. Then the protagonist snapped back and asked, "Is it really my father?" Before he could overthink it, he bolted out to meet him and apologized for making him wait. A blonde man sat right in front of him, legs crossed and arms folded tight, like he was shutting the world out. Then he leaned in and told Alex that this kid was actually Her Majesty's deputy. He shut his eyes and told them his name was Alexander, so he could call it an honor to meet them. Then said, "And you can call me Count Albert Miller." The man chuckled, acting all courteous, but the truth was clear. He was still trying to steal his territory. Miller's face twisted with rising anger, and just as Alex tried to explain it was a misunderstanding, the man cut him off cold and said he wasn't buying any excuses. Count Albert Miller is known as a terrifying warrior, and the rumors claim he's so savage, he'll strike down even allies. Then he roared that you'd make him pay for it. Alex stared at him, and something felt off, like a weird aura was screaming danger because no normal man would act that way. Miller kept hammering forward, shouting that everything he did was pointless because he'd never let some immature kid get in his way. Miller swung another punch at Alex, and Alex snapped his hands up to block it. Then he felt something click into place. A wicked dark aura clung to Miller's metal, and the protagonist swore something had latched onto the Count like it was his job to rip it off before it swallowed him. Alex cupped his hands into a glowing sphere, flicked it straight into the graph, and when it actually worked, pure shock hit him so hard he screamed. One breath later, the man crumpled to the floor and blacked out, and Alex watched a burst of unknown energy pour out of his body like it had finally slipped away. After a bit, Miller blinked awake, scratched his head, and admitted the guy wasn't that bad. Alex shot back, asking if he was okay and whether anything hurt. He thought for a second, then said his headache was finally gone, an ache that had been tormenting him for 50 straight years, and not even the doctor could fix it. Then Alex pressed, asking if that bloodlust had finally vanished, and the man snapped back, "How would you even know?" Alex didn't joke. He swore it felt like a curse was clamped onto him. The guy pressed him again, and the protagonist snapped back that he was certain this was what was wrecking his head because his aura wasn't like a normal person's at all. The man demanded answers again, and Alex just shut it down. Don't pay any attention. Miller burst out laughing and thanked him, saying that in just a few moments he'd grasp everything and fix the problem. He was absolutely capable. Alex couldn't help thinking that this was the man's real personality. The Count grinned and told him the main character had his attention, then leaned in and offered to hash out every detail of the trade between the territories. After a while, Alex finally told Her Majesty why the Count wanted to join the alliance, and she pressed him again about Albert Miller, like, "So, this is it. Isn't this amazing? Everything he likes, and he's got another loyal comrade, too." Alex barreled into Miller's territory and froze. Everything around him was wrecked to the bone. The man shot a question at him, asking if it was really that bad. Alex said, "Yeah, if this keeps up, nothing will ever grow right again." And the damage told the truth. Miller looked like he'd been gone for a long, long time. Then the man shot a question, admitting he was the one stirring fights and snapping over the loot, so Alex asked straight up if it was theft, and Miller just laughed, saying, "Yeah, you could call it that." After Miller's lands got annexed, help requests started flooding in from everywhere, and this village is one of them. The man warned, "If they don't pay up, we won't stop at threats, we'll take other measures." He stared right at Count Miller and snapped, "Even if you can crawl through a dry rag, what won't work still won't work." Alex stared at him and realized no matter how it looked, this wasn't tyranny at all. Miller shot back, asking what he planned to do with it later. Then the guy said if it was only cleaning, he could handle it in no time. And the person standing nearby cut in, saying, "Yeah, but it isn't just soil." Miller swung toward the man and chuckled like he was suspicious, and the man just shrugged. Back turns out they didn't have enough water either. That brutal storm earlier wrecked the well, so Miller snapped that the city offered no real good place at all. Alex snapped that if this was really true, the Lord needed to step in. Then Miller shot back that you can't expect too much from an old man. And the next guy chimed in that the first move was simple: lock down the water and fix the well. The protagonist summoned magic and mended the well then. Out of nowhere, a strange sound hit their ears. The water started bubbling like something was brewing right down below. Miller edged towards the well, but Alex snapped, "Don't touch it, because it could be soaked in poison." Just a beat later, a hand shot up from the water, and then the girl surfaced, gasping out these weird, unsettling sounds. The girl finally hauled herself out and snapped her eyes open. Then she burst into a blood-curdling scream, clutching her head like it was splitting in two. Miller told us he'd spotted it ages ago, and Alex swore that, if he wasn't wrong, it was Astaroth, and he even said it looked exactly like Miller. Miller blurted out that his headaches only kept getting worse after he met her, and Alex snapped that she was the one who cast the spell. Then the guy pulled out the Philosopher's Stone and demanded to know exactly who did it. At the exact same moment, the girl lunged to strike right as the stone shot an answer that hit the main character like a flash, and he instantly understood what it meant. Miller barked for him to come back, but the guy said, "Don't worry, I've got this," and told him to go ahead and leave it to him. Alex cupped a glowing sphere in his hands, then blasted it straight into the girl's body. Her mouth flew open as shock hit, and just like that, she started to drop under its force. First, she tucked her knees and toppled to the side. Then, while she lay out cold, the main character rushed in toward her. Miller said I thought he'd shrug off what bothered him in an instant. Then he snapped back that he didn't kill her. Seconds later, the girl snapped back to reality. Her vision sharpened, and a low moan tore out of her as she came to terms with what happened. Alex dropped to his knees beside her, demanded if she was okay and if anything hurt, and she finally confessed who she truly was. Miller couldn't believe it. She was speaking and even talking like a normal person, until the protagonist leaned in and said, "Don't worry, I'm not an enemy, I'm a goddess, and I control fertility." The man froze in shock and blurted, "Is she really a goddess?" And that answer blew past everything he expected. Then Alex shut him out and leaned toward the girl, asking if any part of her hurt. She lit up with a smile and told him, "You saved me." Then she threw her gratitude at him because the truth hit next. She'd been cursed by an evil spell. She felt it was unstoppable, like her pain would drag on forever, with no end in sight. Denny repeated her words and raced through her thoughts. Was this the same curse as Azael's? Those circles that torment them even after they're reborn? She asked for his name, and something told her it was Alexander. So the moment she found out, she flipped the switch, and Alexander became her master. He was stunned by her words. Miller even said it was wild that the goddess Sumbit had found him, and she snapped back that she'd come to reward the child. The main character told her, "If this is what you want, then come love me, use that love on me." She grinned back, agreed instantly, and called him her master. Alex blurted out, "That's the reason she asked her off. The goddess of fertility will be living with them starting today." And the girl turned to everyone and begged, "Treat me well." Angie leaned in and bragged that she was stunning, and the main character pressed her. What can the goddess do that she absolutely can't so? Angie smiled and said, "She alone can enrich the earth." Alex leaned in and asked if the Alliance territory could finally get a great harvest, and Astaroth grinned like it was nothing, saying it was easy, as long as she was allowed to build a temple where she'd be worshipped in every village. Then the protagonist nodded and told her she was free to build them, and when the job got real, he even apologized for making her work again, even though she'd only just started feeling better. The girl beamed at him with rosy cheeks and thanked him sweetly for worrying about her. But if it helped her master, she wouldn't refuse, even if it meant she was the one who had to bring this body down. They clasped hands, and the main character grinned at her as he thanked her again straight up, telling her she couldn't fall apart. Alex snapped his gaze to his father and asked if they could build temples, and his father didn't hesitate, saying there was no reason to refuse, then ordering a messenger to be sent to Hosan and Miller right away. So every village in the area raised shrines, and by the time Alex's tournament rolled around, word of that amazing harvest had spread like wildfire. A while later, during the tournament, an unknown voice boomed, saying the two who'd charged into the finals of the second tournament were Alex Hosen-sama and Miller-sama. Hosen spun toward the latter and admitted he never thought he'd last all the way to the end. Then Miller shot back that he felt the same, like neither of them ever truly caved in. Then Hosen said it'd be a tragedy to underestimate anyone still on active duty, and Miller snapped back that Hosen was unbearably irritable while the girl just laughed, like, "You two are basically friends." A second later, Amelia snapped, "I'll be the host," while Duke Kurosama watched from the sidelines, and then she challenged the question straight to the air, "So, who's gonna win?" Alex's father replayed her last words in his head. Who would win today, then told her, "Show 'em." Alex stared at the chaos and asked if the master was actually allowed to join in. Then Angie grinned so wide and said, "We're both incredible." Amelia marched up to Alex's father and demanded he announce what the latest event was all about. He faced everyone in the room and blurted, "So, what's the deal with the latest event, the title, and the main theme?" The man jabbed a finger at Alex and declared it was his quiz. Then Alex just froze in shock, totally stunned by the spotlight. Father kept saying the numbers were Alex's calling so Alex's name could ring out again, and the praise could land where it belonged. Straight from him, the crowd nodded like, "Yup, exactly like the Duke, and that means it's perfect for Alex's tournament." Angie flashed a grin and said she knew all about Alex too, and it totally caught Alex's attention. Then he finally nodded, still hesitant, like, "Yeah, it's right." Hosen bragged, "It's so easy, come on, I've got my own adopted brother here." And Miller shot back, "I've heard all about that kid in my territory, so don't expect me to fall behind you." The men spun toward each other and started snapping again like a brawl was seconds away. Amelia said whoever messes up first is toast. Then she fired her first question and demanded to know what magic Alex used first. The word about the big win just kept roaring through the crowd, and Astaroth kept showing up with fresh documents for Alex, who kept thanking him with real gratitude while the girl only smiled and said she was doing exactly what the master ordered. While he was tallying one letter, the main character got hit with shock, and the girl demanded to know what happened. After a moment, he rushed to his father to talk about the harvest back in Goral village, and his father calmly said that there was nothing strange about it. Alex swore that the harvest numbers were the real deal. Then he compared cultivated land across villages and said one spot was pulling in a yield a full 3 times higher than everyone else. Alex's father snapped that it was inflation. So if that was true, the village elder would get caught, and Alex's worry exploded as he demanded, "What does that even mean?" And the guy told him straight someone's been blasting fake messages using Alex's name lately, and they've been riding the hype from his tournament too, so yeah, this one might be a trap. The father figured the guy was probably hunting for a bribe. Then the man flashed him his palm there. Etched with careful precision was a meteorite bearing the main character's name. Alex snatched the thing up, and right as his father warned him it was fake, they told him a whole village had traded it as a similar charm. No real harm was done, so Alex turned around and straight up shot the village chief. It was crystal clear Alex's influence was massive, and if it kept spreading the way the village chief warned, it was only a matter of time before everything spiraled into a disaster. So the danger had to be stopped before it ever got the chance. The protagonist snapped his head toward his dad, and his dad spun around to look at him. Then he admitted he got what he meant, but said it was way too soon to call it. Alex jabbed a finger at Astaroth and declared that this incredible harvest was also because of the girl's sheer strength. He just knew there was more behind it. When she heard his praise, she lit up and smiled back at him. Then the main character said, "I'll handle this myself." And after a while, they stormed into the village of Sorrel. Alex spun around, soaking it all in, and then bragged this harvest was unreal, not a single complaint in sight, and yeah, the numbers really weren't lying. Then he spun to Astaroth and demanded her take on it, and the girl just smiled. "It'll be exactly as the master says," she said, "so how could it be wrong?" She pressed her hand to her chin and blurted that she'd finally come up with something. Then Alex leaned in and asked if she had any ideas. She nodded and said, "This shrine is the only one on the whole territory, and she swears it was built in a totally different way than the others." As they tore through the village, an article caught their eye, one that showed them. Alex stared at it and felt his stomach drop, thinking, wait, they're worshipping me too. Astaruth admitted she was blown away by how perfectly he'd captured the bond between her and the master. And then she bragged way too hard because he snapped back that she'd gotten carried away and ended up making 3 times more harvest. Then they were suddenly called over when the man snapped that the kid was a disobedient emperor. And a nearby child shouted that the goddess was here too. They rushed forward, and right after that, they bowed. When the harvest finally wrapped up, Alex said he'd been summoned, and he was already here. Eliza snapped that she needed him for something urgent, shoved a sheet of paper into his hands, and told him to read it. He grabbed it and flipped it open, then demanded, "So, this is really a rebellion?" And she shot back that he was the smart one because she figured he already knew exactly what she was about to say. Then the main character leaned in and asked if she wanted to stop all of this, and the girl nodded with zero doubt, agreeing right on the spot. He swears the strongest warrior of the Hosen Empire is better suited than him, and she admits he's right, and also completely wrong. During her reign, this is the Empire's biggest rebellion yet, so they've got to land a fatal blow and set everything straight. Eliza leaned in and called him their dark horse, then demanded, "So will you still do it?" The protagonist grinned and said, "Forget it. Leave it to me. I'll do everything I can." After a while, they piled into a carriage and stormed straight to the uprising. Then they found it, the rebel headquarters. The girl snapped her finger and shouted, "This is Fort 7 Al-Qaid." At first, the protagonist tried to ask whatever was on his mind. Then he spotted Eliza in a maid's uniform, and that shock hit him hard as he demanded, "Why are you dressed like that?" When he shot back that rulers can't step in before the fighting even starts, she refused to hear it. She just had to see everything for herself with her own eyes. Then Eliza's cheeks flared red as she blurted that she wanted to stay by Alex's side. He questioned her about her last words, but she snapped back that nothing was wrong at all. Alex snapped that he had to figure out how to crush the uprising. Yet the girl cut him off, saying that wasn't the top priority because a barrier guarded the territory. And she showed him exactly how it worked. Eliza asked if he could see the numbers, then warned they'd film him in numerological order. And the protagonist immediately braced himself because this magic sounded straight up dangerous. The girl nodded at his words, said, "It shows up once every 100 years and somehow they still can't crack what it's really made of." Alex stared at the Philosopher's Stone, wondering if its promise was real because even if they got hit from every direction, it looked like no one would be able to get hurt. Eliza said she begged to look around, but he snapped, "Wait!" Then bolted out of the carriage, so she shouted his name. Alex hurled one of his spells right into the barrier already standing there. Boom! An explosion tore through the air. Eliza hauled herself halfway out of the carriage and gasped at the chaos unfolding in front of her, trying to shout questions only to realize something huge was happening in the fort. The girl demanded, "What does that even mean? Isn't it guarded by a barrier?" Alex just grinned and said, "Nah, this one only blocks people. The fortress itself can't defend a thing?" Her jaw dropped. The protagonist says it straight that barrier didn't just protect, it only failed against everything else, so if she nukes the fortress, the only ones left standing are the people. Eliza couldn't even process it. She snapped that it was all nonsense. Then the main character leaned in and asked, "So you're still not convinced?" She shook her head, saying it all felt wildly wrong, and even if that fortress was left unguarded, magic without its blast wouldn't be so simple. Then Alex urged her to go check, and suddenly, screams ripped through the air. Naked men were yelling around the place, demanding to know what happened and where their gear vanished, totally freaked out while Eliza finally understood what he meant. Her face burning as she grabbed it with both hands, and he leaned in asking, "So, do you believe me now?" Then the main character said it works on everyone too, and Eliza nodded, fully believing him. Like a fool who somehow expected the best, and she still managed to blow past every single expectation. In the chaos of noises and shouts, the fortress fell like clockwork. Then the man they let speak blurted that every fort was wrecked and the Supreme Commander had been captured, and Eliza only smirked, saying it took half a day. Alex fired off a question about casualties, and the man flat out said, "No one died." Eliza went speechless, then demanded an answer again, and Alex just nodded like he finally got it, leaving Eliza stunned that this wasn't some huge, all-out battle with the rebels. Then Eliza plopped down, clapped her hands over her ears, and blurted that it was so insane her head was spinning right away. The main character shot back, asking how she was holding up. One of Eliza's soldiers snapped that they'd finally have to face the fallout, and Eliza ordered the enemy general be handed to Alex, who froze in shock because he couldn't believe she was trusting him. Then the main character tried to lay out his plan, but a bunch of unknown people cut him off, snapping that they'd take revenge, and immediately demanded that everyone gear up. A strike came flying for Eliza, but Alex burst in front of her and slammed it right back at the ones who launched it. Every man crumpled to the ground, shouting curses, then begging for forgiveness. Alex declared, "I'm no longer your enemy, the battle's over." The man told him that 100 years ago, the emperor shoved them north, all the way to the border. He begged to break the curse choking their land, the one that kept them from ever going back to the sacred city of Zulan then. Eliza shot back, "Are you talking about the natural tribe?" And added, "I've heard of a curse that traps people in the north, stopping them from leaving." Alex jumped into the chat, saying everything was fine and they could head back right now, and the men were absolutely stunned. He claimed the curse was finally gone and that the city of Zulan was now under his control because he'd flipped the whole thing with his magic himself. Eliza couldn't believe it and pressed him, "Is that really true?" Staring at the main character, the men sneered that he looked like an idiot, so he scratched his face and snapped back, "Sure," then burned one of them with fire. He let out a scream, then it hit him. His heat was back, and suddenly the whole moment felt shocking to them. Alex flashed a sweet smile and told them their problem was solved. Then the men's faces burst red. Then they dropped to their knees before him and poured out thanks with every bit of their hearts, declaring, "You are our god." The protagonist strode up to Eliza and asked if she'd head to Zulan, and she lit up and agreed. Then hesitated, saying she had to rush back to the castle first and grab a report. In the Zulani district, deep inside the Alexandria Alliance territory, Alex asked the man if he was right that it was around here, and the guy nodded hard, saying he'd changed a lot. The old man leaned in and said, "This is where we lived right here, 100 years back. And in that very spot stood an altar devoted to our god." The other men let out angry breaths and claimed it was their land. Then one of them snapped that Alex and the others had wiped it out without a single trace. The spirits of their ancestors were guided to finally rest there in that altar. So then the protagonist clapped his hands and burst out, joyful, insisting it was crucial and that they had to put it back where it belonged. Everyone was packed at school, grilling him for whether he'd bring it back then. Perestroika snapped back that it won't resurrect history for them at all. And Alex shot back, "Then just watch." He cradled a stone in his palms and slammed it onto the earth to carve a pentagram, and then the protagonist urged them to undo it all and restore everything to the way it was before. A second later, an altar burst up out of the ground, and one guy froze in shock and yelled, "It's really there," while the other shot back, "Nah, it's just a copy." Alex shot back that it was real because he'd yanked it into the world with space-time magic, and the old man demanded answers all over again. He told the guy, "I didn't rebuild it. I moved it back then." The resident gushed that it was perfect, then pushed, "Do a ritual to prove it's the real deal." And the old man slammed his own blood onto the altar. The blood started to surge, and the old man stared at it with eyes bulging wide, whispering that it was finally really happening, that it was truly real. Then he shot me a Bela and asked if she was ready, and she lit up with a yes, closing her eyes and lifting her hands right up to face level. Dark, stormy energy whirled around her as the thought of blood mixing made her stomach twist. Then, after a beat, she snapped her eyes open. Alex stared in awe and said it was breathtaking. Then the crowd erupted into cheers, swapping stories about what they'd done, calling her their light, while the old man finally snapped the truth into place. This was a blood ritual meant for the most beautiful daughter. It's the family's pride-made flesh beauty passed down from one generation to the next like a precious heirloom because 100 years ago, the emperor couldn't win a girl like this. So he snapped and cursed their whole family. When the main character stared at Mia's smile, he swore she was the purest, most beautiful thing in the whole world. The old man spun toward him and told Alex to accept their gratitude. But Alex pushed back and asked again why he'd called him the vice-emperor. The man snapped back that Mia Bella was their treasure. Then the protagonist just stared, utterly clueless about what that even meant. After a while, the main character finally crashed back home only to discover he wasn't alone because Mia Bella was there too. He grabbed the phone, called Angie, and told her, "I'm home." The girl swept up to them, cupped her hands to her face, and blushed like crazy. Then Angie leaned in and asked Alex if she was a princess, and the girl smiled and said she was beautiful. Mia told them her name, declared that she'd be staying with them from that day on, and then leaned in to say Angie she was thrilled to finally meet her. "This is the natural tribe's most priceless treasure." Alex wanted to say no, but refusing them would have crushed their pride. So the protagonist chose to take her in. And when Mia turned to God, she begged him to tell everyone she was okay. Turns out she wasn't talking to anyone else, she was addressing Alex. He told her, "Call me by my first name," but she snapped back, "I'm not allowed." Then Alex leaned in and told her she was older than him, and the girl froze for a beat, then finally called him Alex. Angie's eyes went wide. She demanded if the main character was Mia's god, and the answer hit hard yes because he'd saved her tribe, and then she spun back to Alex like, "I know you're helping me." The girl swore she believes Alex is a god reborn, here to save them all. Then Angie grinned so wide and said, "Honestly, it's no surprise they call him that." And the protagonist felt it. She was starting to sound more and more like her father. Alex kept hearing the same thing over and over. But she still didn't buy it, especially not when he was finally the one who needed help. The protagonist sprinted back to Mia and dragged her along, and after a bit, they wound up in a room where they scarfed down cake and sipped tea. Then Angie leaned in and said Alex's parents were out, and he muttered that they'd have to wait and see how they'd end up introducing Mia. At that moment, he stared at Mia and thought, wow, she looks amazing. Even holding that cup like it was nothing then. One heartbeat later, he noticed her hand trembling. Amelia started sliding the cake onto the plates. While Alex kept staring at Mia, she tapped and rubbed her legs together, leaking impatience with every second. Amelia pressed a slice of cake into her hands and told her to hold the plate steady. Then Mia's eyes lit up, and her mouth started watering instantly. The main character asked her if she really loved cakes that much, and she just kept drooling as she shook her head, no, until he smirked and said he could tell she was lying. Then her face instantly flared red. The girl clapped her hands over her face to explain, then froze. Her dress was filthy. She reported it, asked what to do next, and blurted out, I'm such a slob. Alexa suddenly clocked it. Yeah, she really did look like that. And Mia's face burned with even more embarrassment as she snapped that he was wrong. The girl sprang up to bolt out the room, but her foot caught the floor. She toppled down and the cake landed on her. Mia burst into tears over the cake, and Amelia shot back, it's fine, we'll have more. Then pointed out the real problem. Your dress just needs cleaning, before offering to help right away. The girl broke into tears and hurriedly apologized, saying everyone could see how clumsy she was, how the tribe's mistakes had to be corrected, and that she just needed to wash her dress. Mia snapped that she was taught to keep it clean, but right then she looked totally unhinged. Alex stared at her, locked in, like he couldn't blink. Angie stepped up, grabbed her hand, and said she got it, because the way she looked was just too appetizing to ignore, and the girl instantly nodded along. Mia panicked and asked what to do with the clothes since the dress was crazy expensive, and Alex just told her, don't worry, I'll get you a brand new one. The girl tried to keep going, but he shut her down. He told her the tribe had handed him its most precious treasure, and he'd never paid a thing back. He jumped to his feet to keep his promise, swearing he'd picked the most beautiful dress for her, so the poor girl was absolutely mortified. After a while, Alex and Angie sprawled on the couch in the living room, and then Mia finally came out breathless with an apology for making them wait only for Alex and Angie to light up and tell her she looked absolutely amazing. The girl asked what they thought of her outfit, and they lit up saying it was beautiful. Alex even jumped in to agree. Mia swore she'd cherish it and never let it slip again, and Alex just grinned back like it was safe with him. Right then, he grabbed the mug of tea and drenched her dress with it, leaving her wide-eyed in shock as she blurted, what are you doing? Mia stared at the dress, eyes shining, then declared it was clean again like magic, and Alex pressed her on why it was so perfect. The moment the people on Alex's land spotted him, they shouted his name, and Alex made up his mind on the spot today. He'd give Mia a tour of their area, and Mia insisted on it even more. I spotted a statue of the main character himself standing there with Astaroth, and the girl told me those sculptures of them are everywhere. Then the guy mulls it over and goes, yeah, there's only going to be more and more of them. They say Astaroth, the goddess of fertility, has him in her good graces, so village after village rushed to raise statues in his honor. Mies thought, maybe if it keeps going like this, we'll end up with something like a statue of Alex stomping on a goddess. And Alex shot back, I don't see how that would help us get a rich harvest. The protagonist worried that the girl would blow up, so out loud he told her they'd already seen everything and suggested they grab something sweet before heading home. Then the girl instantly lit up with ideas. Mia shot back immediately, yelling that she agreed and then insisting they had to go right now while he just laughed. Then he drew a magic circle in the dirt and warned her that as soon as it started moving, she'd have to step right in. They got called out, and when they showed up, it wasn't peasants at all, it was armed men. They warned that Alex wouldn't slip away, and that's when he finally realized the shadow wasn't harmless. They claimed they were the survivors of the uprising, but they couldn't stomach it that this young kid massacred their friends, and they wanted to throw him to the pigs. The guys kept badgering him, saying he was doomed to be stuck here alone, and that's when rage snapped in my chest. I blurted that she was here too. The men turned to her, and their mouths just dropped when they said she was pretty. Then the men surged forward to attack, yelling they'd deal with her later. So the girl burst in front of Alex, screamed for him to duck, and swore she'd protect him. Alex grabbed her hand to pull her focus. Then he blurted that everything was fine, that there was nothing to do, but the moment the men spotted the barrier ahead, shock hit them hard. Mia jolted with surprise. One of the men snapped that he couldn't get any closer, and the girl spun to the main character, demanding what he was doing, and he said, it's a barrier. He said the only way through was to shatter the barrier step by step. So he set up not one, but 2 barriers, then declared his stones wouldn't get cracked by them, meaning that percentage would never reach its target. Then Mia blurted out, is it some kind of special power? Alex nodded and said, yeah, basically. Right then, one of the men smirked and claimed, I'm too smart for this. Then they barreled up to him and declared they'd have to take him down first, only for the protagonist to stare them down in total silence. In that instant, Alex unleashes his power, snaps on handcuffs, and glowing magic rings slam around the men's wrists. The man started screaming like crazy, shouting that the handcuffs lock on when someone's pulled off a criminal act that's way past reasonable. And the sentence is 3 years, but if they stop doing those stupid things, the cuffs will vanish on their own. Then the men yelled, basically telling him to kill, and he shot back, dead serious. No, you'll have to live with it. They snapped that he shouldn't spout nonsense because this was the only way they could keep eating and stay afloat. One of the men blurted that they were aristocrats and didn't care about them. Then Alex snapped his power back on and everything lurched into motion. The screams hit instantly. Those guys hung in the air for a split second, then crashed to the ground. It all happened right by Alex. If Mia hadn't yanked him out of the way, they would have smashed into him. Mia demanded to know what this place was, and he told her it belonged to the Carlisle family, but barely anyone lived here. Then he snapped to the men that he'd lend them this piece of family land. The protagonist told them, "You can work this land and feed yourselves," and promised he'd foot the bill, plus hand them the tools and cash they'd need to get through that first year. Then the men snapped, "We won't kill you, we'll ruin you," because land alone wasn't the goal they wanted to drag them into debt. Alex finally understood those people had already suffered too much, and that meant the uprising was on him. Mia grabbed his attention and fired. "So, what are you going to do, 7? Then he spun on them with zero hesitation and declared, "You've got 3 years if you're not in cuffs, you can keep this land for yourselves." But if they even cracked one rule, he'd sweep them clean, confiscating everything, and then demand right to their faces what they thought about the plan. One of the men shot back, suspicious as hell, asking if it was really true. Alex grinned and nodded, then promised he wanted them all to live well. Then the same man shot the question to the others. Would they be in? They all nodded instantly, and they explained the truth. They'd never get a shot like this again because now they were about to get land. Just after he called her name, Astaroth popped up beside him. Then she shot back, "So, you called me?" He asked, "Did you hear me?" Then laid it out plain he wanted the harvest difference between people who obeyed the law for 3 years and those who broke it to be absolutely massive. And she nodded back, "Yeah, I get you." Then she leaned in close and whispered what he'd do once they finally figured it out, only for him to grin and tell her to sit tight and watch. Mia stared at it and said, "If Alex becomes emperor, rebellions are done for good." Alex snapped his head toward her. "What are you talking about? If Alex ever takes over, then rebellions will be gone for good, yet he's not buying it." Snapping back that it's not that simple. So many people are hungry for his power because if he becomes emperor, it'll spark a brand new war. He pushes Lisa to reach her dream of a peaceful country. Then right then, Hazen snaps and starts attacking Mia. The shockwave barreled straight for the girl and she just stood there, praying, doing nothing to stop it. When she swept past them, everyone froze in shock and Angie couldn't believe it. She said it was wild how useless their attacks were. The guys closed in on the girl and told her she had zero trouble with the barrier. Miller gave Alex all the credit. Eliza just stared in disbelief, like she never imagined she'd ever see the barrier used like this. The leader crowed that the purge ran smooth and the rebellion was nearly crushed. Then she credited Alex, and he flashed a grin, saying he was happy to be her useful weapon. Eliza turns Angie into a princess, and now Angie's about to be Eliza's sister-in-law because even though they're half-sisters, they vibe like best friends. Hosen leaned in and asked Alex, "How many people can squeeze into the barrier, including you?" And Alex shot back, "Up to 7? The man nodded like he finally got it all. Eliza pitched the idea of calling it the barrier instead of 7-star pharmacy, and the man cut her off, saying that option was a hard no. The girl snapped her head toward him and demanded to know why, so he told her the title didn't say son or law, and she nodded like it made perfect sense. Alex shrugged it off, thinking none of it mattered until someone called his name. Unknown people were lurking by the fence of their house, calling out, "Is the main character here?" He nodded and told them, "Yep, I'm here." And the guy leaned in, saying she had to tell him something big, so he pushed, "This sounds serious, let's go inside." Eliza tagged along with them. After a bit, they ended up in the living room, and the guy blurted out an apology for showing up so suddenly. Then he warned them an uprising was about to erupt in the east, back in their homeland. Eliza tried to blurt out an answer, but the main character knew it would sting way too hard, so he swallowed the moment, called her by name, and then grabbed her hand. Then he snapped his gaze to the boy and demanded, "Are you telling the truth?" The kid nodded hard and said, "There's a man leading a rebellion and a bunch of villages have already flocked to him." The boy dropped to his knees and blurted, "Please, help us!" again and again, loudly begging until his voice wore out. The protagonist asked if he really wanted him to join, and he shot it down hard, saying he wanted him to stop the rebels, then added that he'd heard plenty about Alex. Then he asked again for help, and the guy stared back with that wordless plea in his eyes. Alex didn't look away either, locking in with him while still gripping Eliza's hand. Right behind them, voices cut through the air. Hosen blurted that the vice emperor was being forced to crush the rebellion, and Miller snapped back that nobody had ever heard of such a thing. Eliza yanked her hand away, and the men demanded, "So, what are you going to do?" Alex couldn't believe he'd have to sit still while rebellion was calling his name, so he told everyone, "Don't stress, I've got this," and assured them he'd handle it. After the uprising finally lit up the streets, the men bragged that they'd rounded up a huge crowd, stockpiled everything they needed, and now it was time to strike. Then the main character burst in behind them and snapped, "That's it, this riot stops now, you're not getting away with it." The guys started grilling the child, then promised they wouldn't let him slide. "We'll deal with him right now." But the main character answered by unleashing his power. With the shockwave blasting through, he flung the man in every direction, and they only managed to gasp in startled shock. Alex introduced himself and told them, "If you hate what the government's doing, tell me then. I'll ask what happened." Living honestly beats clinging to a losing fight. So when the uprising rises, it gets crushed before it can spread. In this world, your next life is a straight-up result of what you did before you died. Your choices come back to decide who you become. The soul whipped its gaze around in sheer shock, then blurted, "Wait, tell me this is really the afterlife." The girl shot her hands out toward her and blurted that she'd been waiting for him and that her name in life was Sarah Borden. They'll rip through every achievement from her past life, then pick what kind of life she gets next before she even died. She traded her own assets for medicine to the front lines, saving at least 10,000 lives. The soul agreed with her. And the moment the girl heard it, she realized she didn't seem all that interested. The soul cried that it was all done and rage burned in her chest for only managing this much if she had the strength. She swore she'd rip this tyrant's head off with her own hands. The girl leaned in and said, "Darling, that's an achievement so huge she'll be an S-rank in her next life, but I've got a proposal." She grabbed her soul and demanded, "Are you ready to make me an empress?" The soul stared at her, stunned, like it couldn't believe she meant it. This kind of outcome would be perfect for the empress's life, and right from the start, the highest ranks in the kingdom were all staring at that title like it was theirs to claim. Then the girl shot back, "Do you really want to be a tyrant's child?" And when she answered, she didn't sugarcoat it. The soul can change everything with one choice. The tyrant's curse only ends when his successor finally grows up, and that means it's her who will have to cripple him. She steps up, begs to be made empress, and suddenly she's handed the power she's been dreaming of her whole life. Then the soul shot back, dead sure she was in, and the girl blinked at how fierce the mood was before realizing they had to start doing procedures right away. She even urged her to enjoy this new life and call her Elizabeth Forsyth San. Right then, Mia was scarfing down sweets again, grinning like she'd hit the jackpot. Alex asked what happened, and she immediately apologized, saying it was just way too tasty to resist. She grinned and said, "I can take a bite," and the girl shot it down fast. "Nope, that's Alex's cake." Then Alex's eyes flicked over like she already knew the truth. She was drooling again. The protagonist admitted he was still blown away, then shot back, "Is this new magic?" And the girl smiled and said she was still practicing. Alex tried to blurt out how to take control of this thing, but right then someone called his name. He spun around and caught Eliza right behind him, then shouted her name. She grinned, waved back, and asked how he was doing. Alex questioned her about the dress, and the girl's face flushed as she mumbled that she had nothing else to wear. Then he told her that dress fit her better than any other, and right after that, he asked her to sit with him. The girl spun away to cover her face, let out a little chuckle, and nodded along with him. Then Alex shot up and yanked her chair out. As she hurried toward the spot to thank him, she suddenly tripped, then started to drop. The protagonist snapped out her name, and when he looked closer, he realized her dress had ridden up. She snapped, "Where are you looking?" And her face burned red with embarrassment. Then he spun away like he'd been caught, stunned by how totally unexpected it all was. Eliza brushed it off, saying her maid would switch her clothes anyway and that she didn't care about what Alex might see, even if it was her underwear, but Alex couldn't shake the doubt. Then Mia, right then, demanded another slice of cake. Even after being reborn, he clung to the belief that he was still the same person inside, and that thought made his heart hammer like crazy. Liza blurted, "Wait, what are you even talking about? I thought this was about control." And Mia shot back, "Yeah, and getting the power you need is way harder than you'd think." Alex had just carved a stunning 30-foot rock garden into the yard, and Eliza couldn't help but ask, "Wait, how did you do that?" She spun to the protagonist and snapped that he doesn't throw a single punch. Then she fired back, "So, you don't train in martial arts?" He smirked and said, "Magic is what usually comes in handy." Honestly, he'd rather try something besides magic like fencing. And when Eliza heard that, she just lit up and said it was adorable. He swore he wouldn't smash it, so the slide has to be rebuilt. And yeah, that's going to take a while. Eliza burst into laughter and told Alex he could pull it off in seconds. Sure, he was still a kid, but he was growing fast, getting stronger every day, and soon he'd even be able to protect her. She blinked, shocked by what she just said, then snapped back and corrected herself fast. "No, I meant my country, the Empire." He grinned and swore he'd protect it, no questions. Eliza sat there, dead serious, reading like a lobster, and then she demanded they check out the slide, so Alex nodded and said, "All right, we've got to go." He spun toward the girls and told them, "We've got a long road ahead, stick right by me." Через мить вони притулилися до нього з обох боків і запитали, "Це нормально?" Він кивнув. Все ще не впевнений, але в глибині душі вважав це прийнятним і таємно був радий, що знову став дитиною. In Alexander's garden, there's a towering stone mountain, and he's fencing his heart out, then decides to smash the edge of his sword into it. But the blade snapped right down near the hilt, and he couldn't help but wonder, did the sword really just give up? Alex swore he followed every step the Philosopher's Stone demanded, but all he did was burn his energy for nothing. He stared at the metal and realized it was no match for what he'd need. So he had one mission: hunt down a weapon worthy of the fight. Then his thoughts flashed to Are Halkan right as someone called his name. Hazen stood there, and right behind him hovered a blonde young man he called Ruzin, while the protagonist tried to figure out exactly who he was. The man said, "This is my new man." And the other guy chimed in, "Name's Cora Risen, yeah. I've heard about the main character." Alex sized him up head to toe and clocked a swordsman with a cocky grin, and when Hosein said he was new and tagging him along, Alex nodded back like, "Yeah, I get it." Hassan immediately clocked what Alex's sword turned into, and he hit him with, "So you really chose to wield it," Alex said. "I'm just training." But Rosen snapped, "I didn't even know you had a sword." The guy said he heard the main character teaches at a magic school, so he wanted to beg for lessons, and Alex agreed only for Rausen to burst in and attack before he could even finish his sentence. The protagonist realized his sword was useless no matter how hard he fought. He couldn't fix it, so he snapped into action, drove his power forward, and struck Rosen with the hilt, only for Rosen to stare in shock. Right after that, Rosen looked down and realized the sword's hilt was clenched in his hands. Then he blurted that he had nothing to say, and the guy rushed to apologize to Alex, swearing he'd never be able to use the sword again. Then the hero flashed his blade cracked and snapped and swore he'd been stuck like that for a while. Alex admitted he'd shattered it by accident with his magic. Hosen just laughed and said, "Of course, that's what you'd expect from his son-in-law," Rosen, and went completely speechless. The man told Alex to grab the right weapon, and Alex nodded right along, swearing he'd be furious if they kept smashing things up every second. Then Hosen's dropped the bombshell, some legendary blade magical. Holy was just waiting for the main character. Alex nodded along, saying it would be nice still. It's not that simple to find Hosen shot back that for son-in-law, getting them to buy in would be easy. But the main character shook his head and said he didn't believe it for a second. Right then, Alex's father stepped in and told them he'd seen this coming. He was ready for it. He tried to figure out what his father meant, but his dad just smirked, saying it was already there then. A sword materialized on the table in front of them, and he grinned, telling him he'd asked for it all for his son. Alex stared at the sword and swore it was a holy blade, with a strange air drifting right along the steel. Father warned him that the holy sword picks its own wielder because not just anyone can handle it. So of course Hosen charged in and tried to tame it anyway. Still, he failed. Then his father shook his head and said it wasn't that simple, pushing him to try again. Alex snapped his gaze at the man and demanded why they were so sure he could pull it off. Then they answered with iron certainty, and Alex lunged for his sword. He grabbed the sword with steady hands, and nothing went wrong then. A blinding light erupted around it, and the men froze in shock. They started arguing that Alex was the only one who could use it, and Alex couldn't shrug it off anymore. The stone had clearly reacted, and there was no denying it. Now that sword was sacred. The stone revealed the holy sword's bloody history, one legend after another, with countless people tangled in its past, and then Alex planted his feet, ready to swing. He unleashed his true form and slammed the sword downward then. Out of that blade, an unknown young warrior burst into view. The watchers instantly went wide-eyed, because that wasn't just any weapon. It was a holy sword. The young man snapped his head toward the main character and blurted his thanks because of him. He was finally free, and now he could rush back to heaven again. Alex's father snapped his head to him and demanded what happened, and Alex blurted that the boss was trapped, sealed inside the sword then. God leaned in and said, "I was condemned for my sins," and that he'd been waiting forever for this one moment to finally break free. He spun back to Alex and blurted out how grateful he was, then asked, "So you're one of the gods?" Alex shook his head and said, "No, I'm just a man." God thanked him again, called him his human child, and vanished. Then he spun to his father, rushing out an apology for the sword, but his father didn't even blink. They just stared in disbelief, realizing God was finally free. Alex stared at his shattered sword and admitted, it was done now. He had to hunt down a brand new blade. The protagonist stared at his statue. Someone out there had clearly bowed it for some creepy reason, and he snapped, "This is awful." Mia shot back, "Yeah, it looks like it's been knotted by worms." This is the village of Shisk Laura, the village chief, grabbed his attention and warned him something was seriously wrong, so he and Mia rushed in. Right away, the woman said a monster had crawled into the area. The protagonist pressed her again about the monster, and she snapped back that it was a bug monster. Then she cupped her palms and showed it right there. They stared him down, taking him in piece by piece, and you could tell they couldn't believe how small he really was. Moments later, the beetle shot out of the woman's hands, started munching on me like I was its next meal, and she went completely wide-eyed in shock. Alex ripped his coat off, then handed it straight to the army. Then he turned to the girl and asked, "You okay?" and she smiled, saying everything was fine. She blurted, "I'm sorry, I didn't think he'd attack." Then quickly asked, "Is the dress magical?" Alex nodded and said it was made just for careless Mia, and that it would be restored. A heartbeat later, the dress looked brand new again, like it never took a hit. The woman grabbed the beetle back and said it devoured stuff packed with magical energy to refill its strength. Alex finally got why I ate the statue. Everyone turns their nose up at crops, buildings, grungy commoners, anything that doesn't sparkle with magic but Alex's stone statue. That's different. The protagonist spoke out what he believed, and in his own head he swore these statues had Astaroth's blessing, the goddess of fertility, and that's exactly why he loved her. She shoved a chewed-up bag into his hands and snapped that he'd already eaten it himself, so now it was ruined and useless. Turns out it was even made from the claw of disaster. Alex snapped that they had to get rid of them ASAP, but the woman spun toward him and warned, "Don't attack this bug while it's curled up. If the main character gives it a try, she'll eat me." Then the bug whips back, plops onto the girl's dress, and panic hits her like a lightning strike. Alex snatched the beetle in his hands and snapped, "This isn't a miss." It buzzed like a living alarm, and the moment he stared at it, he knew he had to try something new, so he launched magic at it, then let it go and struck again. She asked if it worked, then gushed that she was so glad she'd called the protagonist. He spun around and said he'd only killed one, then smirked, like he had another idea. He hauled together his brand new statue, and it blazed bright as day while the woman just stood there, totally clueless. Right then, one of the men stepped up, praised him by name, and showed him what he'd been missing. Turns out the beetles had flown back to the statue to munch on it again. Alex spotted it, blurted it out, then waved it off like, "Relax, everything's fine, just a watch." The moment the beetle slammed into the statue and chewed off another chunk, the rest instantly got wiped out. Mia couldn't believe it because it happened again. Alex said he'd poured all his magic power right here, so if anything tried to bite a piece, the whole body would instantly swell, then burst open from the inside. The woman leaned in and asked, "So what happens if we all team up and go after everything at once?" The main character bragged that he'd seen it all coming, and the bitten piece snapped back like it never left. He even built it to regrow the way Mia's dress does, so there's no way it gets eaten again. The woman beamed and told him she was grateful he'd helped, and Mia flashed a smile right back, then snapped her gaze to something she noticed. The girl clocked the beetle gripping a splinter in its little paws, and she couldn't figure out what it planned to do until the main character guessed it was headed straight for the nest. Mia pressed him again about the nest, and Alex shot back that he thought he was bringing him there to feed his friends. "So now tell me, with this new article's twist, what's about to happen to them?" Then he grinned and promised that they'd all explode, and with that chaos, they'd wipe every single one of them out. She thanked him, and Mia shot back that Alex would always do what's right. Alex promised he'd whip up a brand new bag the moment he finally got a fresh claw. Then the next reports hit those beetles had been wiped out completely. After they finally made it home, a brand new day was here, and Angie burst up to Alex shouting, "Good morning!" He prayed for the same thing back and leaned in. Asking if she'd slept well, she beamed and said yes. Alex told her to practice outside, and the girl nodded, grinning because she'd learned a brand new spell the day before. And then what? Angie told him, "Take a look," and jammed a brand new stick right up to her face. Then he blurted, "What's wrong with it?" The girl stared hard, and it clicked. Her magic wasn't working at all. Right then, Amelia barreled over and shouted the main character's name. He demanded what happened, and she snapped back that it was impossible to put in words. She was so tense her voice shook, saying the magic had vanished from the entire house. Then Alex pushed her again, asking about it. Just then, Mia's scream tore through the air. He shoved Angie back to her room and sprinted to save Mia, yanking open her door and shouting her name. He tried to ask what happened, but time ran out because he'd just caught her in her underwear. She shrieked. He blurted an apology, then he stumbled out of her room, clutching his chest like, "What the hell?" After a while, he finally showed up to his father and poured out the whole story, every detail. His father listened, then snapped that anyone at home who was permitted to use magic still couldn't. And then he said, Calamite was so sick she couldn't even move. Then the man dropped the truth something had struck that stopped magic dead in its tracks, and Alex nodded along like, "Yeah, that checks out." He told them Mia's dress was made by Magic 6, so of course it vanished the same way father snapped back, saying it was a total nightmare. He spun to the protagonist and demanded, "Is it working?" And the reply came back, "Yeah, I could actually use just a bit less than half my power." The father replayed his final words over and over, his mind screaming for answers about why this had all happened, while Alex shot back that he still had no clue. With fire still burning in his palm, the protagonist started pacing the room, and he realized everything felt smaller on this side, like the trouble was pulling from that direction. His father nodded and told him they were going to hunt for it. Every single person in this house was going to join the search. He snapped his attention to the main character and pointed out the tree in the yard, saying it like it mattered, and then the main character's father told her to lead them. So after a bit, They slipped into the garden and closed in on that tree. Alex swore it had to be right here at the tree's roots. Something was off. A swarm of beetles. He said it all finally clicked for him. These bugs feast on power so they can't use it themselves. His father snapped his head toward him and asked if he could wipe them out, and the protagonist answered, yes, without hesitation then. Out of nowhere, a stranger jumped in, demanding to know if they were really about to exterminate them. Turns out it was the Beetle Queen. She snapped that he couldn't pull it off, then promised she'd get revenge for every one of her relatives. The father tried to ask who she was, but the protagonist already had it figured out. Then he promised he'd take care of her until the Queen of Beetles snapped, you're useless. Alex sprinted up to her, thrust his hand forward, and unleashed his magic. Then the whole room went still, like everyone was holding their breath. But the attack still didn't land. Nothing worked, and he couldn't believe it, because last time, it had worked perfectly. The queen burst out laughing and asked if he truly believed it would work again, like she hadn't already spotted the trap. His attacks wouldn't hit the same way twice. The queen declared that with their magic sealed, they were untouchable. Then she snapped, now attack. Still, the main character admitted he was crushed, and right then he unleashed a massive surge of power. The queen snapped, why can you use magic when it's not for everyone? And the hero shot back, I can, but only at half strength. Then he slammed the brakes on their plans. He wouldn't let them do whatever they pleased. The girl said it was so rare here that no one with an S rank had shown up in ages. So in the next life, he'd finally get everything he deserved. The protagonist jolted his eyes open, only to find himself sprawled on the dirt with his back braced against a tree, and the whole scene hit him like pure déjà vu. Right then, something started to thrash and vibrate in his hand. He screamed, then snatched the object midair. When he finally looked, it was a beetle egg. It was a... Miles of Carlisle's mountain estate stretched out ahead. He'd come hunting for the beetle eggs, and just the other day, their queen somehow dodged extermination. Now they're evolving. If he let things stay the same, this whole mess would spiral out of control, so he had to act, and he had to do it now. In the dead corner of the nest, a massive egg sat waiting, bigger than anything else, and that's exactly what he came for. He figured the insect normally dumps a whole pile of eggs, but here there was just one, like this single one had to be something special. He fueled it with the Philosopher's Stone, declared he was right, and then stared hard at his own hand. The Philosopher's Stone claims every beetle is tied together by a magical web. So when one dies, another only gets born if that exact death happened. And once this beetle wipes out the queen, it becomes her. He dropped to the ground, pressed his hand on the egg, and started imagining how he'd blow up their whole family. Then the shell suddenly began to crack. After a while, a fresh beetle finally burst out of its egg, and it was downright adorable. 2 little horns stuck out on its head. Staring at him, the protagonist realized he looked nothing like what Alex had imagined then. Right then, the beetle snapped and demanded, so, who are you? The protagonist clocked that the bug had a female voice, so it wasn't a guy at all. He introduced himself, then leaned in and asked if she was hungry and whether she ate that kind of thing. Sniffing the air, the queen snapped to it and realized it was a magic stone. Alex's eyes widened as he thought, she's incredible. Then he nodded along and pressed, so you really don't want it? She shot back with a hard no, refusing to eat it, claiming it was basically poison. The protagonist pressed her, asking if she remembered anything from her past life yet. The queen just stared at the floor, falling into deep secret thoughts. He said it straight out so there was no confusion, then insisted to himself that if the beetle carried these memories, it could only mean the next evolution was coming. He told her, don't freak out, this is just the normal stone I forged this morning. And then he said it had 3 major effects. Elixir of life, elixir of death, but once she takes it, hunger will never haunt her again, so the queen insists it's just a dream, warning her not to chase that feeling. Alex nodded hard, eyes locked on the Philosopher's Stone, the stone of the highest power, the one everyone chased, but almost no one could ever grasp. Then he leaned in and asked her, so what would you do? The main character told her it was pure gold to live without dying, then pushed her to try it. In his head, he reasoned this: if a queen refuses death, she can bear the next heir, and if she won't, no one else will get the chance because the next queen won't even be born. Right then, the queen snapped a decision into place. She wanted immortality, no questions asked. For one breath, the room went dead silent, and then the stone unleashed its magic, zapping the beetle. Alex shut his eyes and boom, the girl flickered into view in front of the queen's soul. She leaned in and asked if the queen wanted immortality, then smirked and revealed she was an S rank, with power that could do way more than anyone expected. The queen found herself in the middle of her days, heard that voice, and swore it had to be a dream because nothing sounded that angelic. And then it hit her. This child had been a good soul in past lives too. After what felt like forever, the queen finally jolted awake right in the protagonist's arms, and then he swept her up with an invite to his house, grinning like, so now I've got an immortal queen. The beetles won't get paid anymore. Everything changes as the whole thing evolves, and the queen snaps back to him again. Pressing about that house, he grins and tells her he'll just tell his parents she's only his pet. He told her he'd name her Peachin. Sure, her parents would be over the moon. Then he said, "We're going home." And honestly, he couldn't believe it was this much easier than he'd feared. Suddenly, the beetle launched off his hands and bolted into some random direction, and Alex's stomach dropped because it felt like her old tricks again. She probably loved the garden, but Alex was terrified she'd pull the same stunt. Alex shouted that it was time to train because he still hadn't found a weapon that could land a real physical hit. And if he shook what he had, everyone nearby would just crumble and drop. He can do more with his bare hands than Orielkin can even manage. There's no way that's the full power. And if that's true, then there are better weapons than him. And just as that thought hits, he feels a small shove on his leg. Turns out a beetle had been rubbing up against his leg. Alex dropped into a squat and demanded to know what happened. Then he noticed she'd brought him shiny shards and asked if she'd gathered them herself. Suddenly, Alex felt pure, blazing energy surge through him. Then the queen leaned in and asked if he wanted to know what it was, and Alex just stammered that he had no idea how to explain it. The protagonist realized that all that remained were habits, those tiny metal objects brimming with even more magical power. Alex goes, "This metal's even better than orichalcum." And then he leans in to ask, "You hashed it." "It's the strongest metal on the planet, stronger even than orichalcon." And then he stared at the beetle like, "Yep, that's perfect." Right then, the queen snatched the stone, and Alex couldn't help wondering if she thought it was edible. Then she snapped her correction so Alex wouldn't look bad for even a second. That stone blazed like gold, way better than orichalcum, and it even carried energy like a lightning wire. And he bet it could be upgraded. His mind sprinted straight to weapons made from it, and then he snapped his gaze to Pecan and asked if she could track down more. The queen stared at him after that question, then bolted upright and vanished into some unknown direction. While the rock looks just like Mount Tarakan, he can't feel a single drop of energy in it. Then, boom, she came back in the next breath with a hunk of metal in tow, and he grabbed it like it mattered, staring as he called it a hair-roken. Wait, did she really drag all the way to get it for him? He told her not to push herself too hard, not if she wanted to keep going. 3 days later, the house floor was buried under a massive pile of those stones. Then the main character gently stroked the beetles and praised them, only for the other one to snap back, "It's not worth the hype." Alex told him that the Philosopher's Stone could forge a massive sword from that amount. But first, everything had to be melted down. He blasted it with his fire, but it wouldn't budge, so rage didn't stop him. He clenched his jaw and hunted for a whole new plan. He tried again and again, but nothing shifted, so he finally pulled out the Philosopher's Stone and went all in on the magic it was forged with. He swore he was packing double the punch of an Sss-Rank then. A second later, he melted the mass with a swing of his sword. Right then, a stranger's voice cut through the air, promising he could help him even more, and he swore it was the Philosopher's Stone speaking straight to him. After a while, a brand new sword snapped into his hands, and he gripped it, like he was about to unleash a strike. Alex's mind raced a hero-made sword, powered by a Philosopher's Stone, the kind that would never break. After a while, he started training hard with that sword. Then he snatched a tiny leaf in his hand, grinned, and told everyone the magic attack hits when he unleashes that chopping blow. Eliza told Alex that the sword was finally perfect, crafted just right, so he could fight at full power now, and Alex couldn't help grinning about how he'd finally found this stone. The girl said she couldn't stop thinking about how he'd managed to spot such a legendary metal. So she peppered him with questions, but when he stayed shut, she finally leaned in and asked why he wasn't even used to the sword yet. Eliza told him he couldn't cut a single one of those leaves, and he let out a heavy sigh before shaking his head. Then he drew his sword and started showing off what he could do. Alex said he could cut through the leaves instantly. He could have cut her too if he wanted, but he held back so he could fully control his power. Eliza was stunned by his words, and she blurted out that he was showing his true self right now. Then he froze, staring at her like he didn't get a single word, and demanded what she meant. She smiled back and waved it off, saying she didn't mean anything like that at all. Then he grinned and told her everything was totally fine. Angie and Alex and the girl, both just 12, ran off on a trip together, and when she asked, "Is it a cave?" he grinned and said, "Yes." Today, at the residents' urgent request, they stormed into the town of Zhors, and that's when everything started vanishing. They followed the trail of magic like it was a lifeline, and it led them straight to the right place. The protagonist grinned at her, pressed a hair bow into her hands, and told her he tried to trap the queen of those bugs' magic power inside it. So if she ever lost it somewhere, it'd still guard her from magic's effects. She grabbed it in her hand, smiled, and told Alex she was keeping it safe because he'd given it to her. Then she thanked him. Then the main character blurted that they had to race to the cave and told her to cling to him. She nodded and agreed. They slipped inside, and Alex blurted that it felt way more spacious than he'd imagined. Angie snapped her hand over her nose and said it smelled weird, like they'd walked into a hot spring. The protagonist told her to shut up, and then boom, Basilisk and a Minotaur burst into the cave. Angie said everything about them was creepy, then shot Alex a question. "What should they do?" Alex grinned and promised to slap a bow on him so he'd go blind. Then said the basilisk would light up the room with its magic. The girl asked, "Will everything be okay?" And he shot back, "If anything goes wrong, I'll draw my sword and defend myself." Then it hit him. Those missing things meant trouble, so he knew he had to stop the basilisk right now, or it would freeze Angie and leave her helpless. Alex demanded to know why the monsters ripped crops and clothes from the villagers, and the Minotaur snapped back that it was bait to lure his kind into the cave, then praised Alex for taking care of the basilisk. The enemy swore he'd gnaw every bone in him and even every soul living in the city. But before he could strike, time ran out. The protagonist swung his sword and in one brutal slash chopped the Minotaur's head clean off. Then the thing crumpled to the ground, dead without a single sign of life. Alex spun around and warned, "If you're going to hurt people, don't expect mercy." Then he couldn't shake the nagging question of why they needed those residence things at all. Just a heartbeat later, he slid up to Angie and tapped her shoulder. She breathed out, saying she was so relieved the guy was fine. He told her he wanted to look around, and Angie couldn't hide how shocked she was. Right then, Angie's support vanished, and she started to drop. Alex exploded up instantly and caught her mid-fall. The protagonist spun around, saying, "Man, we've gone way too far." Because this place screamed dungeon, but it didn't look like anything that belonged in the real world. Then Alex touched the wall and felt it pulse warm under his hand. And while he was still tangled in his thoughts, Angie snapped, "Look there," and pointed right at a swarm of monsters. Staring them down, the main character felt anger bubbling in his chest, convinced the enemy was practically begging for a showdown, and it felt weird as hell. Right then, a mystery man burst onto the scene and stood right in front of them. Claiming he'd been waiting for them all along, he even clocked that the boy was a kid. Yet he still refused to let him go that easily. The unknown leaned in and said, "Time moves like a river. Each wave crashes over the last and swallows it whole." When the man brought up the last wave, Alex's stomach dropped because it sounded like he was calling him out, and the stranger fully expected Alex to strike back. After all, these strangers were meant to smash into the city. The main character snapped that the guy was a lousy actor and that he was only stalling for time. The man demanded an answer again, and he snapped back that you just act, like the spiritual book says. Then Alex grinned and said he'd feed them because they were already sitting in the stomach. Angie snapped that they had to escape or they'd all be digested, so she pushed them to dump everything first, and that's when the girl finally clocked it. He wasn't just sealing up the place, he was sealing the whole building shut. The main character declared they'd have to break free, then spun toward the girl and warned her to stay sharp. She nodded and agreed. After what felt like forever, they finally realized everything was gone poof. Vanished. Alex stared at the cave and snapped, "This isn't normal. It's like one giant monster." Then he turned and said he had to report it to the city, right now. After a while, they finally rolled up to a hotel in Seahorse, sat down at a table with a stranger, and the stranger snapped, "Put your hands on it." So Angie nodded and agreed. The woman gushed that they were perfectly made for each other, and it was the first time she'd ever really seen something up close. Angie smiled and said she was just glad that she and Alex were connected. Alex nodded at her instantly, grinned, and declared that Angie was his wife. She lit up with an even warmer smile in return. The girl leaned in and asked if it was time to go meet the girls, and the guy grinned and said, "Yep, let's go." Angie and Alex strode through the city streets, and Angie kept spinning her head left and right, as if something out there was catching her eye. Alex finally called her name, and she shot back that they were all shining like that. They figured it had to be one of the hot springs' strange effects, and the protagonist couldn't stop raving about how insanely amazing it was. Alex still remembered the day they blasted part of the mountain to pieces, and she snapped that it wasn't right to leave the other work hanging, so he shot back, "For now, everything's going to be fine." After a while, tiny morphing changes started popping up across the mountain, so the main character pulled Angie into a hug and told her the truth: the mountain was being restored. Alex snapped back that it was all a mirage, and with a surge of power, he forged a barrier to briefly stand in for this mountain. He rose up on his toes and fired off a decisive line. This was what magic looked like when weakness became its power. Harakana and the Philosopher's Stone team up, turbocharging the energy so it doesn't just glow, it reshapes magic into something like a mountain. And Alex swore it turns that whole lump into power. Angie let out a heavy sigh and said, "It all began to burn once upon a time. There was a sage called the Keeper of the Mountains who could resurrect troops and use magic to forge matter from nothing." He spun around and snarled that the knot in his gut would fuse with everything around him. Then by the next day, he'd put himself back together. Angie grinned and told Alex he'd tapped into the great sage's magic, and the dude leaned in, saying everything sped up like crazy because of that sword. As he spoke, he caught himself thinking he'd better grab a stone from here as a souvenir. After a while, Eliza and the other girls shouted their names, and Alex and Angie snapped around toward the voices. Mia and Xiaomei were right there with Eliza. Alex hyped them up, and the girls immediately begged to hit the hot springs because they swore the magic in that spring water would turn it into a special source with mind-blowing effects. Xiaomei tiptoed up to the protagonist, clasped her hands together, then flashed him a sweet smile and told him she was truly grateful he invited her. He told her she looked fresh in those clothes, and her cheeks instantly burned as she blushed and thanked him again. Then he urged her to soak up the visit while she still could. After a bit, they finally reached the hot springs and she swore the air smelled incredible. Then Eliza turned to her and said she didn't need to wrap up in a towel there. The Imperial Majesty started taunting her and pushing her to toss the towel faster, and Angie shot back with squeals, begging him not to rush her like that. Mia burst out that everything felt amazing, then spun to Xiao Mei and said her skin was glowing like crazy because that water felt just as good. One of the girls insisted the main character would hand out yukata later, and then another girl blurted, "Wait, are you sure that's really what Angie's wearing?" Right then, Alex stood alone at the source. Steam swallowed the view, and he still had to force himself to hold back. The girl stares at Alexander, shocked out of her mind, and blurts, "Wait, what kind of glasses are these?" The protagonist leans in and asks Xiao Mei if she truly knows everything about the Court of Reincarnation, and she just nods, no hesitation. Your past deeds shape every twist of your present life, and the guy tells you that once he snaps on these glasses, he can literally see what rank people are. His girlfriend stares at it in awe and calls it insanely cool, then asks if he can pull up her rank too, and when she actually wants to know that badly, the protagonist is caught off guard because she just shrugs and says she's into it too. The heroine frets that the results won't live up to her expectations, and Alexander agrees, so he's pointing her toward a Merrick, a Chable, as her best chance. Xiaomi's blown away. This young man is so confident the girl's got a bright future ahead, and he makes that promise with zero hesitation. The girl smirks and tells him straight up if he claims it, then it's gotta be true. She swears the Silver Plague left that posh, branded man as one of Alexander's reincarnations, but the protagonist cuts in, saying something's off because back during that disease, the human race got wiped out by Ten Bao. Alexander is convinced that whoever stopped that disaster will become a god. So the main character sits there, staring out the window like he's deep in thought. The hero charges up into the castle and Alexander blurts out, "We're almost there, right at the Magic Academy." At this academy, director Thor Ethan told him, something's off while they were studying the summoning technique. They suddenly stopped talking just a few days ago. Alexander can't shake the feeling that something's off here. This academy is the lifeline during emergencies, so they have to stay connected no matter what. The director is terrified it's all getting way too heavy, so he grabs the protagonist and orders him to go look into it. The young man nods, grins, and tells him he's out. He's leaving right now. The moment the heroes step into the academy, the place feels dead. No people, no noise, and not a single trace that a battle ever even happened. They decide to scout another place, and then, out of nowhere, the heroes trip over something so unbelievable it leaves them both staring in shock. Then boom, massive monster animals crash into view in front of the friends, and one of them is gripping a helpless man in its huge paws. Alexander hears the heroes scream and whips around in horror. Then the girl turns to him and says, "Those monsters have been attacking people." Stunned, he stares at his opponents, and with a snap of his special glasses, he peeks through the chaos to figure out their ranks. His partner throws everything she's got at it, trying to help, but she's moments from going in for the attack, and the main character steps in to stop her. The young man snapped that those monsters aren't monsters at all, they're people, just like anyone else. He tells them he can spot a C rank sitting in the glasses. No way someone with that level can ever be reborn as a monster. Sure, there are magic tricks that can swap bodies, but before any of that happens, they've got to understand one thing first. In the blink of an eye, everything flips and the monsters explode into action, launching a brutal attack. They slip out of the clutches somehow, and then the monsters drop to the ground like their power just snapped. The hero charges up to one of the survivors, and after feeling a victim's breath, he blurts out a grateful prayer to God because he's alive. Out of nowhere, right behind him, his partner erupts in a scream. Alexander spins around and pure horror hits him. He spots a monstrous figure so human-looking it's terrifying, pinning a girl in its grip. And the protagonist snaps that he better stop, because no one knows if it's squeezing her for real or about to twist her head off. Alexander is rushing to help his friend. Then the whole situation flips and the girl gets replaced too, leaving her trapped inside this monster's body. He has no clue, so he snaps at his girlfriend to freeze no more moving. With lightning-fast strikes, he hammers the monster and leaves it reeling. The girl is finally freed, and the protagonist rushes up asking her straight away if she's okay. The heroine barrels over to him, throws her arms around him, and blurts, "How did you know it was me?" He shoots back that he'd never, ever mix up his girlfriend with some other guy. The girl lets out a heartfelt sigh, totally awestruck by Alexander's skills. Then the heroine blushes hard, slaps both hands over her face, and the poor young man just stares, shocked to see her react like that. The protagonist asks the girl if she's really feeling that bad, and she pauses, then admits she just got caught off guard because now she's totally fine. She whips around and tells the girl to stick close and walk right beside him, and the young man immediately assumes she's casting some kind of magic to control him, so the heroine presses, "Have you figured out why yet?" Alexander answers, "Yeah, I finally cracked what you're really after. Everyone's known for ages the judges of reincarnation. Sort the carcasses like a ladder of fate. S is an angel or a god. A to C means human, and D, that's for animal monsters." The protagonist explains that a creature's power and abilities are locked to its rank, then whips around to the girl and asks if she gets it. She nods hard and says yes. Long ago, a ruthless sorcerer cracked a spell that could swap the bodies of two things, and then he used it to trade people's bodies with monsters like it was nothing. At first, the protagonist figures the sorcerer was just probing, wondering if the soul would keep its rank even after it got swapped into a new body. After that one purchase, somehow the people who got replaced still managed to climb their starting rank higher. About a month later, they'd crumble in self-worth and turn into puppets for whoever cast the spell, so the sorcerer got so drunk on that power that he unleashed it to forge a mighty army. Alexander grabs his army and swears he'll conquer the entire world, and that dream turns into a catastrophe that slaughtered countless lives on Earth. The girl finally gets this point, and horror rips through her as she blurts out that the magic he's talking about is Earth Academy magic, then she doesn't even get the chance to finish. The young man blurts that he's certain this spell is the culprit, so the girl freezes in pure horror, speechless, while the heroes finally realize the truth. People in this academy are trying to bring back the Silver Plague. The young man stares at his sword and declares that every student here can wield magic and most are already high-ranking, so their powers would make perfect soldiers for the army, and that's exactly why the academy is most likely a target for evil forces. If those students aren't rescued in time, everything goes bad fast, so this young guy snaps into action with an idea. And right then, a massive tall shadow looms behind his partner. The girl trembles in fear as a mystery person shudders out horrible noises and wildly flails his hands in broad daylight. Still, something stops him cold before he can carry out the planned crime. A cloaked, hooded man snaps around and stares down at his wrists because restraining magic has them locked tight. Right then, the main character bursts in front of the girl and she stares at the attacker in pure horror while the young man throws himself between them, shielding his girlfriend with his own body, yelling that he finally caught the enemy. Here's the crazy part. Alexander grabs the sword and tells him he felt it right at the start of the day because even all this time, the young man couldn't stop sensing someone lurking nearby. She claims she set it up so the second the enemy tries to cast magic, he's instantly grabbed. No resistance, stands a chance. He fires back, saying his grandfather was the leader. The man smirks and tells the protagonist not to get it twisted like he's already that person. Then the enemy presses the point. He's still too young. Right behind the heroes, something starts to move, and the moment they whip around, horror hits them like a punch. The protagonist suddenly realizes where they are, and a black haze swirls in around them. Then, out of nowhere, an angel materializes beside the heroes, bursts into laughter, calls Marcosius a good boy, and reveals, "This is my shadow world." The protagonist fires another silent question at the angel, then wings burst from the stranger's back, and suddenly the person in front of him doesn't feel human anymore. The sorcerer boasted that this is the true heart of a perfect spell. Then he grabs the angel and drags him onto the dead body of the student, while the angel huddles dark energy in his own hand. Horror hits him full force as he looks up and realizes right in front of him stands the very same teacher. The young man blurts in horror, "How is this even possible?" Coltoon snaps back that the academy is where they run experiments, and they've got endless ones. Then the teacher leans in and explains the terrifying truth. When a person gets swapped out with a spell, they don't just survive, they get stronger. He eclipsed even the angels, and if our main character isn't a god, then he's got zero shot at beating that opponent. The protagonist leans in, and boom, those glasses confirm it. This guy truly has an angel's soul, not a human one. The young man's head races with one chilling thought. How long ago did they swap him out, and where is his real human soul right now? She grabs him by the shoulders, shakes him awake, and screams his name. And when Alexander finally snaps to, he turns to her and promises, "Everything's gonna be okay, don't you worry." But the sorcerer snaps that it's already over, too late to turn back. He's about to unleash a bloodbath right here, right now. The angel squeezes the building energy out of her hand, and boom, a tiny explosion erupts. Alexander throws his hands over his face and braces to fend off the enemy's strike, while the girl panics and screams for her partner in pure terror. The sorcerer declares that the heroes can't escape until one of them bites the dust and then boasts that his puppet is perfect for smashing down a top-tier, low-ranking opponent. The man demands they trust him because no matter what, they won't feel a thing, it'll all be over in the blink of an eye, and then he swears he'll use that power to seize the whole country. The protagonist surges with a power he can't explain, realizing he's never felt anything like this, and not even a single goddess has ever hit him this way. The young man steels himself, then rockets forward screaming like he's already won as he swings his sharpened ball through the air in every direction. The protagonist finally lands the strike. Then the young man rockets up to the angel, slices him open, and lands with eerie calm, sword tucked away. The angel slams onto the ground, and the sorcerer jolts in shock. He can't wrap his head around how that young man somehow crushed his puppet. Alexander insists he believed his opponent was stronger than the angel, but the moment it happened, his hopes crashed and burned. The defeated enemy crumples on the ground, dirt and blood smeared across him, while the protagonist looms over his fallen foe, gripping his sword tight in both hands. The sorcerer admits he'd heard rumors about the Vice Emperor, but he never thought the main character would be the one involved. So when the young man whips around and meets his gaze, he can only stare. He blurts to the teacher, So when did I take out the limiter? And the teacher just shrugs, he has no clue either. Suddenly, he crushes all that dark power into one massive crackling ball. The fallen angel was crumpled on the ground, and now he suddenly shifts his look, changing his appearance in front of everyone. The protagonist's partner blurts out in pure terror, and the young man grips her hand and demands, "Wait, did that sorcerer really flip his spell back the way it was?" The young man leans in, desperate to guess the enemy's next move before it even happens. Out of nowhere, a monster erupts inside the man's hands. Then an angel claws its way up from the ground and lands beside his master. Coltoon whips around to the main character and orders him to watch because this is something you can't miss. The boy and girl stare at the sorcerer's moves then. At the absolute last second, it finally clicks what he's been setting up. More changes hit the angel's body again. The sorcerer swings the monster toward the heroes and it locks its gaze on them like a threat. The young man finally clocks that the angel and that creature have swapped places, then locks onto every move right as the puppet crashes to the ground. Meanwhile, the monster launches its assault fire, erupts from its mouth in a blazing column, and the protagonist snaps up a protective barrier, shielding both him and his partner. When he finally has to spell the new barrier, he realizes this attack hits harder than the last one, and then Colton whips around to the heroes saying he's got something important to tell them. The spell's power spikes based on how far apart the two ranks are. His girlfriend leans in, determined to crack what the enemy is saying. The sorcerer declares that angel rank SSS is here, and with it, his power now matches a god's. The protagonist keeps fighting anyway, but with every strike, hope of winning slips further away. The young man heaves the angel so far away that it lands out of reach. His partner stares at the battle in sickening horror. Realizing they stand no chance against the forces of God, then the sorcerer smirks and taunts. Isn't it surprising? Alexander decides to go all in on combat, drops into a fighting stance, channels power into his hands, and a roaring whirlwind erupts around him. The main character finally summons a body like it's stepping out of pure willpower. She watches his moves and wonders, is this really Alexander grown up? Then bam, she realizes the truth staring at her, a homunculus. And that young man doesn't just stop there, he throws the forbidden spell into the mix. Because of that, his rank shoots past the opponents, and he rises above them fast. Coltoon lets out an evil laugh, he doesn't buy a word. The protagonist says, claiming no one could pull off something like that. Then he grabs the protagonist's body and barks at his subordinate to do it right this instant. The enemy barrels straight at the young man, and Alexander strides forward, ready to smash his way through that attack. He clamps his grip on the sword and charges straight into the fray, shouting like he's already won. The opponents gear up for a brutal, no-mercy battle. Suddenly, the hero locks up his sword, hisses, and starts blasting out steaming heat. He hurls the spell once more, and terror grips his opponent immediately. Alexander straightens his wrinkled clothes, grins, and declares that for someone of his rank, it all went perfectly. Then drops the bombshell. The young man is about to become the strongest in history. Suddenly, the angel's eyes snap open and the man the sorcerer had been using jolts awake, rising from the ground in pure terror. The hero leans over him so the young man blurts out, "Is he awake?" And the angel returns just like that. The leader crumples and the mission is finally done. Then the angel lets out a heavy sigh and the protagonist's partner watches the youth with nothing but sympathy. The angel tries to talk his way out and explain himself, but the protagonist doesn't even buy it. He points straight at the one who's been pulling his strings this whole time. Alexander insists the spell is already gone, so the angel is safe now. The real question hits next. What do you say that you remember? Crystal clear, how you were controlled, you just don't know who's behind it. He's grateful the protagonist saved him, so the angel drops to his knees and promises that if he ever needs help, he's always ready. The young man just exhales in relief, saying he's happy the boy's all right. He tells his partner to hunt down the rest of the teachers and students, and the main character fires back, "I already beat that boss, so we're good now." The hero steps outside and immediately spots a crowd working together, lifting people off the ground and rushing in with first aid. The girl lets out a soft sigh, finally relieved everything's fine. Then the angel reassures her that none of them are hurt. The protagonist leans in and says, "I already sent the replacement monsters right back to their old habitats." The crowd closes in on the vice-emperor and bows, thanking his highness, and the young man answers with a soft, relieved smile, "I'm just glad you're all safe." Then he pats his own shoulder like it's no big deal and brushes it off, refusing to let anyone turn the spotlight onto his victories. The director strides over and thanks the young man face to face personally. He swears he saw it all, so he can't even find the words to thank Alexander enough. He asks, "Are you okay?" And the man says, "Yeah, thanks to you." But then he confesses there's one terrifying thing that's been weighing on him. He jabs a finger at the girl. The old man swears she was sprawled here when they woke up, but nobody has a clue who this girl even is. The protagonist kneels before her and can feel it in her bones. While he stares in shock, this girl in front of him is literally made of crystal, and the young man can't believe what he's seeing. Calling it creepy as hell, but the protagonist refuses to see her as a monster. He says she might have slipped out of the same shadow dimension as them, and he can't pin down her rank because there are a bunch of souls swirling around. The young man turns to you like, so, what kind of souls are these? Then his partner snaps around to Alexander. What's happening here? And the young man finally unleashes liberation. The protagonist presses the ball to the girl's body, and boom, sparks of light erupt from the impact. A little ghost starts fluttering all around him. Then he manages to break free and help the girl, and she looks at him like, thank you. His girlfriend leans in and asks, what is this? And he answers, these are the souls they ripped away during the Silver Plague. They were sealed in tight, trapped with no way out. Right in that moment, this crystal was born. The souls shoot upward to the goddess, and she welcomes them. Then she turns to the long-suffering spirits and offers to decide what their next life holds. The goddess says they've been forced to live through this pain for centuries, and now get ready, the reward is coming. Most of them will land a spot in rank A or B, and the girl tells them to savor their next life. Then the protagonist blinks, frozen, trying to figure out what he just saw. He can't even make sense of what just happened. So he grabs at his thoughts and tries to breathe through it, while Alexander convinces himself those souls must have finally made it safely to their destination. But deep down, he feels it's all gone way too far. Suddenly, someone behind him yells, asking if they just saw him. Then the crowd erupts, saying the judges made the right call, and the young man realizes the entire country watched the trial of the liberated souls. The girl on the throne leans forward and says she's heard everything about Lord Carlisle, that he could make the Empire fear the entire world, and that he'll be their country's protector. So the young man bows and thanks Her Majesty. He jabs that incident in her mind, and she snaps back, I saw it with my own eyes. Then she adds, people swear it's a sign, because everyone's convinced that having a baby right now is the key to a fuller, happier life. She's preaching that hope can bulk up an entire country, and somehow the Lord found a way to make that strength even stronger. So from this moment on, they crowned him the father of the nation. She lets out a heavy sigh and declares the arrival of the father of the nation, and the protagonist immediately thanks her for her kindness. After that shocking incident, kids began popping out with wildly different talents. And when the dust settles, Alexander Carlisle, the father of the nation, gets carved into the history book, because now the world is about to be packed with more high-ranking heroes. The protagonist grins, staring up at the single brightest star in the sky, stunned by how brutally it outshines everything else, who swoops in behind him and hails him like a son-in-law. The protagonist strides up to the men, and the young guy greets him like they're old friends, asking how everything's going, only for him to grin and say, it's going surprisingly well and getting really interesting. He says the girls are absolutely buzzing. Like this is the first time they've ever seen pregnant women. The protagonist beams and asks, all right, I'm happy, but why did you drag in 3 pregnant women? The man grins and says, because my son-in-law deserves a chance like this. I'd never miss it, not when all of them are only early in their pregnancy. Once the world's souls were freed, the birth rate skyrocketed, and that's when the man saw his opening and went for it. The protagonist can't stop thinking about the baby's birth, practically vibrating with anticipation. Then his friend grins and confirms he's just as ready. The man stares up at the blazing sky and blurts, bright as day today. Then asks what star that is, and the protagonist shoots back, please don't let it be some kind of omen. Before a second later he spots it, then the star begins to fall. The young man snaps his head up at the sky, stunned because she's flying straight for him. A girl steps into the starlight right in front of the heroes. The young man freezes, completely stunned by how everything flips on its head. The beauty throws her arms open to him, bursting with joy as she screams that they've finally found their father. She stared at him in pure horror, heart-pounding, and demanded again, which dad are you talking about? A young guy can't stop wondering, could it really be one soul reborn in a human body? The girl hits back, that's who I am, then adds that her rank is SL. She claims she heard it straight, that out of millions upon millions of souls, she's the only one who ever got a rank that high. And now she begs to go back to being ordinary, because to be reborn with a status like that, she has to become someone's child. That's why she picked the main character, because she wanted him to be her father. The young man stares at his brand new daughter, and pure surprise hits him like lightning. The young man forces himself to calm down and blurts out that he's incredibly lucky because this time, he finally gets to be a grandpa, and he's over the moon about it. Then the little girl tilts her head and asks if the guy's become a dad. So where's the mom, huh? He freezes at that brutal question, admits it's complicated, and tells them they'll have to talk about it inside. She whips around to her adopted father and demands, so, when are you finally going to have a child? And the protagonist shoots back, it's definitely not happening right now. She keeps pressing him, demanding to know why this is a normal age for nobles. And he snaps back that he already has a fiancée, deciding their first child will be hers. But she's still too young, so they'll have to wait a few more years. The girl can't take the wait and blurts out what she's supposed to do next, then the protagonist fires back, but can't she just wait? She says she can, but you can tell she's starving for it. Because waiting hundreds of years for a newborn just so she can reach that moment later? She doesn't even know how she'll end the sentence. This kid is one of the victims' souls from the Silver Catastrophe. No way she's here by accident. She must have been someone incredible in a past life, and that's why she climbs so high, right? Her rank basically hands her a luxury life, so the protagonist can't miss why she's so impatient. The young man feels for her pain, but he bluntly tells her there's nothing he can do. She's going to have to wait, and the girl lets out a heartbreaking sigh. Her eyes lock onto the book, and the heroine jolts. She blurts that the letter looks totally different now. You tell them that in the coming years the population will keep ballooning, and they already know it. But if things keep going like this, there won't be enough land, enough food, or even enough schools, and in the end, there'll be nothing left to go around. The girl leans in and asks if he's really ready to back all of this, and then she blurts out that it's just straight up amazing. The restless heroine drapes on him, then stares at him upside down and fires off questions. Why would a girl her age want this job? And who is he anyway? He's stunned, because the protagonist realizes the angels never even warned her about him. The girl snaps back that she didn't even listen to them then. The moment they claim she's his child, she shoots in like a bolt of lightning. Still, deep down she knows he's a great guy, and the young man thanks her for saying that. The fresh-made daughter stares at her father's papers and blurts out that his handwriting is gorgeous. Alexander freezes in surprise. She blurts out that in her fresh start, she wants to sharpen her handwriting and asks if there's any way she can actually do it. The protagonist asks if she's really sure, and the daughter shoots back that in that other life, he was truly awful, so the protagonist vows to help her fix up her handwriting. He brings his daughter right up to him, and Tanya insists she's perfect for the job. Then Alexander practically dares her to try it. The girl scribbles something on a scrap of paper, and the young man reads her handwriting. His face brightens because he realizes his daughter has made real progress. He even thinks she's got a natural talent for writing. The girl beams with relief, lets out a soft sigh, and blurts, "So what does all of this mean?" After his comeback from rebirth, the protagonist tells her, "I'll name you, this name will be yours." He says it should carry the meaning of wisdom and something precious, and then he drops the real weight of it. He urges his daughter to come up with it. Because this moment is everything. The daughter's mind races over names for the future. Then she sighs, clueless on what to pick. The girl blushes hard, and the main character steps in, halting her and asking, "What's going on?" The protagonist watches his shoulder fall away, stares at the wreckage, and mutters that he thinks it's finally time to end it. Meanwhile, the girl sinks into deep melancholy. She's sprawled on the castle floor when someone closes in and yells, and she snaps around fast. The main character steps right up to her and declares with total confidence that he's going to build her a brand new body. The heroine pushes again, demanding what it all means, and the young man snaps back that he can't have a child right now, yet he can hand her a whole new body. The girl spots the bag in his hand and blurts out, "What's that?" It's packed with supplies for emergencies, and with Spell, the main character's help, she snaps the package open. With the power of magic, he's about to link them together. Then, wham, magic erupts straight out of the bag. A perfect copy of her materializes right in front of the girl, and the heroine whips around, scrutinizing it from every angle, then asks, "Is that really you?" The protagonist shoots back, "This is my shared apartment, so if you want, you can borrow this body for a while." The young man vows right here, right now, that he'll shoulder everything for her, until the day she's finally reborn. The girl snaps her head to him, wide-eyed in shock. Then they press Alexander to explain what responsibility he means, and the heroine quickly turns bashful with a little blush. The young man clocks the change in her behavior and panics. "Did I mess up? Did I say something wrong?" So he asks if she can really pull this off, and the main character snaps back that she hasn't had a real body in ages. The heroine keeps her cool, says she'll give it a shot, and Alexander nods. He swears he'll come up with something right now, then slams into a spell. The heroine shuts out the noise and follows her gut, and then she feels it. Her body changing from the inside out, a wild new sensation floods her body head to toe, and she feels like the ground beneath her feet has been calling for her for centuries. The main character blurts out, "How do you feel? And are you okay? No pain?" And the heroine's legs suddenly buckle as joy crashes over her. The corpse girl starts blasting into motion, jumping and shrieking as bright light floods the air while the young man just stares from the ground. He demands to know where the heroine pulled that kind of power from and just what the heck it actually is. The girl hits the ground and just stares at the young man, deadly quiet. Then she turns to the protagonist and asks what that was. Alexander says that when a soul that high gets stuffed into a homunculus, the power goes absolutely feral, and she's probably been losing control of it for hundreds of years. The girl nods, saying, "Yeah, that checks out. She says you can't even move in this body." Then the girl sneezes so hard the castle wall shatters. She stares at the wreckage she caused, stunned by it then. The protagonist blurts out, "This power is unbelievable." The heroine is crushed with shame for what she did, and she begs her new father to forgive her. The girl freezes in shock, her face burning as she wants to bolt, but the main character grabs her hands to stop her. Then she shoves him away and snaps that he shouldn't hold her, and when the heroine misjudges her strength, the young man gets launched clear across the room. The girl trembles at what she's done, but the young man strides up, gently takes her hand and tells her to one and tells her, "Don't worry, I'm not going to get hurt." Then the protagonist vows right then and there that he'll find a way for her to control that power. He swings around to the girl and tells her she can stay here, and the daughter's cheeks flare red as embarrassment hits her like a wave. She tilts her head down and gratefully thanks the new father. A man strides up to them, saying he heard a thunderous crash and it rattled him so bad he's terrified. Then he mutters that only his son-in-law's daughter could have caused grief like this. The girl blurts out, "I'm really sorry," and the protagonist waves it off, telling her everything's fine and not to stress herself out. Then the daughter asks if she can help her new father at all, and he nods, telling her to grab a bag and walk around the mansion. He tells her she's still getting used to her new body, so he begs her to slow down. Then his daughter nods and she bolts away. A man steps up to the protagonist and grabs his son-in-law's attention, asking, "Will everything be okay with my new daughter?" because he's terrified she'll smash something again. The young man just grins and says, "Even if she does, I'll fix it all again." The man finally gives in because the main character can't change it, so there's no point in fighting back. He says she's got a huge sense of responsibility and that none of what happened is her fault, and then he adds that the main character feels just like his father. He snaps back that he doubts it. No way does he think that's true. Then the man admits it's totally unexpected to run into his child way ahead of schedule. He shoots back that she still hasn't even wrapped her head around it, while that girl, meanwhile, is out cold, sleeping like nothing's wrong. He prays that his daughter's life stays light, bright, and happy, healthy every day, no worries ever. She beams at him, then whips around to her mom and blurts, "Who's standing right in front of me?" The guy realizes his daughter is wildly curious. Then she grins and says she's got to practice her brand new medical techniques on the dragon. She tells Samus she has to hammer her magic into something stronger than Calamity, and the moment her daughter sees how relentlessly her mother works, she realizes she just wants to be worthy of the main character. The girl sprints to her mother and clings to her in a big hug, saying, "Phew, that was hard work." He snaps out of it just to realize he's been stuck on her smile. Suddenly, another girl steps right up to him. Then the young man turns and greets Eliza. He fires the question at the heroine, when did she show up? She tells him she only just arrived, like, not long ago. The daughter blurts out, "Who is it?" And the girl who just showed up freezes because she can't believe he even has a daughter. Then the young man answers coolly, "It's Her Majesty, the Empress." The girl's jaw drops when the real Empress steps into view, and her new acquaintance sweeps in, introduces herself by her full name, and promises she's always at their service. Then the daughter snaps to her father like, "You know the Empress?" While the young man just shrugs, saying she'd been gone abroad. The girl fires back, saying she knows the main character, and that Alexander isn't just anyone. He's the Vice Emperor. The girl stares at her in shock, and then it clicks. She's piecing it together fast. She blurts out that she was reborn in his house. The Empress grins and says the girl was reborn. Everyone watched it happen, she insists, then she claims Alex must have snatched the best soul, and the protagonist shoots back that she, of all people, should have been the Empress's daughter. The girl whirls away and begs Alexander to stop bringing it up, like he's mixing two totally different things, and when her father stares at her, surprise hits him hard. Meanwhile, the Empress turns back, smiles, and says, "It was a pleasure to meet her, only to realize she'd never once learned the girl's name." The little girl blurts out that she forgot it, and the heroine snaps, "Are you sure your memory was wiped?" The girl shakes her head hard, then admits she didn't lose anything. She just couldn't remember her name. She shrugs and tells him, "Even if I reincarnate, I'll forget you anyway, so why should any of this matter?" The boy asks, "Wait, didn't you tell me you couldn't stand it?" The girl snaps back, "Yeah, I said that, but I was wrong." Then she smiles like she's already seen tomorrow and says she can wait, because she knows she'll be reborn. The Empress leans in and demands to know has he finally cooked up a way to recognize her. The protagonist insists he might peek into her soul and wake her memories, only to realize that's just a long detour. Then the young man grins and says he can do it right here, right now. The girl worships him and dares him to prove he can really do it. Then she demands he stare into her soul right when the heroine starts stripping. The young man halts her cold and fires back, "Why are you doing this?" He whips out magic and begs for one last look at his daughter's soul, then blurs an apology. Yeah, it's going to feel awful, but it's the only way to break the spell, otherwise she's doomed to endless torment. Still, the girl just smiles and says she can wait, so there's nothing to worry about. He snaps his eyes open, and there they are, 3 girls crowding over him, asking if he's okay. He blurts that he's just stunned, then whips around to his daughter and tells her he finally knows her name, Sand Sacrifices. The girl freezes and asks, "Is it really true?" And he nods, dead serious. He blurts, "Wait, her name. That's the saint who saved the world from the silver catastrophe." The girl can't even believe what she's hearing then. Boom, the next day the action shifts to the village. One of the neighbors strolls up to the main character and asks if he wants to take this land. The protagonist fires back that this land is theirs. Now plant these beans and they'll draw the border with their own hands. No one will ever snatch it away, and the neighbors immediately thank him for the heads up. The daughter swivels to her mom and asks if her dad really acts like that with everyone, because this is insane. The bride nods, saying, yeah, he's like this all the time, but today he pulled off something that's actually totally normal for him. She swears Alexander could get even cooler, and the girl's like, I want to see that with my own eyes. The protagonist's fiancé whips around to his daughter and tells her it doesn't matter that she isn't a kid yet. She promises she'll catch up with that girl and see her having a blast, then tells her to hang in there just a bit longer. She rushes to thank her mom, then blurts out that she doesn't want to come off as rude. The girl stomps her foot and the ground cracks open under them. Then the heroine drops straight into the pit. The girl screams at her mother, swearing she forgot she had that kind of strength. Both heroines crumple to the ground. The protagonist's pride clicks into place. She knows the pigs are going to be okay because her body is artificial, and it can take every hit without breaking. Suddenly, the main character scoops up his daughter and shoots, "Are you okay?" He tells everyone if a girl's in trouble, she should call him and not just endure it, because he'll come running for sure. The protagonist's fiancé whips around to their daughter and demands, "Are you hurt?" And the girl quickly insists, "I'm fine, everything's okay." She whips around to her mom and pleads, "Don't rush, hold off on spilling what we talked about." The protagonist gets suspicious and demands to know what's going on, and the daughter just smiles, saying she wants to live like this a little longer. "No rush," the girl agrees, saying it'll be exactly as the daughter wants. And then the truth hits. Alex's daughter has fallen head over heels for him. His daughter bursts into screams at her dad, thrilled she's finally mastered the words of her own name. While I was hunched over my spell book, I stumbled on a dead simple formula, and the sooner we cast it, the better. The only catch: this spell drinks her blood, and I'm praying she won't mind. She asks again, stunned, and Alexander tells her, everything checks out. Thanks to her DNA, her real name will finally come to light, and the daughter nods, saying she gets it. The girl can't stop thinking about her body. She swears her father built it with magic too, and that the sunlight spell shaped her from head to toe, keeping the exact same look as her past life, while the sun magic held onto its form because her DNA was traced straight from her blood. She blurts, "Ready?" And the protagonist grabs her to wait because he needs to warn Yoku about her real name. He says it's all about the name carved into her soul. Once she learns it, she'll turn softer, calmer, and fully submit because that name is the force that molds her entire character. And it's a real blessing. The young man swears that once she gets a real name, she'll finally become truly happy and her life will feel even better than before. She's grinning like she just hit the jackpot, blushing hard right in front of the protagonist, who instantly clocks it and blurts out, "Why are you blushing so much?" He says you don't have to chase everyone's approval, just be yourself, and when he drops that line, the daughter instantly shakes her head and fires back that she doesn't agree. She swears she'll never defy her father's wishes. She steps up and blurts out heartfelt words of thanks. He slams his spell into the air. Then his daughter starts getting hit with strange new emotions she can't explain. When the spell finally fades, the young man leans in and asks her, "Did you feel anything?" She nods yes. Then Alexander grabs the moment and tells her to remember his name and to never say it out loud in public or around anyone else. The heroine clamps her arms around her father, thanking him with tears in her eyes, and then she swears she'll never, ever reveal her real name to a soul. She blurts out that she's over the moon, and the protagonist can only hope everything stays okay with her. Then the story jumps ahead a few days. That young man had his hands full. He was racing to write and publish his report on time because he had to get it done before Astaroth came back. Time finally moved on again, and those top-tier Alexander virtues are glowing once more as he's got a ton to take care of. The protagonist turns to her and grins, saying, "Man, it's been forever since we've seen each other." He leans in and asks how she's been, and she shrugs. She hasn't had a second to breathe. Then she drops the real reason she knows they've been watching closely, and she came here because of what happened the other day. Angels and humans have crossed paths for ages, helping each other through every reincarnation, guiding souls with the right directions and instructions. Yet there's one thing they can't do: reveal the true name of a reincarnated person. Only God knows that secret. And when the main character learns this, he's blown away. He says he finally pulled off that magic. Then the angel hits back. "Every single day you're building energy for good deeds, stacking your rank higher and higher, and inside you, that energy is on the level of a god's power. This power could wreck a normal person, so if nobody stops it, a god might finally notice and strip it all away, and Alexander can't help but wonder if that happens to him." "What then?" the angel says. "There's only one way," and Alexander presses on. "So what if some deity is protecting him?" The protagonist asks again, and his nerves start to scream in his chest. Then the angel bluntly says his body is packed with way too much divine energy, which makes everything messy. But if he had a deity, he could claim he'd borrowed its power, smuggle his real abilities past God, and hand the whole thing over to that deity instead. The hero gets it. Everything clicks into place, and the angel whispers that if he swaps names with the deity, the whole problem will vanish on its own. The young man blurts, "Wouldn't it be easier to wipe my memories so nobody has to worry?" And the heroine snaps back, "No, I can't do that because you do good and people need you." She believes that no matter how many good deeds he's done, God might still be merciful and wipe away every single one of his wrongs. The protagonist insists his best shot is with a deity, and once it clicks, he knows he has to crack this problem himself. The girl flashes a grin and says, "I've got no choice, I have to help you." But the young man just stands there, totally baffled by what she means. An angel leans in and whispers to him that she's granting him a divine gift. She tells him, "Remember, God can show up for you at any moment." He can't even tell something shifted because he feels zero different. And then the girl tells him, "That's it, you'll stay exactly your current age." In one sentence, she just made him immortal. They say he can still tap into the power of God, nothing instant. But if he keeps at it, it'll come in time, the hero presses. So how strong is it? The angel says it's a high rank so close to a god's power that it's basically terrifying. And yeah, he figures it's still a long shot. But if he can pull it off, at least he'll finally have a shield to protect himself. She blurts out an apology, swears she has to go because work's calling, and the hero fires back that the harvest is already underway, so they've got to move, like, now. He decides to ask her later, and Angel basically shuts it down, saying, "This is too good," and he needs to fly in soon just to see for himself. She remembers it all. The hero they were talking about is one of the lords, and then the big moment hits. A girl steps up and asks if he's got a divine gift too, but she reassures him, telling him not to worry because she's carrying divine power as well. The angel blurts out that she has to get airborne right now or she'll run out of time, and she swears the hero can handle the shift in rank and the divine power she just granted him. Sure, it'll feel awkward at first, but he powers through at least. That's what he thinks because the moment he feels different, he realizes he's basically become immortal. The main character could crush everything else except this one gift. Alexander towers in size and warns that only the highest deity can command power like that and live forever, so he's got to stay razor careful. Someone wheels around to the main character and says he was eagerly expected. Then the young guy immediately offers to go check on the villagers. The protagonist spots sketchy surveillance everywhere and his gut screams that someone's hunting for answers. But he has no clue what they want from him. V8 leans in and demands to know, did something happen? The young man shakes his head, no, it just looked like a magical spark flashed for a split second. Then a villager grins and says, we're throwing a feast today to celebrate your arrival, so if you need anything, food or supplies, don't you dare hold back. Twilight Village sits in the far north, and it's famous for jaw-dropping harvests because the villagers crank out crops using greenhouse magic. This year's yield was so massive they even thanked the young man for his care. A villager steps up and tells him to follow along, promising he'll lead them to the room. Then the main character turns to his bride and says, don't stress, just eat a little. He adds, I can last without food for over a week, because his body drinks in energy from divine magic. So you've got nothing to worry about. The girl nods and tells him she finally gets what he means. Like the angel warned him, divine power surged through his body and tore it into something new. But he never got a second to get used to it, because the timing and the place never once let him breathe. The main character tries to get some sleep in this brand new place, but every attempt crashes and burns. He whips around and locks eyes on his bride, sprawled beside him. He clocks how peacefully she's sleeping, and Alexander's like, I want that too. Because his own dreams are begging for the same kind of deep sleep. Yet he's still got work waiting for him, so he tells himself it can slam into tomorrow. The young man snaps his eyes shut, then bolts upright and snatches his sword in one move. He snaps back every spy strike with clean, perfect parries, then the young man blurts, who are you? Some mysterious intruder just burst into our bedroom. A boy suddenly shows up in front of him and declares straight to his face that the main character has to die. The young man snaps, wait, who hired me? The hero says his master warned that if the main character isn't wiped out, the crops will rot and all the food will vanish, so he swears he'll destroy Alexander. And Alexander just snaps back, do you really have nothing better to do? The young man whirls to his girlfriend and begs her to stay. And the enemy snaps his eye to life, declaring the main character's end has arrived. Alexander stares at the chaos, wondering if this is the philosopher's stone magic. Then the kid barrels straight into the fight, yelling that this time, the enemy is getting finished for good. The heroes clash into each other on the battlefield, right as the fight ignites. The kid can't wrap his head around why his magic won't work. And the young man breaks it down. His spell kills the energy in the enemy's eye and drains him clean dry, like it's basic math because that monstrous power is already locked inside his body. The kid bolts to escape, but the young man slams in front of him and blocks his path. She begs, let me go! And the protagonist snaps back that the magic in his soul is fading fast, minute by minute, until he'll burn out completely. Alexander demands they stop right now and snaps that the girl has totally messed up her priorities. The heroine snaps, why did you make me do it? But the truth crashes over her because she can't make sense of a single thing. She claims this is her destiny, one mission, and it's to end the main character. Then she asks what she's supposed to do now that her magic is gone. Right then, the young man realizes the truth. Every word she's saying happened to him in his past life, and he's heard something just like it before. He tells her he gets it. This is her destiny, but that magic is so deadly that if she keeps using it, death will catch up to her fast, and the girl just keeps going, repeating her master's words. She grabs for her words to convince her, but the girl bolts and smashes through the window to escape. Alexander snaps that she's skipped her duty, so she'll come back for sure. His fiancée hopes that this power will push the girl toward the right choice. And as long as the protagonist is her target, he doesn't think she'll use it on anyone else. Still, he's got to act, and fast. Next morning, she slips in through the window like a shadow, and then she smiles at the main character. Alexander waited for her and offered to step inside, but the sudden guest leaned in and demanded to know, was there another girl with him? She says the kid looks like some aristocrat and that everyone's just greedy and hungry for lust, so they press him hard, demanding to know what he did to this girl. Alexander snaps that it's nothing but a stereotype, then shoots back, "Did the master actually tell you all about it?" The girl blurts out that he basically ordered her to stay on guard and warned her not to trust a single word the hero says. She asks if he's keeping this girl against her will, and Alexander fires back that he genuinely doesn't believe his fiancée is trapped there against her own consent. The girl asks if she can really be happy, but doubt gnaws at her gut. Then the protagonist tells her, "Just know this, even when everything's messy, a smile will always bloom on your face." Alex Patsrichi basically says that girls should wear smiles too. He'd love to hear her laugh just once, and honestly, he's convinced he looks incredibly handsome. The girl grins like she knows something amazing is coming. She totally thinks she's adorable. Then the little girl spins around and tells her, "It's time for you to go." Alexander blurted, "Come again." And the girl asked again. Even after he took it down, they warned the protagonist to watch that eye because the power can still burn her. The young man tells her to keep smiling more often, and swears that doing so will make her inner energy roar stronger than any magic ever could. The little girl thanks him, and the very first smile lights up her face like sunshine. Mr. Alexander and Mrs. Angie get thanked, and the young man fires back, thanking them for their help too, then promises, "I'll see you in a year." He's relieved it all went off without a hitch, but he tells her it's time to go home. Then the bride turns to him and asks if he's really sure they can leave that kid alone. He grins and says he already nailed down where the master is, and with a spell he's now able to track the child's location. The protagonist pulls her into a tight hug and tells her, "Hold on, don't let go. We're heading home." Meanwhile, the master's apprentice keeps his eyes locked on his house from way out in the distance. She slips back in through the window again, and the young man is instantly relieved she made it. The heroine shrugs and says she doesn't have any other option. Alexander leans in and demands her name. What is it? Dorothy blurts out that her name is Dorothy, and the hero immediately snaps, "Wait, who gave you that name?" She grins and says she's had this name forever since she can remember anything at all, and the young guy just can't help but find it adorable. She blurts out an apology, then grabs the moment and says, "I've got to go, my master's about to lose it." The girl shoves a stone into the protagonist's hands, and he freezes because its color matches the child's eyes. Dead on, he blurts out that the master handed it to her so she could kill him. And the heroine just nods like it's fate she has to obey the master. She hurls a stone, then her whole body twists and morphs, and suddenly she towers as a gigantic monster. The protagonist snaps his sword toward her, and he can already tell the stone is meant to reshape the body because the philosopher's stone can pull the same trick anyway. He's blown away by the stone's crazy power to ignite an unstoppable impulse. A girl trapped inside a monster's body lashes out at the main characters, turning every move into a brutal attack. The young man snaps to the truth: if he doesn't break the spell right now, it'll kill the girl. These cursed stones are turning people into monsters, and he has to scramble fast to find a way to save her. The main character can't wrap her head around why her master twisted her into this beast. But one wild thought exploded inside his head. The young man swears there's still a way out and that dying isn't the only way to save her. Not while he's trying to choke her into a state of asphyxia. Then he waits for the perfect second to strike. Alexander refuses to let her die. He's determined to move her soul and give her a brand new life. And then he's on his knees begging Dorothy to let him fix everything. The main character snaps his fingers and unleashes a spell that hits like a thunderclap. He stakes everything on one thing, knowing they're going to pull it off. The main character hammers at the outer shell, trying to bend it to his will. The girl slowly snaps back to reality, and the young man throws his arms around her, asking Dorothy if she's really okay. The heroine jolts awake, realizes she's completely naked, and demands what he did to her while the girl panics because she knows things went terribly wrong since she never made it back to the master on time. The hero admits it's only a guess, but he's sure her master is feeding her to his selfish plan, ordering her to strike his enemy and pay with her own life. The girl snaps that she knows the truth because it's her duty, and the boy fires back that it's wrong. He tells her straight up she'll be dead before she ever gets to enjoy a single thing, so he'll never let her step into danger. He tells her, "I just want to see your smile again so you can be happy." That's why he'll do absolutely everything to see her smile as much as he can if Dorothy jumps in too. helping him and putting in real effort. The girl finally felt her heart start to thaw slowly, like it was coming back to life. The hero shows up to see Dorothy's master, and the moment he does, he says, "She's busted her ass for all this time, so now, Dorothy, you're finally free." Then he adds with a bright smile, "I'm really glad to hear it." The master will say anything just to be left alone, so the protagonist tells him, "Don't worry, I'll handle it myself." Now it's time to take on Master Dorothy. He's totally lost, like he blinked and suddenly found himself shoved behind the whole huge world. He leans in and demands, "So, what did the angel do?" The girl grabs his attention, tells him to study her closely, and to listen to every single word she's about to say. The man refuses to hear her and spits out curses, and when the angel scans his rank, she coldly says he must have been a truly awful person, so he snaps back, asking if he really got judged right before he died. Because of what he did in this life, the angel declared he'd be tossed back as a pig or a cow in his next life. The man screams at her to shut up, and she fires back, telling him to live his next life the right way. Then the master roars that he's not about to die. He pleads with her to stop, then Angela breaks away and tells the protagonist her job is finished. He thanks her, saying that without her help, he never could have held together his soul, and he even apologizes for barging in here so suddenly. She tells him not to worry at all because no matter when, day or night, he can ask her anytime. Then the hero whips out a document stamped and signed by Dorothy's master, and just like that, the spell dies the moment it's shown, it stops working, and Dorothy is finally free. The girl blurts out that she truly got beaten by the guy who summons an angel just by touching his chin, and the protagonist can't believe what he's hearing. Several days later, the young man and his bride finally wake up to a new morning. A young man leans toward the window, staring out like something out there just called his name. He spots Dorothy and shoots her a greeting, then asks how she slept in her new spot, or if she somehow didn't sleep in the room he gave her, while Dorothy answers, "I slept great. She loved crashing out in the attic." And when the hero heard that, he was stunned. Then the fool smugly explained the attic is dusty and cramped, leaving barely any room to breathe. She shrugs and says, "I've lived in rooms like this my whole life." The young man can't stop asking himself how much longer is she going to keep fighting it, refusing to accept what's staring her in the face. He really thought she'd jump at the chance to be freed from the master, but nope, it's tougher than he ever imagined. Maybe it's not that she doesn't want it. Maybe she's terrified of what comes next. Even though she once worked as a mercenary, the young man knows he has to run a magical inspection. Then he'll see her current rank and read just how strong her magic really is. Today, he's going to train the bride a bit and put her magic to the test. Then the hero turns and invites Dorothy to join them, but she wants in so badly and still can't because she's trapped and can't step into the light. She'd happily train with them, but the master flat out banned her from showing up in daylight, and Alexander explains why she's obeyed his orders for so long that breaking free will be tough. So, rip up your old self, start over for a whole new life, and leave this rule buried in the past. He tells the girl to hang tight and promises he'll be back in a flash. The young man thrusts a dagger into her hands and says it's forged from the disaster. Monster's scales and bones, then he swears he mixed in a splash of its blood to supercharge the magic. The girl scrutinizes the dagger like a true expert, her eyes catching every deadly detail. She asks for it, and the young man grins like, "Of course, yeah, I swear it fits you perfectly." Then he hands her the knife and dares her to try it out. The girl slices through the shadow like it's nothing. The hero insists that the shadow is sacred space, so he figures she can train here. And then he swings the door open and tells her to come inside. The hero leans in and asks what I think about training staying right where we are, because daylight won't reach this shadowy space. "Let's talk it through," I say, and she nods, agreeing to the plan. Alexander tells them he has to head outside right now. His girlfriend's already had enough waiting. He starts training Angie and tells her straight up that her magic isn't strong enough yet. But the more he watches her grow every day, the more he realizes her magic is beyond saving, and he's got to push through the hard work to uncover why it's like that and why her color is so dark. Dorothy suddenly bursts into a brutal coughing fit. Angie blurts out, "Why did you crawl out from under the ground?" And the girl just smiles and says, "Because down here is warm and it feels safe and cozy." Dorothy's eyes widen at the sight of the hairline, and she tells it to go ahead. Check it out herself. The protagonist throws a bold, no-questions-asked gesture that seals their fate. He decides he has to find out if her shell is still trapped inside Dorothy's body. Alexander says the phantom illusion magic born from the shadow itself is what can twist how magic behaves and bend the shadow to his will, and that's why magic ends up unstable in the first place. The girl nods along and agrees with him. But if these are real spells, we might be destroying magic for good. Angie insists it won't happen. Alex is built different, so he'll track down the cause fast, even without restoration magic, so there's no reason to panic. The hero tells her not to panic, swears Dorothy's magic is so strong that losing her magical powers is barely even possible, then leans in and demands she trust him. "You ripped out the light again like a fool, yet sometimes hydropower still works, not just in the shade, but right out there under the blazing sun." The dragon leans in and demands, "Ready to fight me?" And the protagonist answers, "I'm ready. Trust me, once you know what's coming, you'll realize a brutal battle with disaster is waiting just ahead. Dorothy bursts onto the battlefield out of nowhere. Wait, hold on, so you're telling her what exactly? Her power kept surging stronger and stronger with every heartbeat. Then the message hits like a shock. Every one of those magical properties has swapped places, and the main character fires the technique through their eye. The dragon keeps its eyes locked on him, like it's measuring every move. The girl suddenly realizes the power is trapped right inside her eye. The young man clocks exactly where Herschel's been hiding, and then it hits the girl's power lives in her pupil, letting her command the shadow's strength. Even making disasters obey her in theory, she could wield it the same way he does. But she's got barely any magic power, so she'd have to burn twice the effort just to keep the magical balance steady. The girl asks, "Will this actually help?" And the protagonist grins, "With this power, we're about to learn everything together." Suddenly, the main character spots it and his heart pounds because it looks like angels just appeared out of nowhere. He whips around toward the direction where those silhouettes caught his eye. An angel suddenly appears in front of him and she snaps, "Why did you drag me into this so late?" He blurts that he needs her to pry into Dorothy's soul, no delays, and admits he's terrified she'll change her mind, and he'll be left with nothing, unable to help. One slip from him could shatter trust overnight. The girl leans in and fires the question. Does he really get the danger they're betting everything on? She used to do this constantly back when she'd go hang out with her friends, man. They'd swarm the lake, laughing as they caught people just by staring into their souls. They'd snatch the clothes on purpose, baiting the intolerable thieves so they could catch them, then use magic and finally make those thieves pay. It was totally fun, but she eventually quit because it was way too risky and straight up dangerous. She asks, "Should I slice this shadow with a knife?" And the girl blurts out an apology before you can even react. She suddenly finds herself in Dorothy's shower, stunned by just how huge the space feels. Then the girl spots her, and the angel shoots an apology right away for barging in without asking. She slips into Dorothy's memories only to find out the girl was born with a D rank, and Kirsty picked her up as a kid and raised her as a mercenary, so now was she really trying to outrun her own past? The angel vows to dig deep, rip out every negative memory, and purge his own soul clean. She tells the girl she has to strike a perfect balance with the shadow and unlock the exact magic Alex uses so she can finally seize control of herself and climb to a brand new rank. And yeah, it hits her as a total shock because this girl's got a gentle heart. No dark energy at all, she's been cleansed. The hero blurts out, "I get everything." While her magic doesn't just heal people, it can save them too, and she's going to do it in the future. But the hero doesn't even get the chance to finish. An angel barges in and snaps, "I'm going to cleanse your soul." She promises she won't shatter God the Creator's law, and now they've watched her magic rip through the air in real time. Maybe this is exactly what they needed. The main character cracks a grin and says he understood every single thing. The angel smiles and says, "All right then, my job's done." She lunges for the door, but it won't budge. She can't get through. The girl says she used to slip through this door like it wasn't even there, and now she can't. And honestly, that's what makes it feel so creepy. She insists she doesn't want to point fingers, but deep down, she's sure it all went down right after their meeting. The heroes can't believe this. What are the chances? It's a wild coincidence. The protagonist claims she'll make it work if she tries somewhere else, and he's convinced she'll finally pull it off this time. The girl says his rank jumped up a notch and explains that when she built the last door, her rank was lower and weaker, so she couldn't get through it. The angel can't figure out why this happened, but the hero insists she's helped them a ton back then. And even at their last meeting, so the girl blurts out, "I didn't think it mattered for angels." Then smiles anyway, because she's absolutely thrilled. Now her rank has shot up, and for the rest of her life, she'll never have to slog around like some ordinary angel again. Amelia's test kicks off, and she tells everyone she has to dive straight into the shadows, so the protagonist nods and says this is how they'll truly test her skills and see what she's made of. So it looks like this only works for people who've actually used them. Herschel, meaning Amelia, might be able to borrow the power too. He hands her a knife that slices straight through them with zero special magic. In the dark, anyone can steal each other's abilities, but only the Shadow Lord can command the shadow itself and bend everyone else around him. The hero, he's the only one immune. He slams shut the magic, blocks every power oncoming, and then shoves those stolen abilities right back at anyone dumb enough to use them against him. The girl can't stop staring. She swears it's incredible, but she doubts her own power because it feels way too weak to matter. Then the hero grins and says, being a maid isn't just basic. Know how she backs it up with magic too. Polishing furniture, brewing sweet tea, and making everything shine, so her powers will end up being exactly what they need. Her skills and experience make her the perfect pick, so she agrees to ride with him. Then the hero tells her they'll be forever grateful, and the girl can't help it. She blushes hard. She tells him he can use her anytime he wants, and he snaps back that he isn't taking her. He's borrowing her powers, so don't twist it. Then he asks, straight up, if she's okay. Suddenly, his daughter rockets onto him and blurts out, "You promised you'd take me to the city with Mom." She grabs the maid by the attention and shoots, "What are you doing?" Her dad tells her she's helping him with something, And right then, the girl spots the shadow of her father slipping across the wall. She blurts that she wants to go too. She has to help her father, so he shuts her down and forbids it. And just like that, the girl dives straight into the hole too. People claim that in her past life, she was a saint who rescued countless lost souls. Alexander has no clue about the full power of the sun. He can't stop wondering if she'll help Amelia and if Amelia will turn against the company, but either way, he decides to take the shot. Young man, I can't help but wonder what wild skills Amelia is about to master next. His plan hit the mark exactly, and now he can practically feel her draining his strength one bite at a time. So, tell me, is that girl a real saint or something far darker? The hero screams down the hole, yelling that Amelia can climb out, and when the maid finally pops up on the surface, he rushes to thank her, praising how insanely effective her skills are. The girl stares around, completely lost, and Alex blurts out, "What happened?" She swears the warmth lived in his shadow, and she felt absolutely amazing. Then the young man freezes in shock because he remembers Dorothy saying the same exact thing, but her reaction was totally, wildly different. The hero shrugs it off, thinks it's no big deal, at least everyone's safe, and then goes, "Relax, we've got restoration magic." It powers their recovery back in full force. Alexander leans in and asks how they feel. Then he explains he used Sana Shana's power because it's the energy that heals and speeds up recovery, the holy power everyone calls sacred. She's totally shocked that her smile is magic, and Alexander fires back, "You didn't know." The heroine says she only believed it healed people somehow, thinking it wasn't real power. But now she finally understands exactly what her magic can do. The action rockets into the maid's room, and the maid fires off one question. "Is it true you're with Alexander?" The girl grins and says, "Yeah, his shadow felt so warm, I've never felt this good in my life." She blurts out that she thinks she's already fallen head over heels in love. All the other maids huddle up and beg Alexander to let them step inside the shadow. This young man has no clue what's happening until he hears them arguing about his shadow, and pure shock hits him. After that day, Amelia changed fast. She smiled more, and every time she saw him, her face went red. Looks like the protagonist finally caught on. These moves can't be for betrayal, so there has to be some real reason behind how strangely they're acting. That day, the young man nods along as the maid starts creeping into Alex's shadows again and again. Then they push too hard, trying to drain his energy and getting way too excited about it. And soon rumors fly that she's even cleaning the house with frantic new energy. Out of nowhere, the Lord shows up in person at the main character's door, telling him it's been ages since they last met and demanding, with a grin, how he's been. The young man stares around, stunned that he's ended up here. And the older man tells him that a few questions have started popping up. He nods to the maid as she sees him out, and just like that, she's finally free to go. He clocks that the maid is totally adorable, and then the protagonist leans in, asking if they've met Amelia yet. The man insists he only wanted to confirm whether those rumors were real, but the protagonist is completely lost, like he has no idea what he's even talking about. The man says people are whispering that the maids are back home and that the young guy's been acting crazy sweet lately, especially toward the master, and he's sure it's not just his looks. It's how he treats everyone. The hero snaps back that he didn't do any of it. This is all Amelia's doing, her strength, her merit. Then the man turns and says the maid who ran into him is just a genuinely sweet, wonderful girl. He can't help but notice the young man's tea is absolutely divine, and Alexander's got so much humility that he won't even say what everyone can clearly see. The boys can't wrap their heads around it. How does he think this isn't humility, the very virtue they're chasing? The man shoots back that pretending your strengths don't exist is a pointless waste. He drops the act, wastes no time, and bluntly demands that the hero lend him his maid for a while. The young man blurts out, "So you've got no maids in this mansion?" The man laughs and says, "Of course I do." Then he adds, "So why not hire a few more?" And yeah, he's half right. But the young man can't shake the feeling it's just not right. The man shrugs and swears there's nothing wrong with it, then tells him to stop and really think about what he's asking for. The hero's sure nobody would ever want to leave the estate. Then the man snaps in and says his goodbye. Ever since he opened his shadow to the maid at home, he's been grinning way more than before, and now he's convinced Dorothy's theory actually works. If that's true, this power is only going to keep growing every single day. But he still has no idea where the magic's limits even are. If his soul rank climbs, then his power might skyrocket too. So it's no wonder the maid's magic keeps getting stronger. That young man is clinging to one desperate dream that their life will finally flip for the better, for real. Suddenly, an angel materializes beside him, and she declares, "You're right." The hero doesn't clock her at first, so he blurts out, "Wait, do we really know each other?" And the girl replies that ever since her rank shot up, her look changed in a major way. Alexander leans in, saying he's got something to tell her, and she just smirks back, "Don't worry, the world is balancing itself." She leans in and asks, Have you ever felt pressure building from some weird surge in your energy? Then she nods toward the mansion like it's packed with powerful, high-ranking souls. The hero blurts out, "Can anything be done about this?" And the angel snaps back that when the energy spikes too high, the world fights back, balancing itself any way it can. So basically, this world is getting wiped out by people forged through war after war, and heaven's a totally different realm where angels get cut off from the outside world like they don't even exist out there. The girl warns, "If we don't do this, the earth is heading for disaster, so we have to wipe out a certain number of people. No exceptions." The hero finally snaps and realizes things have piled up. Enough he can't wrap his head around how a sudden burst of maid energy could wreck the world's balance like this. The girl accidentally catches their conversation by surprise. The hero leans into the angel and asks if the philosopher's stone can save them. And right then, the philosopher's words hit his memory like a thunderclap. Alexander demands to know if heaven really has a barrier guarding their world, and the angel confirms it with a sharp nod. The hero snaps, "All right, then we've got to build a barrier too." Angel snaps back in pure horror. Alexander blurts that he was reborn with his past life memories, which means he still knows how to forge that barrier so he can try. He thrusts the items toward the angel and demands, basically, "Look at me right now." In his grip, the hero clutches one of the deadliest metals. This is the very metal the master forged his sword from, and now it's his key to conjure a crushing barrier that can seal the entire mansion. The hero spots the perfect hiding place, and it feels like fate just opened its doors. He drags the ball against the rock and declares, "I'm building a barrier right now." He slams magic down and forges a blazing barrier between him and danger. To conjure that ball, the energy you need is several times bigger than the magic power required to make it. The hero can't shake the feeling that this air is the same one they talk about in heaven. And if that young man hadn't been packed with divine power, his body would have broken instantly and sent him straight to death. His energy's drained to zero, but now the whole mansion is finally safe. Angel swears that this is real magic, yet something about it feels wrong. The whole action goes down while everyone is busy sipping tea. The heroes are hunched around the table when the girl starts singing over tea, her voice echoing that it's been ages since they were like this, since they actually talked and laughed together, and Alexander leans in to back her up. The heroine blurts out that her friend looks amazing, and DeHay grins back. He and Alex basically rained down compliments on her. He rushes in to apologize, then throws his bag on and gets ready to bolt. The girl whips her head toward Eliza and tells her she asked her to come talk about the maids because of how they've been acting. She claims Amelia spotted Lisa before all the chaos with the shadow and the energy ever started. But the girl snaps back that she can't remember a thing. The protagonist asks, "How am I supposed to remember something like that?" And Eliza, the one running this country, barely recalls a girl like Amelia. Eliza tells Alex that every time she's with him, her memories start to blur like they're getting shy. The girl blushes. The mistress demands what happened and why he called her. Then the young man admits, with a bitter shake of his head, that he doesn't even know himself. He says it all boils down to his shadow growing in rank because of it, and the girls just stare, stunned. Out of nowhere, the ruler strides up to the girl and blurts, "Is it true you're the main character's beloved?" Alex shakes his head and says, "No, she's not that, but she means the world to me, so I brought her here." The hero blurts out that he's sorry for cutting in, but he needs the girl to spill more about the shadow, so she nods and agrees. The heroine spots a fresh shadow creeping in. Then the young man grabs the dagger and tells her, "This blade is how that maid gets inside every single day, Tom." The ruler jerks in shock and blurts, "Wait, does this happen every single day?" She rockets up to the protagonist and blurts, "Can I step into your shadow?" Even their mutual friend is totally on board, so the main character jumps in, agrees, and tells the girls to be careful. Both heroines take a deep breath and dive right inside. They spot it right away. This place is blazing with warmth and wide open space like it should have been all cramped and gloomy in the shadows, but somehow it's flooded with light. Eliza realizes it's so warm, like she's wrapped in Alex's arms, then her friend shouts, "Eliza!" And both of them suddenly feel really strange. The girls shoot back, "Wait, what's happening?" Because they can't believe how insanely good they feel. Not a single one of them thought they'd ever feel this kind of pure, mind-blowing pleasure. Eliza seethed with jealousy at Alex's maids because they'd felt the same way too. The main character is completely lost, panicking, trembling nonstop, and having no clue what's going on or why it's all happening to them. The girl strides right past him, brushing by like his moment never mattered. She collapses onto the sofa like all her strength just vanished, and the young man watches her without blinking. The heroine admits it caught her completely off guard, and the young man's face drops as worry kicks in. He immediately asks if she's really okay. She claims everything's fine, but tell me, have these maids really been lurking in his shadow this whole time? The hero fires back every single one of them. She leans in and says, "It's not just about the rank, it's deeper than that." They hang on every word of his praise, pushing themselves harder than ever, while the girl, downcast, stares into her cup of tea and admits she wants to stay right in his shadow today. Then she shoots her gaze up at him. tears flooding her eyes as she pleads for his permission, and the hero finally gives in. The girl breaks into joy over Alex's shadow, and it sends everyone completely out of their minds. The man blurts out that this is the first time they've ever met Alexander. Then the aristocrat immediately tries to hand his daughter over, not as a bride, but as a maid. Alexander presses him again, thinking the Duke must have had some big mission in motion, yet he never saw this coming. The man admits it could look disrespectful to Alexander. Then Alexander demands the truth. Is that really your adopted daughter? The man shakes his head no, she's his own. This hits Alexander like a slap, because if he hands his daughter to a maid, her status drops instantly. So what in the world is this man even thinking? I'm honestly embarrassed to admit it, but his daughter can't do a thing, so he agonized for ages over how to raise E until he finally heard His Majesty praising the main characters. And suddenly it hit him, his girls are trained at the highest level. No matter which girl steps into his service, she'll transform into a truly wonderful person, and even become a housemaid because the training hits insanely fast. The hero can't wrap his head around how even the king is trying to praise his maids, then he admits he gets what the man wants. Promises he'll help without hesitation, and the father who found him finally thanks him. The protagonist begs him to hear him out, swears his daughter will get treated just like everyone else, then turns to ask if her father is truly okay with him treating her like the other maids, and the man answers, smiling, that of course he does, with all his heart. The young man frets if everything will really be okay then. His relative bursts out laughing and says that, among the main characters being made, noble daughters keep showing up more and more. He praises his son-in-law, and one bystander starts buzzing should he really hand his granddaughter over to the protagonist to raise. The young man jumps in, trying to slam the panic down and calm everyone, which honestly didn't surprise anyone, so the other aristocrats hopped in too? Sure, he wouldn't marry their daughters, but he promised he'd back them in every way. That's why he grabbed their maid and started teaching her everything she'd ever need. People born into noble families would turn rotten, then get reborn as lowly beings, so if he took them in as maids, maybe he could steer them away from that nightmare. Everyone keeps cheering him on. Grab more girls as your maids and your courage will skyrocket. So will the emperor's daughter ever end up serving him? People are cracking jokes and laughing, like it's all inevitable. Alexander demanded, "Why are you all smiling?" And boom, someone in the crowd shot back, "Forgive me," claiming he had brought even more than the protagonist clocked that voice familiar as a knife in the dark. Once they're gone, people finally learn the rule. What you deliver in your past life spills into your next, and this whole story kicks off in heaven, 15 years ago. The angel claims she's been waiting for the soul, dials the number, and the soul absolutely hates it. The girl blurts out an apology, but the soul won't answer to the name from her past life, and she still hasn't clocked that she's dead. Then the angel steps in and says, "Welcome to the afterlife." Now they're about to decide her reincarnation rank, then her soul panics, begs for time, begs to be sent to anyone, but chained as a slave, even if that means becoming a beetle. The angel tells her not to worry, promising everything will be fine. Then in her life, she joins a partisan crew, fights in the servants' rebellion, and when she pays the ultimate price, she's the one who saves 3 enslaved lives. That win could have shot her up the ranks, but after she slaughtered merchants and nobles, she'll probably get shoved down, so the angel leans in and asks, "What about the noble's daughter?" If she pulled this off next time, she might even rise to rule some tiny country, but right now she's being reborn as a noble's daughter, and her soul will say yes to anything. She scribbles it that way, and it looks like the soul is just stuck being a self-absorbed, selfish girl, at least for now, because there's nothing she can do. The angel's friend rushes up and tells her the girl did an amazing job today, then leans in and asks if she's heard they've been dumping so many people on Earth lately so they can serve as maids. Recently, the goddess warned that in just a few years, noble girls everywhere would be pushed into maid life, yet somehow their bright, happy days won't be touched. Angel's eyes went wide with shock. She could barely believe everyone was eager to finally see those girls step into maid duty. Looks like the angels are stuck on duty, no vacation in sight, not anytime soon. Every era is different, but this one is wild. When Alex was born, it kicked off a brand new age where aristocratic women get demoted into maids, and a whole wave of maids and noble girls spills into the world, way happier than anyone before them. Angie, 13 years old, stares at Alex and says, "It's time." Then she stands by the window like she's waiting for destiny to start because a whole year has passed and they're slipping closer to adulthood. Alex, her same age, swears he gets her and Angie nods, granting permission for the person to step inside. A maid slips into the room, grins at him, and goes, "Good morning," asking if he slept well today. Angie's over the moon. She asks her sister when she came back, and the sister grins, says, "Just now," pulls out souvenirs, then whips back to the guy like she just remembered something big. The girl shuts one eye, begs Alex to stick around a little longer, and then snaps, calling herself his master. Alex just smiles and gladly agrees. Everyone's lined up outside, and Alex nudges Angie. "Go on, you should." She nods and agrees, and her sister bows with a warm, "Have a great trip." Ever since Duke Oins made his request the other day, A bunch of grateful ladies have been handed over to Duke Owen now looking like a grown man with a beard serving as his maids. Even Eliza wanted to be a maid. She said everything was going fine and she just needed a breather. Alex figures that's exactly why she used that time to live as one of her subjects. And yeah, to him, that sounds like Eliza. They ask Amelia how Eliza's doing, and she nods satisfied. Then, right in the spring, Amelia steps up as the new headmaid, while the main character quietly gears up to take over as his father's successor. Eliza Dawn slips into the maid's uniform and clicks perfectly into the role, so flawless it gives away nothing about where she really came from until the moment she discovers the truth. Even the maids who know the truth about Eliza's origins aren't telling anyone because you never know when one tiny rumor will explode and you're just praying it stays quiet. The girl asks, "Are you worried?" And then she hits him with, "So why not watch me work?" He says, "I'd really like that." But before he can act on it, someone blurts out, "Wait, how do we stop him from messing things up?" The girl whirls toward Eliza with a bright grin and begs her to play. But she sweeps past like she's on a mission, saying she's working the second maid questions, whether she's wiping the plate right, and Eliza laughs it off. Perfect. But don't you dare grab the dishes with bare hands after that, or the owner will stain them the next time they use them. She promises she'll be careful from now on, thanks to Eliza, and right then, a living eye stares in from around the corner. His hand floats over the screen, synced to the eye's broadcast, and it moves without a single hitch. She leans in and gives the other maid a few pointers. And the girl watching them just stares because for the Empress to let her talk so freely, she's clearly got a rare kind of patience. And honestly, I've got zero complaints about how she works. It's honestly a bummer she's an Empress, like, the main character doesn't even know what she's saying, and you can't really pin down an answer because the real point is that she does everything right. The three of them stare at the screen. Then someone suddenly grabs the girl's attention and asks, "So, are you new here?" She stares back in silence while they demand her name again and again, and then her anger explodes because she can't even remember who she is. She finally blurts out the truth she's Duke Owen's eldest daughter, the very girl whose father once begged Alex to take her on as his maid. They've got zero clue where she comes from, but they don't care. She can work, and the main character knows that she's completely in the dark too. The Duke's daughter jabs a finger at her and demands she join their group, and the girl just stares back, utterly lost. She tells her, "If we weren't stuck in a place like this, you'd never hear about me, so I'll even let you into my group." Then she adds, "Go on, be generous and obey my orders." That's why she's pushing to build a whole faction. So many of the people who show up here try to flex their family status. Alex thinks the truth would make her drop dead, but when it hits, she turns away and snaps, "I'm not interested." She's finally here, grateful after everything she had to endure just to become Alex's maid. So quit fretting over giving orders and start aiming for the throne queen of the mountain. The Duke's daughter yanks for her to stand up, but she shoots back, "No time to get back to work." Who does she think she is? The Duke's daughter. Yeah, her father twisted her life into being a maid, and now her eye is starting to vanish. It lands right in the guy's hand. He figures Eliza can deal with it alone, but seeing her act like this, that's a fast track to trouble. He wants to ask her to watch, but guilt hits him like he's just stirred up trouble for no reason. Then the eye reassures him, everything's fine. Anyway, you can tell from the little sister's eyes that she's totally into Alex because the number of maids keeps piling up. They're suddenly a lot more lively, and one of them just sneezes. From the house, Alex's screams tear through the air. It's terrible, and it hits all at once like something just flipped, even though it's bright daytime outside. Everyone crowded into one spot and stared that same way. Alex shoved through and demanded, "What happened?" The girl snapped back, "The seal's vanished." The main character gets it, and the girl blurts out, "This is the seal of locusts, a monster that feeds on everything, fires up with miasma, wipes out every scrap of vegetation, and leaves entire villages rotting, dying, and gone." Then his magic crumbled, and he shoved her into a bag of calamity claws, yet somehow she vanished. Anyway, the maid just stared at the Duke's daughter. She demands an explanation, and it terrifies her. Then she snaps her finger at the girl and roars that it's all her fault. That filthy bag was on her. She never said how crucial it was, but even so, no maid could just grab the master's things like that, not unless she'd been told. He tells her to drop the stubborn attitude, and just as she's about to fire back, the protagonist cuts them both off. Now they've got to track down the locust fast. Usually the tossed garbage ends up at the incinerator, but they haven't found it yet, so they need to hunt it down. She never should have wandered that far then. Out of nowhere, something massive crashes into view, and the Duke's daughter lets out a terrified scream. The protagonist steps in to protect her, remembering how last time magic and physical blows couldn't scratch her until this time. He's claimed divinity, and he's here to slam the brakes on her rampage. Then he drives a sword straight into her. Something crashes out of the sky, then the monster erupts into terrifying screams, and the Duke's daughter can't stop watching every second. The main character finally hits the ground, and everyone erupts in joy because he actually pulled it off after all. He shows up right beside her, so is she hurt? Chosen shakes his head, and the guy grins and says, "Good, then it's easier this way." But she better never pull something like that again because the moment anything happened to her, it'd be a disaster. And yeah, she knows she messed up, but Somehow, he still steps in and takes care of her. The guy leans in and asks the maid how well Chosen's doing, but she hesitates, eyes on him. Then her face hardens. She's got punishment to serve, sweeping the floor. So if she obeys and does everything, does that mean it's all settled yet? She keeps stealing glances like something still feels wrong. If she'd just explained it properly, none of this would have happened. She's horrified, truly sorry, and she bows deeply. She spots an egg and offers it as a pet. Then bam, that's Locust's egg, the same one she swore killed her. He crushed her, but she had one last trick she could turn into an egg. And when it was all over, that's all that remained of her. Father just shrugged and said, like it was the obvious thing, that he looked happy, so now I'm wondering when the egg finally hatches, will the Locust be born all over again? And he really thinks he can't just smash it. He can just let him chow down peas happy to help, and right then, the egg gives a sudden crack. Then the monster's hand reaches in, and next he's right there, sitting down, and everyone erupts in joy because they just witnessed his birth. This is a baby locust. They both stare at this baby locust in shock, pure newborn disaster, but weirdly, it's like a little puppy. The guy snaps his hand over his mouth as miasmas drift through the air. The little baby blurts out an apology, eyes wide with guilt, and covers his face with a chunk of eggshell. He blurts out his thanks to everyone who stepped in to stop him, then recalls every single thing that's happened right down to the exact moment they sealed him away. So his memories are still intact. He nods, yeah, and after a little time, he'll snap back into the person he was. So he bolts away on the spot and tells them goodbye, but Alex panics and begs him to stop, just stand still. He screams at all the maids to chase him, but they just stare frozen in total confusion at the monster looming in front of them. They steel themselves and ask, so we just need to grab him. Then they shout for him to surrender right before they clock his pitiful, helpless look. They finally haul the monster down in their trap, but the miasma starts ripping their clothes to shreds. The monster begs them, don't touch me, let me go. But the girl still reaches up, taps his face, and declares, no, we can't. They claim it's all for Alex's master. Alex won't lift a finger to hurt him, so just swallow it and accept it. He shoots back that everything's fine, tells them he doesn't need to run, and then checks on the girls. Are you okay? He admits he was worried about them because he's genuinely kind and tells the girls to stop pushing themselves and take a break in his shade. He says that after being reborn, he's got to be handed a fresh name. Miasma is just what feels right, nothing more, but if everything stays the same? With the contract he signed with San, then now San has granted him a blessing, and that's when he'll name him. He's stuck on what name fits him, and the monster is too scared to burn him, so the guy grins and tells him his new name is Lotus. This color's got a wild origin, it only sprouts in filthy dirt, it won't live in clean water. But when that flower blooms, it's stunning, somehow staying pristine, just like a baby. From this moment on, he turns into the lotus. Then a radiant glow blooms around the monster, and he finally realizes the miasma is gone for good. The guy grins like he's finally free of worry, and the monster turns to her, thanking her warmly. The monster leans in and asks if there's anything it can do for him, but the guy just stares back, totally confused. He wants to thank him, but he doesn't have to. The location of that guy has already caused a ton of trouble, even though at first he seemed kind and obedient. Then he'd ask Lotus for a favor. Take his sword and try to pierce his shadow so the guy could test him. And Lotus totally got what he meant. All he has to do is slip into the shadows just like that. Then the guy can borrow her powers, and he's telling her, let me have whatever I want. The protagonist finally gets it, this is the Lotus's power, and that miasma was hiding inside him, but the real abilities, those are a whole different beast. If he channels it the right way, fire erupts in his palm, and just like that, his magic snaps back to life like the power of the Lotus returning. So if Alex used it right, the power wouldn't drain at all, and it ended up being the strongest ability he'd ever laid eyes on. The ancient dragon leans into his master and demands to know what he wants to put to him. The main character blurts that he wants one more part of his body, a scale, and the person agrees on the spot and hands it right over to him. He clutches it tight and blurts, it's gorgeous. And the dragon immediately snaps, what do you need it for? He admits he just wants to craft it into an accessory, a necklace or earrings. The dragon boasts that he looks his absolute best when he's swinging a sword, and the protagonist is left totally stunned. He figures out the sword can be fixed, and the guy who talked to the dragon tells him everything, then he grins, ready to help. When the thought hits him, he imagines the scales melting and turning into some kind of coating, and then he starts carving that exact idea into the scales with his sword. The weapon flares with light, the dragon gushes that it's breathtaking, and he can practically feel raw power crawling up his bones. Did it just turn magical? The protagonist says everyone knew the effective magic would be automatic. Just stand there and let it suck in power, because it burns through a whole tenth of his magic every single second. The dragon demands, so what? You're telling me this isn't a curse in essence, then why do we need the effect at all? Right then, Lotus, his brand new friend, steps in. Alex grabs it and swears the sword will get its magical power back once it's fed with what it absorbs. The more you swing that power, the stronger your body gets, like training muscles. You don't just cast magic, you grow it automatically. The dragon scoffs that this is exactly what it expected from the owner. then tells him to keep helping the baby because he'll make it work. Suddenly, Eliza lights up when she spots Alex, and he blurts out what's going on because she's about to tell him something big. She doesn't know why, but he's suddenly glowing because those dragon scales are doing it again. He's pulled this stunt before, and anything made from his scales has a mesmerizing pull on the opposite sex. Eliza doesn't think it'll be a problem, she'll try to rein it in. Then the dragon presses her, asking if she has a reason for showing up, and she remembers. She hands him a sealed letter and swears it came straight from the Empress. He gets it, she's the Empress, but she brushes it off and snaps that she's nothing more than a maid. Alex finally clicks. She's not stepping into that disaster at all. Then the letter hits her with talk of falconry. In an eastern land, a fearless falcon lives, and people there have turned a brutal tradition into a craze. Animals get hunted with the bird's help. As the rumor spread across the country, it shifted just enough to matter because now the hunter could swing a sword and unleash magic too. This is the Empress's first time for them, and yeah, sure, they used to do it about once a month, but he still gets what's going on and there's no way he'd refuse. So it looks like Eliza is up next. Alex will finally get to see his father in full glory, but he won't stay hands off, he's going in. He has to join because he'll wipe out more monsters than his old man ever could. And he's got to prove to everyone exactly what he's capable of. The Duke's daughter daydreams about falconry, and her father turns to the boy like, I expect a lot from you. He'll do everything he can to prove himself to the Empress because this is the moment to shine, even if he'd rather not be caught wanting it. On Falconry Day, someone bursts in and announces it's open. Then after Alex cooks up a brand new training method, he dives in and tries the hunt for real. The girl on stage beams as she announces, all right, everyone, it's finally time for the long-awaited falconry. Everyone turns to the presenter, and he dares the crowd to show off their strength right there, as hard as they want. The man grins then. The Chohi family is up next, and Alex leans in saying, Hosen's joining too, though he looks like he couldn't care less. The father shrugs and says, bragging just isn't his style, but he still won't miss the chance to become a martial artist. Now that he finally thinks it through, he realizes he's never once seen Hosen fight. Then that beast charges and pounces on him. That guy just smirks, stares the beast down, and tells it to calm its rage. Then both of those men lunge in and hack it with their swords. The defeated beast sprawls on the ground as Alex cuts in. He didn't do the fighting himself, he only crushed them with pressure and let his subordinates handle the rest. The host straight up says this is exactly what you'd expect from the Empire's strongest. Then she drops a reward in her hands after she already handed the title of strongest to someone else. The girl announces the next family is Carlisle, and the main character is thrown for a loop. Everyone else instantly clicks that this is the Vice Emperor who's finally grown up. The main character gets hit with, so you ready yet? And he smirks, saying he's ready anytime. Then they finally kick things off. Chosen, hiding behind the box, got asked what she was doing there. Then a giant black-winged monster with a human body burst into view. Everyone's stunned and blurts, what is this? It's not on any of our lists. Alex grabs Chosen and fires off. What does this mean? Why did you drag him here? As the girl says, cool as ice, this is a trained soul eater. Even an ordinary monster won't let everyone watch them prove just how terrifyingly strong they are. With a bright smile, the girl pleads for everyone to see just how magnificent they are. Then the main character hears a scream tear through the air. A monster rips into two girls and a guy charges in to save them. Only they yell at him, asking if he can even handle it. And the main character roars back, of course, before launching into the fight with a high-flying jump attack. The monster vanishes in a burst of black smoke. The whole crowd erupts in cheers, praises the main character non-stop. Then the guy leans in and asks, how's Chosen doing? He realizes he somehow accidentally signed onto her plan, and then, bam! Another scream erupts. Right there, a monster shows up, and that kid sprouts wings. The moment he realizes it, he's hit with horror kids tainted by the miasma. Don't just change, they turn into soul eaters. It's a monster that breeds by devouring kids' souls, so once it takes them, it's already swallowed their fate. Then the girl begs, sobbing, to save her child. The protagonist fires back with a confident, give it to me, because the same treatment he used to stop Dorothy from turning into a beast. There's no reason it won't work here too. So let's take the chance. Alex shuts his eyes, focuses hard, and summons a homunculus, then rips their souls into it, leaving their bodies dead for a brief moment, and then he pulls it off. The protagonist realizes the soul eaters are gone, so now he just has to get their souls back into their bodies, and the kids spin around, shocked out of their minds. The girls scooped up the kids and thanked the guy for saving them, just like the Emperor's vice would do, and he visibly breathed out, relieved they were all safe. The presenter gushes that it was amazing, but she's not buying that they can win after something like that. Then he shows up, says he was awesome back then, and thanks him for stepping in and protecting the children. The presenter snaps at everyone to jump on the scene right now, and they all agree. Then one person turns to her. She listens to Alex as he swears she already knows exactly how it happened, and he begs them to trust his story because now it all comes down to him. A culprit is picked. Then the girl hears his voice in her head and he talks straight to her through magic. He asks for her permission to handle this himself because he refuses to let anyone else get wind of it. She gets what he's trying to do and steps back, handing him control. Inside the building, Alex tells Chosen he knows she did it for his own good, but then he slams the truth she just put everyone in danger. As punishment, he bans her from being his maid for a while, and Amelia's jaw drops when she blurts out that her father already agreed to take her in. That's the whole move. She wants to stay by his side, but it's overwhelming too much for him to handle still. He's relieved she's treating him like this because being in this state makes it brutal to focus on the job. He's got a pang of sympathy for her, but Amelia handles it like a pro, and yeah, that's all we need. He tells her, "Forget me for a bit, just focus on your job as a maid." And she drops her gaze, voice trembling as she sadly answers, "I understand." A few days later, the protagonist finally finds the girl again. She looks him in the eye and tells him his magic has surged in power all thanks to her lessons. They only helped because she's got real talent. So why did she show up today? She came to ask for something, and he wouldn't say no to her request even if she was a little shy. The girl blurts, "Take me on as your intern." And the guy's hit with instant deja vu like something awful already went down. So yeah, it's internship time. They say if your village is nothing but rot, you're marched off to the army, the guild, or a noble's house anywhere that'll let you grind experience and get stronger. The Empire's schools of magic train the mentors, then ship their students out on internships until those teams leave, and he's got a crew of angels stepping in to take over. Alex realizes she's already gone, but he's still hit with this wave of nostalgia for that first meeting. An absolute disaster, yet he still swears he'll take her back anytime. Someone calls out, "Is Alex here?" He nods, swings the door open, and lets them in. Then the maid snaps that deadly ones have shown up in the villages of Saike and Ritonera. Alex doesn't even hesitate, he's heading there right away. The girl asks if these are the same monsters from the falconry, and he snaps back, "Yeah, same ones, just in different spots, but don't worry, I can handle them." Worry, aye. She says that if she could just have a bunch of him, he'd solve this problem everywhere at once. A fresh idea sparks in his mind, he turns to her, thanks her, and takes her hand. She blushes hard, thrilled that she actually helped him. In Ritonera village, the main guy busts in late, blurts out an apology, and asks where the kids are, only to find out they've already been swallowed up by them. Good news, they're still alive. Now he's promising to put them back the way they were, and with a twist of his hand, he pulls out some kind of sphere. People snatch it up and blurt, "What even is this?" And he grins and dares them, "Try hurling it at me." They're confused as hell, but they do it anyway, blasting it at the monsters. Midair, the sphere detonates, and when the smoke clears, the monster is gone, replaced by a limp, unconscious child. His mom is over the moon that he got saved, and the boys pester Alex. What happened? He'll spill the whole story later right now. They've got to start hurling balls at them. It can lock away magic, then unleash the power to destroy demons so they can finally stand up to the Soul Eaters without fear. He tells her, don't overthink it. And as they talk, it hits him. This tool once locked his whole room solid, so yeah, it can do that too. And if that dragon shows up, they'll unleash it on him. Maybe it won't wipe out the Devourers for good, but it'll cut their numbers down for sure. The girl snatches the ball, the main character blurts out a thank you to Xiaomei, but she waves it off like, don't worry about it. Agnes leans in and asks Alex what's eating him, because they've built so much already that now he's wondering, can all of it be used somewhere else too? She asks if he means a magical instrument, and he nods saying yes, and then he wonders if there's useful magic they could spread from village to village. He asks if this will make life easier for people, and the girl pauses, thinks hard, and nods. Then she spots a real squabble happening at the gate. Just as the young girl asks to see Alexander, she blurts out that she has to talk to him. Then bam, the catch hits the visit. Can't happen on the spot, and the appointment has to be set ahead of time, and Alex is left stunned. Chosen tells her that her master's got zero time for her, so she decides right then and there that she'll go meet him herself, and the protagonist watches it all with a grin. He lets out a heavy sigh and asks Agnes to bring him to her right now. She reveals she's from the village of Ritonera, then turns the question around, what am I supposed to do with the Chosen? He whips around and tells her, now that you're under your father's care, you'll let me hear everything. Tell him I want details. Agnes gets it, then moves in toward the Chosen one. Alex stares them down and snaps that the Soul Eater's problem still isn't fixed. So the Chosen's punishment needs to be extended, no exceptions. Lily Canada strides up to him, apologizes to his face, then lights up and says she's genuinely thrilled to finally meet him. She drops to her knees and thanks him for saving them that day, and the guy tells her, don't worry. But she can't shake it, because something in the village has to be going on, right? Lily lunges in front of him, shouting that she wants to work for him, and he shoots back by asking her about it again. He jabs a finger at the maid and fires off. Is this what Lily meant? She shrugs. I'm fine being a maid, but I still need a salary. Lily tells Alex that her whole dream was to serve him until life ripped that chance away. She blushes hard, and the main character clocks that she's being totally honest, plus the maids are tied up right now, so he figures they might actually have a shot. He's got zero reason to say no. He's not against it at all until Lily hits him with two conditions. She asks what they are, and then she agrees to everything. First, she has to quit calling him my lord, period, and if she's taking this job, he's paying her right, she agrees. After the protagonist asks Agnes to take Lily's measurements for her brand new uniform, Agnes finally slips it onto her then. After a moment, Alex spots Lily wearing it and breaks into a smile. He tells her what fits her best, quizzes her on the size, and boom, turns out it's perfect. Then he shoves the contract into her hands, and now she has to run around and talk it over with everyone else. 2 days later, the maids drill Lily on how to scrub the windows clean, and Lily can't stop wondering what'll happen the moment the owner walks in front of a dirty one. She tells them the owner won't even get a look, so they'd better get every bit cleaned up before the shift ends. Lily keeps working when Agnes leans in and says she'll make her tea after hours. Lily practically beams and agrees right away. The girl brushes it all off because the only thing that matters is that she's okay. And when she's headed back to the castle, she immediately begs for forgiveness. He praises her for how hard she's been working today, and she finally brings up what she's been dying to ask about the new maid because deep down, he's convinced something happened to Lily. She's awesome, and she learns fast. Then he asks, "Did you see her soul?" And he nods yes, she's B rank, and he still can't help but be a little shocked because he already told Eliza he can see souls. And now she's saying girls like her just flock around him. A bunch of fresh-faced girls crowd his view, practically begging for his approval, so she snaps into action, sliding her palm onto the table to cut in and give him advice. She insists the guy needs to send Owing back and figure out what to do with her after the Empress's advice. In the village of Sonnet, the kids hurl themselves off a towering platform and drop straight to the ground. No fear, all hype, and 3 people stand there cheering and clapping like it's showtime. In the village, the coming-of-age ceremony is everything. Once a boy turns 10, he's forced to leap off the diving board without a shred of fear. Alex's father leans on pure courage, thanks the Viscount for the invitation, and then turns around and thanks him right back. Anyone who survives this rite gets treated like a grown-up and earns the right to marry the girls, pick their partner, and nobody wants to be stuck waiting last for a house in the field, so the whole thing feels like one intense, no-jokes test. So Alex figured if he pulled Kukufu into this, she'd probably say yes like Joy would, and when the guy asked his father how everything was going, she jumped at the moment to get closer. Then he told her to stay right there on the estate. Why is he asking whether the punishment's over? Eliza tells him to take her back to her parents, but he can't do it. If he pulls that move, everyone's going to question him. But then again, this wasn't some random tip. It was advice straight from the Empress herself. Soon he's going to face a life or death choice, then they spot 2 children. And the man steps up to ask if this is the boy who just passed the test. He's probably about to pop the question. They look perfect side by side, then BAM! The girl drops to the ground and angel wings burst out from her back. She snaps into a soul eater and lunges at the protagonist, and just as it hits, someone throws their hand over him to shield him. Chosen lunges in front of her, snaps at the monster for its impudence, then yanks her hand and drags her out of the impact zone. Souls get ripped into new bodies. She bursts out of the devourer, tumbles down, and the whole place erupts in joy. All because the Vice Emperor gets thanked. Chosen proudly declares this is perfectly natural for her master. Then the boy erupts, shouting what it all means and demanding what she was doing in Sonnet Village. She swears he ordered her to serve my lord, but she still calls him her real master, so she can't be far away. Then he hands her over to his father's care, so tell me, doesn't that mean she went against his wishes? Chosen snaps back, that's not what I meant. Alex suddenly realizes one brutal truth: if he pushes her away, she'll risk everything just to get closer to him. And he can't believe he ever thought that was a good idea, because he remembers the way she protected him. He took one look at her manners and thought they were great, even though she still had a lot to learn about being a proper maid, so he was ready to fire her, until she totally shocked him when he decided to give her a second chance. He's ready to teach her how to be a proper maid, and he's doing it with kid gloves, nice and gentle, because now he and Amelia will hammer that lesson into her step by step. Alex grins and asks her if she'll be a decent maid, and with a puzzled blink, she agrees. Dad snaps at the boy and calls him useless. Alex blurts out an apology. She didn't even bother to talk it through with him, but it's fine because she's his maid. Then, at last, someone shows up. Alex and his father stare around like, are we really guests here? Chosen steps in and asks for permission to introduce them because they're her younger sisters. The protagonist blurts out, is this really true? And then shocks everyone by saying they want to be his maids too. They finally got his father's okay, and being close to him felt like pure happiness, right? Yeah, the father agrees. The protagonist declares, from here on out, Shom is under my care, and the old man begs, please protect her, while he pushes back. You can count on me, just rely on me. Everyone's buzzing that she's about to work beside the Vice Emperor himself, and the old man steps in, demanding everyone cool off. Alex is already famous, and he's honestly grateful she's the only one he'll take on as an intern. He scoops her up and rockets into the air, yelling for her to hold on. Then, mid-flight, he cranes his eyes downward and spots something. They spotted the robbers and the 2 girls right there. and they knew they couldn't walk away, then the robbers snapped that the girls were the ones causing all the trouble. But hey, that's enough. Let them throw in the towel. One of the girls grips her sword, then a voice suddenly calls, "Stop!" And bam, steel collides as the blades slam together. The robber stares at the shattered sword in pure shock while Alex steps in front of the girls, brandishing it. Then they demand, "Who are you?" He snaps the binding spell, cuffs the robbers instantly, and leaves the girls stunned. One of them stays on guard, but Alex steps in and tells her to calm down, then the whole group streaks past overhead. He grins and says, they'll just knock the robbers out cold. The girl blurts out, "Are you really Alexander Carlyle?" and demands proof, so he hands over a document, and the moment they read it, it blows their minds. Zara Burio fires out an apology for her rudeness, and then right as they're moving toward him, she begs for help escaping with her mistress, Princess Liche Silvermoon. Alex leans in and asks if she's a vassal of the Empire. She nods and explains their kingdom has served loyally ever since they swore allegiance 100 years ago, but the king couldn't care less. He's hell-bent on independence. The princess refuses to shatter ties with the empire she's fighting only to save her kingdom, because anyone living on royal soil gets eternal youth. And when the last emperor attacked those lands, he learned the hard truth: only the royal family can truly have that immortality. Now they're calling this the perfect opening because half the world is already rebelling against the empire, yet their army is strong enough to crush it. And if war erupts, tons of people are going to die. They're out of time. The last emperor crushed the surrounding countries with sheer force, and when Eliza finally grabbed the throne, she loosened that iron grip so Silvermoon and others lit the fuse and started rebelling. The second you hear what she really thinks, Eliza bursts up from the ground and announces, "I heard every single word." The girls are stunned when he says she's his maid and he'll guard that secret with his life. The emperor will even set them up with shelter. And if Silvermoon really sparks a war, they'll meet their enemies only on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Alex has to keep them safe at his place, and he even calls her Lychee. She just stands there looking weirdly awkward. Then the guy lays it out. She slipped the truth about it, like she's seen it with her own eyes. And she's Lychee Silvermoon, even though she's supposed to be 256 years old. The main guy shows up with 3 girls and tells Agnes, "I'm back." And she immediately goes, "So you brought guests?" He nods, saying they'll stick around for a while since there's no telling what might have happened while he was away. Agnes pipes up about the plumbing issues, the guy groans that it's a total disaster, and the girl flashes a smile. "Can I help?" Because her ice magic can fix it. The girl clicks Agnes member. The guy shoots back, "Do you know her?" And she admits, "Yeah, I've seen her around. I used to visit the Viscone member too." Everything changes fast. One moment the princess is fine, and the next she's suddenly feeling terrible. Zira snatches her up immediately, and Alex rushes in asking what happened, even trying to take her from Zira. But she just drinks a potion, and the situation explodes into something urgent. It's water pulled from the sacred land itself, sent out on the weekend, and when it leaves the grounds, it sparks a brutal reaction to eternal youth. Their escape is insanely dangerous, but they still know. He meant to tell the Emperor about it, but the sheer load would take days, so he had to race, get the water supply moving, and hurry now. Alex says they can use these rooms, and they're so grateful they can't believe their luck after all. He already helped them, and now he offers even more. Then he grabs the sword and pours holy water over it, and that's when it hits him. This thing is packed with serious power, so he starts hunting around the capital, Silvermoon, and after a bit of searching, he finally spots the perfect match. Now he's ready to hook up the pipe to the source and drive the energy straight through it. Water droplets swirl around the girl as the guy taps into the sacred land's power, slams down a special barrier, and recreates the sacred grounds on the spot, leaving her staring in pure shock. The girl leaned in and told the owner, "We just rolled into the kingdom of Silvermoon right there in a carriage." King Aurora Silvermoon grips the boy's hand, then urges him to welcome her because they've just arrived at the Lychee's house for a reason. Yesterday, the girl showed up with a message from the Empress. He immediately thanked her and demanded, "What did she say?" She repeated the exact words that she'd leave it on him. Alex explains that if this were written down, it would have to be handled the official way, meaning the rebellion gets crushed and the Imperial Army helps seal the deal. He begs everyone to stay calm, but that calm won't come first. Remember, they can't even see their own independence, and once that truth sinks in, other vassals will start daring to make the same move. Once everything finally calms down, they sink into a discussion with a million questions, and then they kick things off by tearing into the rebellion brewing inside the kingdom. She said the army hasn't moved on them yet, so if they strike now, they can smash their momentum, drain their military strength, and cripple their plans. Anyone would crumble at the thought of his own people tearing each other apart, so he shut down the rebellion in the shadows and pushed to keep the death toll as low as he could. The king calls the shots, so he decides what happens to him, but the princess hands Nash the choice, and Nash knows he needs a reason to get to the kingdom. Lucky for him, he remembers they're famous for golden apples. The princess nods, and those sacred fruits sprout on holy ground, never spoil, and somehow taste even better. Then he tells himself he has to bring them straight to Her Majesty, so he'll have to go there in person. This tree gleams with golden apples, and Alex stares at them in awe. He's never seen beauty like this. Yet guilt claws at him because he wants to pick them. The girl asks to give it a try, gets the green light, and then the guy thrusts an apple into her hands. So they corner him, "Why'd you hand it to the maid?" And he blurts, "Because she's closest to the Empress. She knows exactly what her taste is like." The judge scoffs, the maid bows and says thanks. She takes a bite of the apple and her eyes light up. It's delicious. Then the main character rushes to the king and swears the Empress will absolutely love it. He stuffs apples into a bag to keep the insects away, but he's not even doing it for himself. He does it for someone else, then orders the girl to try again. She takes one bite, drops to her knees, and blushes so hard she whispers that she feels like she's about to melt. The king demands, "What happened?" And the guy blurts that inside the bag, time runs wild, nothing decays, and that's why they never ripen, staying unripe until they somehow grow even tastier. He unlocked his power through divinity. No one can wrap their head around it. And now he's basically cleared the air so they won't suspect him even if he hangs around here for a while. On sacred ground, night had fallen, and at their table, everyone was swapping secrets until Alex burst in, convinced their plans had already been exposed. But those apples were so damn delicious they'd keep feeding him for as long as he wanted still. He had to leave right there and get going in the right mood. They ordered them to keep the preparations moving, and someone stepped up and went ahead. The protagonist fires off a quick thank you to Eliza, then turns to the girls and tells them, "All right, go ahead, take off your robes." They never imagined they could slip into someone's shadow and move unseen. Alex wastes no time, so he asks Dorothy what's going on. Dorothy tells them to stock up on food and weapons. Then they'll hit the road the second they find the princess. He thanks her, because that guy is her spy and they're dead set on rebelling. So yeah, they've got to turn themselves in and let themselves get caught for a bit, and the girls are totally shocked by it. He thanks them from the bottom of his heart because you didn't just hand him apples, you kept him safe too. This is all about protecting Mr. Kokufu, and the king orders Convey to pass along their heartfelt wishes to the Empress. Alex nods in agreement. They tear off with a quick goodbye, and as they go, someone calls out to the king from behind them. They tell him they've finally caught lice. He's stunned. And then he locks eyes with a girl standing there with her hands tied. Che blurts out, "What hit you, Dorothy?" And Dorothy just glares back from behind the bushes. Then 2 days later, the guy comes asking, "So, any news?" The kingdom has built an army of 3,000 warriors for the strike, and they're set to march right past nearby, so the guy can only thank her because she helped him more than anyone could imagine. He strokes the girl, just a small thing to her, while the girl by the princess's bedside asks, trembling, if she really is safe. The dread of what he was planning wouldn't let her breathe until he finally told her not to worry. Right after he gave her away, he said, "They're bound by the soul of a real leech, but their body is just a homunculus. And if she ever gets in trouble, he can yank her back to him at once with a single call." What's an army of just 3,000 soldiers supposed to do for a kingdom? Especially when only about 1,000 are left to guard the lands. That's basically their whole force, and it still looks tiny compared to the Empire. So yeah, Liche was right to be terrified. The Silver Moon Army is about to get wrecked with massive losses, and we have to stop them now. The girl presses the owner. What's he planning to do? Try to knock them out before it gets worse, but he shuts that down fast because he can't afford to step into something this serious. He wants to dodge the truth that his meddling is the reason because that would only stir up trouble for the Empress, and she doesn't care. Then he blurts out that he figured the Empress would say exactly that. He gets it. She's basically saying what he already warned him. He's about to kick off a civil war. He grips the glowing sword in both hands, ready to bend the warriors' minds because war is coming fast and they won't win, but they'll still free the kingdom. Seems like everyone's stuck with doubts, so he snaps and orders them all to head back to the sacred land. The Weirls are coming back for real, the ones still stuck on that sacred land under Leche's claim, and now they're set on grabbing it again, no matter what it takes. The girl demands what he did, and he sends them a single thought. Turn back and whispers it through the wind, like the whole army just has to reverse course because they can't afford to lose the power they've got right now. Then the civil war will finally erupt. He warned that if so many get wounded, they won't be able to raise another army, so their own must stop spilling their blood. Like clockwork, Alex called their moves, but hurting all those people drains him hard. So he's got to push his magic training even further. The stage is set, and he wants this to end right now, but it's way too soon because Leche is still trapped in captivity, and he has to push forward to the next move. On Mount Ekiti, far beyond the Empire's reach, a stranger closes in on the snake and blurts like he's holding his breath. He finally found it. She lunges to strike, but he whips out of the way, slams his sword into the snake, and blurts out an apology right after. The snake's dead. Alex grabs its skin, and the moment he does, he realizes he has to sprint, like right now. On holy ground, inside a tavern, the place erupts someone's shouting, and another person begs for permission to look around, but even after the yes, the rules still bite, so what's the real problem? They say, everything's fine, and blame it all on the ointment, so the pain's just that, right? Then the girl with glasses fires back, asking again about the ointment. When it hurts like that, people can't help but scream, so tell me, why would we keep using it? Because it's insanely effective. The man who took that eye hit can suddenly see everything. And when you hear what happened in the Civil War, you'll feel the pain because everyone who gets this ointment is just grateful they made it. The girl recalls the case Alex told her how he tore off a snake's skin and turned it into medicine. And yeah, it hurts like hell, but that agony makes him heal wounds. Brutal on purpose, blade-sharp pain included. He hurled it at both sides, and the pain was so brutal they wouldn't stand a chance to fight back, so for what came next, they had to get Li Shay. They scout out a safe spot and summon Leche because she'll pour the girl's soul right back into her body. And just like that, the girl snaps her eyes open. Lace blurts out where she's gone, and Alex fires back, asking if she remembers him. She nods, then realizes she's back in her own body. So the girl with glasses asks if anything could go wrong. Zira might freak out at the missing piece of her, but Alex calmly assures her it's all okay, he'll call her back. Lice fires off. Are we ready? And Alex snaps back, yes, everything's set. So they waste no time and move exactly how they planned. The girl suddenly realized the hospital wasn't using just any ointment. It was the kind that triggers brutal, unbearable pain. The womb saw her and demanded, what are you doing here? And she shot back, I'm here to help the sick. This is Lise? She slaps her blood onto the guy, and if she hadn't been caught, he'd realize his hand suddenly doesn't hurt anymore. Everyone yells, was that her blood, or was it the royal family's power? One guy screams, don't let them fool you. He shoots back, asking if this is a trick. Are they the ones handing out this ointment, Lice says? She gets why they're suspicious, but lately she's been a prisoner. And she couldn't sit on the sidelines while others battled for the country, so she fled. It rips at her heart to lie to her own people, and he insists he never bought it, while everyone else screams that they're trying to seize the sacred lands. She shuts them down and calls it nothing but rumors. When she finally gets to the city, she asks, would you show me this if it were true? And she's stunned because everyone's suffering thanks to the ointment. She made it years ago, but before it could ever finish, someone smashed into her room and dumped it out into the world, scattered among people without completing it. If you smear that ointment with her blood, the pain vanishes. She didn't manage much while she was in total despair, but the truth is, she made it herself. So she'll step up and hand out blood to everyone she banished. But she can't turn a blind eye to all the suffering she has to call her father and force him to stop this war. She asks if everyone really never wanted to fight from the very beginning, because if they had any sense, they would have seen there was never a reason to. If the people of this country would just trust her, she'd prove she can win over her father. The guy in the bed blurts out that he believes in her, and just like that, everyone else jumps in and agrees. Everyone jumps on board with Lisha, and he can't help but break into pure joy. The bespectacled girl grins and says, Lice's pitch is working now, countless will fall in line behind her. And that ointment is doing the damage, sapping their drive to fight. The proof is right there on her face, she's going to pull it off. The third party can't mess with this anymore, and thanks to the ointment, the injuries are nearly gone just like Alex predicted. Now the Empire finally has a peaceful government, hoping they don't lunge into any rash moves. But other kingdoms are still nursing old grudges. Alex tells Eliza she can count on him if trouble hits, he'll gladly jump in and help her out. But she rules the entire empire, don't forget that for a second. After that chaos finally calmed down, Lecha fixed everything. Then Eliza turned to the guy and thanked him. A few days later, she pulled him aside and invited him to the sacred lands to thank him. Then the truth hit. They finally figured out who Eliza really is, and now she's lurking right in his shadow. It feels like the world's finally turning for the better, until someone steps in and shuts that hope down. He stares at the flying girl, instantly recognizing her voice. She tells him he saved tens of thousands of people, and that's exactly why it's a problem. She pleads with him die right now or stay alive and finally give in to the secret wants he's been hiding. The main character gets a brutal choice, die here and now or live, and finally surrender to his secret desires. Eliza blurts out, can I? And if she's allowed, she wants every detail because the Empire is tied into this too. She demands, why do I have to die? And the reply hits like a verdict. Her soul gets a brand new rank, so she shoots back the question again. Right after she gets reincarnated, the soul test kicks off immediately, and her rank starts rocketing up and down with every choice she makes in this new life. Even with an SSS soul like hers. Even at just 13, she's already blown past the last kid and climbed straight to SSSS. Because when you factor in what Alex pulled, it makes sense the only catch is raw speed. They can't even guess what'll happen if it keeps snowballing like this, and all they can do is panic about the next move. The girl can't stop staring. Why does he latch onto the word we? They have no idea what danger that could bring, so Eliza snaps, is that why you think she wants me dead to shake me off? It feels like the fastest way out, but he just can't bring himself to commit something that brutal. Her whole size shift mess. She thinks it's all fine, but he's still the one who's been piling trouble on her. And it doesn't even mean he's pure evil just like her dad, the last emperor. Still, he's the type who can fall into bad habits, drowning himself in alcohol and chasing women. If he had 10,000 girls, he'd wrap them in a hug and refuse to call himself tied to evil. He'd drop his rank straight down to sea level and, yeah, maybe even stack his list with angels. If they were that desperate, then something huge was crushing them, and he vowed he'd throw everything he had at it. Alex blurted an apology. He couldn't just die or live selfishly, not yet, because he still had too much to finish. Li Shay was waiting for him. Then the girl with wings stepped in and demanded he stop. Darkness crashes in, and Eliza gasps, "Why did everything go black?" The angel girl whips her head around and yells, "Run now!" Suddenly, chaos hits. Eliza stumbles and falls. Alex lunges to catch her, and then something attacks them out of nowhere. The main character can't help but blurt, "What is happening?" The winged girl pleads for you not to step closer. This is a divine punishment. And then a blazing ray of light slams down from the sky at the main character, Ain. He's writhing in agony, skin blazing like fire, but his insides freezing solid, an all-consuming torment that he can't survive much longer. Eliza challenges her on what divine punishment even means, and she snaps back that it's God's own judgment period. No explanation, so Eliza realizes, at this rate, Alex is going to die. No kidding, these divinity watchers will forcibly shove him into a brand new life because this divine punishment is all aimed at him. He clings to every face he loves, dives into the idea of reincarnation, and says, "Not me, never." No matter what, he fights it with everything he's got. Suddenly, the guy stares as the divine beam hits his head. Then the girl snaps her hands over her face while he crumples to his knees, utterly drained. The winged girl's jaw drops. He stopped the divine punishment. They were really about to kill him, so what's going on here? She shoots the guy a worried question, and all she can think is, how are you even still alive? Then he turns it back on her, asking about Eliza. Eliza got hit by the shockwave and collapsed. And Alex faints too. Now she begs Alex not to move because the only reason he's still breathing is pure miracle. So he has to try. He strides up to Eliza and blurts out that he can't use healing magic, and then asks if he's somehow burned through all his mana. She begs him to rest, warning that his soul will get swallowed, but he already knows the truth. Once a soul's absorbed, it can't come back, it gets wiped out completely. With his condition, this is a death trap. He tears at his own hand until it bleeds, and the girl just stares in shock because this medicine turns blood straight into mana. He downs the medicine, and a dizzy wave slams his head from the blood he just lost. Then he wipes his mouth and snaps, "Time to cast!" Without the Lotus mana restoring him, getting up would have been brutal, but I'm awake, and Alex immediately asks if I'm okay. I nod, and she says, even her clothes got restored too. If she's ready to learn about the divine punishment, he won't push her into it. She's got responsibilities to handle and a role she can't ignore. Suddenly, they spotted the threat coming. Multiple angels surged forward, spears in hand, blindfolds on. One of them lunges at the main character, but he snaps his guard up, blocks the strike, and just stares in stunned confusion, then drops to his knee. It feels like the ground's yanking him down good. Think he didn't eat that full hit? The angel strikes again, and Alex slips backward with a hard dodge. The boy finally clocks that dodging won't save him, and he bursts in with an attack on the angel only to smash him back and stare in shock because he realizes these so-called angels aren't real at all. Eliza pushes for retreat because he can't last long before that divine punishment crashes back. Only these angels are even stronger than the very punishment they're about to unleash, and they can't keep using it again and again. Even if he gets away, there's no hiding from God himself. He's got to deal with them first, so he grabs the Sword of Wisdom and demands answers about the 4 winged angels. 4 winged angels, warriors to the bone, each wing has a job, but without a soul to guide them, they just do it on their own. The first remembers orders, the second unleashes attacks, the third locks in defense, and the fourth drinks in souls. Alex can't wrap his head around it because he has none. So, if that's true, the main character caught the exact moment, snatched one of the angel's wings out of the air, and the angel crashed to the ground, drained of all strength. The girls were already grinning. Then they shot back to their feet, watching their wings kick back into action and heal. They froze in place, and Eliza snapped to it. This wasn't hesitation, they were waiting for orders, but Alex cut the wing that was giving them direction. So now they're tailing him, and Alex always blows past Eliza's limits, like it's the highest honor he could ever get. The guys stare in shock. Those angels are actually listening to him now, which basically screams one thing: they're weaker than the goddess. He'd rather cut down the gods than the angels because anything else would make his life story unbearable. So he storms after his father and the rest, driving them out of the room. He frees the angel and fires off a quick, nervous question. Was it too crowded? She says it feels warm, and since they have no clue when the next attacks will strike, they rush to tell Lecha the meeting can't happen, so they call it off and get back home. Alex is convinced the next strike won't come for a whole week, because the world creation legend says God forged the earth and the waters by hurling lightning from the sky, and it hit 7 times every 7 days, stacking up to 49 days. Backed by the same holy wisdom and struck by divine lightning, it's basically one and the same, so they won't be hit for 7 days. They've got to figure out what to do with her these days, because if they start talking about her, there's a real shot they could end up killing God, and nobody needs that. So for now, they've got one job: stay safe and dodge divine punishment. He has zero clue why God keeps pushing for a reset of his rank, but he can't bring himself to kill him. So when Eliza asks, why not He's left scrambling for answers. Alex says he loves this world. Good people get their reward, bad people get their punishment, and everyone throws in their best effort to help each other build a better life. He's all in on this plan beat God, and maybe the whole system crumbles, so instead of panicking, he's got to think of a smarter move to keep himself safe because once he does, the whole problem disappears. Eliza snaps, "I'm heading back to the palace," shuts the door, and can't shake the line like they still don't get why he wants to throw him off. Maybe God's scared Alex will outshine him and steal his spot as the top guy, and honestly, that's just petty. Alex is way more built to be a god, and he tries to keep his cool in front of Eliza because the truth is, he's got to get stronger. And only a god comes with power so terrifying it'll make your blood run cold. When he blocks again, the damage to everything around him will be massive. Then the girl who met him leans in and asks if he's worried about something. He snaps back that it's a tiny, rare thing, and she's convinced she can't help at all, so he presses her for answers and asks why she isn't watching Angie practice magic. She's trying to smile, but he's on edge. He swears everything's fine and says acting normal will help him think straight, while she's out today practicing how to pull mana from other people and turn it into her own. He gets a spark of an idea, begs Angie to cast a healing spell on him, but her magic falls short of his, so he still pushes her to try, and she does it. He's slammed by a wall of poisonous magic he never saw coming, so he stands there stunned. Then the guy thanks her, and the girl gapes back at him in shock. 7 days later, everybody meets up at the same spot, and Eliza steps forward like, "All right, the time is finally here." Angie blurts out, "Will everything be okay?" And the protagonist fires back asking Eliza why Angie is even here. Eliza demands why he didn't tell her anything, and Alex admits he didn't want to worry Angie. Maybe it's true, but those next words are the real problem. He rushes to apologize to Angie, and she snaps back that he doesn't have to. Suddenly something hits and they all snap their heads up. The main character yells that it's starting, screams for everyone to get out of here, and the guy lifts his sword high. The girls stare at the flowers and demand, "What are these?" And if they bloom, Eliza shoots back that it's the trapped energy of divine punishment finally finding an exit. The owner whirls around to Astaroth and demands her thoughts. She grins and says it's absolutely magnificent. Then they'd hand it to her, and she'd light up in honor, plain and simple. They also realized that if the power was too wild to shut out, you could twist it and turn it into something useful. First, he tried to flood the earth with life using her to make it happen, and Eliza finally got it. Those flowers hadn't just started blooming, they were the spark from her idea. 10 days later, the third punishment finally hit, only this time they rewound the schedule, trying to snare him off guard. Elise can't help but think it's hilarious. He just turns what should destroy him into fertilizer. They're fuming now, and honestly, it just stacks more good deeds to his name. He didn't overthink it, he just went for what he wanted. And Eliza's convinced he'll figure something out. After the fourth punishment failed, they knew it wouldn't work. Eliza even snapped that they're nothing but vulgar creatures, and the people who've tasted honey and still expect it for free, they aren't headed for a sweet fate at all. He has no clue about the part where she slips and calls God vulgar, but the rest of it lands hard. Eliza tells him that if the punishment ever hits again, it'll get stacked onto his good deeds and that nightmare won't come back. Then we've got to plan what to do way earlier, because every option matters. Angie shoots him an apology for the wait and shoves a bag into his hands, and he's thinking, she really did this. Then she asks if it's a bag of food, and he's left wondering, why does she think I need it? He cooked up a plan and packed it away just in case because that stash had enough food to keep every single inhabitant in the Alliance territories fed for years. Then they pour in some filthy water, and the girls' faces drop as they realize every last bite is gone. It's a total disaster. He's poisoned hundreds of thousands of people's food, and Eliza just knows he's crossed a line. Even with all that luxury, there's no way she could ever stomach something that evil. Alex activates a divine check, and when his rank drops, he realizes it might be the key to seizing control of that rank again, but first he has to plan what to do if a real food emergency hits. Angel shoots him a thankful look, and Eliza snaps, "Don't push it that far, lower your rank if you can." And that's the end of it. Besides, if they come for his life, he won't just stand back, he'll burn through any threat rather than abandon someone who's counting on him. And the Empress is hanging on every word. Alex didn't magically unlock SSSS rank, his actions earned it, and he only went after them because he genuinely wanted to help and felt good doing it. While the higher powers clung to their spots like they were terrified to lose control. The longer they drag their feet, the bigger the gap gets. She's grinning because she finally gets to go home. Eliza asks what he's thinking, telling him that even if he does good deeds, it still won't be enough, but he can't come up with anything else. Wouldn't it be way easier for him to blow all his cash on an outrageous binge and live it up in pure luxury? He does almost everything by himself, and he refuses to believe that wasting his own money is some kind of sin. But they're talking about buying it. She'll explain the rest tomorrow, so she tells him to come alone to the marked spot and hands him a piece of paper. The protagonist blurts out why Eliza is dressed up like that, and she begs him not to give her away with a single look, but he clocks her instantly, no matter how she disguises herself, and even her freshly dyed hair can't fool him. She shrugs it off, insisting they just jump into the carriage the moment someone asks where they're headed because, yeah, the girl bluntly admits they're on their way to a brothel. He's going to buy himself a woman because, to him, it's a sin, and he'd never dream of something like that. Then she laughs and says, most times, he won't even consider anything he hasn't already imagined. Alex asks if she's coming too, and she smiles back. I'm your companion, but if I'm not here, you can still try to bolt. Either way, I'm good, so Alex can finally breathe easy. Inside the building, someone calls 2 new guests over during the day. Airs an ear, and the girl beams, welcoming them into their modest little home. Annalisa is totally thrown off by the fake names, but she shrugs it off and says, it's only for backup. Then the girl looks at the guy and dares him to pick any girl he wants. Eliza declares, all right then, we'll pick every one of them. Because she's come to soak up a little decadence right now. The protagonist locks eyes with the girls and feels that expectant buzz hanging in the air. Then he snaps his gaze to Eliza and realizes, of course, he showed up with the very same intention. Alex lounges in that lavish chair and declares, loud and clear, that he's not about to dare pick anyone. She stares at him, utterly baffled. Then he grins, points right at the spread on the table, and invites her to share tea together, using the finest leaves and the most luxurious utensils like it's a royal treat. Eliza yells for him to stop, and he fires back, asking if using her offer and money is doing something bad, insisting he's not getting into anything involving girls, while Eliza can't even tell if it'll actually work. The main character tells the girls, don't hold back, grab whatever you want. And the moment he says it, they grin and dive in like they're over the moon. One of the girls fumbles and smashes a cup of tea right onto the protagonist's hand. Pure heat sparks across his skin, so she panics, apologizes, bows low, and admits she's still got no experience. Then he shoots back, asking if she works here too. Beam wouldn't hand over a yes, and the girl insisted, begging him to let her prove everything she's got. She steps in and pleads for him to use her as her apology, and the guy just stammers, telling her to stop because she's convinced she's not his type. She asks the main question, do you want to be liked by him? And the girl snaps back, yeah, because if I do, I can get paid. She tells him, it's not about chasing money at all, I'm saving just enough to get into school, and I want to learn how to read. The protagonist fires off the why, and the girl's eyes light up as she blurts that she just wants to read, because their world is packed with stories that hit your heart, and she wants to devour every single one. He's like, all I want is to learn how to read, and Sana's right there too, dreaming of writing his name beautifully. But this school life costs a fortune, and she refuses to quit. She'll work her way into a place like that because her hunger for knowledge won't ever die. The main character shoves an apple into her hands and dares her to eat it. Then the girl blurts, what kind is it? A stunning golden one, and Alex grins and says it's the fruit of knowledge, bite down and she'll learn to read and master every word. She's stunned. This is incredible, but she won't just accept it. The guy tells her he's her client and admits he likes her, and still he keeps that apple clenched in his hands. She gets it instantly and, with a grateful smile, snatches the apple right from her hands, then takes one tiny bite, and bam! She starts glowing, staring at the apple in shock. The girl clutches her head, overwhelmed by this weird gut feeling. Then the guy shoves a slip of paper in front of her and demands, what does it say? She steels herself and reads the fake name, Alex Eris. She's bursting with joy because she can finally read. She understands every word on the page. And the main character is ecstatic too. Like now books won't be a struggle anymore. And then someone claps. Eliza jabs her finger at Alex and snaps that all she needed was 1 second of him turning away because the moment she did, he was right back to saving people. He finally clocked his blunder, and the girl he'd taught to read bowed to him with a huge thanks. Alex says, doing bad things isn't as simple as it sounds. Eliza sighs, throws her hands up at that idea, and jokes she might just try skipping her work instead. Like going on dates, dropping cash on gifts, sure. That might rack up sin points for greed, but that's just her take because Alex feels it's not that sinful at all. Eliza says he's easygoing, so he should be fine, he agrees, and laughs it off like everything's still ahead. Then once he stacks up more good deeds again, they'll huddle together and figure out exactly what to do with it. He's so relieved she's right beside him, and the girl with her eyes shut and a sweet smile whispers, same here. The girl tells them both to hold up, she's exhausted, but she insists she has to thank Alex, even after getting fired, because now she finally gets to study and dive into tons of books. And it's all because of him. So the girl thanks him again. Meanwhile, the main character locks eyes with her in silence, still stunned, and can't figure out why she just got fired. They ask what she'll do next, and she says she's going home family first because she knows how to read letters. And that opens doors she never had before. Alex sees her real potential and wants to talk to her about something else. The protagonist asks if she can mine once they stop on the way, and Eliza calmly says yes. The girl thinks it over, decides it's her best shot, and says, fine, let me try writing my name. Then she grabs a pencil and a piece of paper. Her name is Marie Curie. Somehow she gets it written down on paper, then rushes home and tells her sister, "I made it. I've arrived." Her sister starts to turn back, and then something's horribly wrong. Her face looks melted. She tries to force out words, but panic wins and she bolts away. She hides behind a tree and demands, "Who are you and why'd you drag him here?" Marie insists everything's fine since he helped her, but she still orders him to get out. The protagonist blurts out if she's always felt this since she was born, and Marie snaps back, "Yes." Then they both wonder if it's a curse chained to sins from a past life. But what really blows my mind is her soul. It is at an insanely high rank. And you don't run into that kind of person every day. She's done so many good things, and her next life is going to be ridiculously amazing. Eliza demands to know what happened, and Marie admits her sister has always been the first to help everyone. Yet it's killing her inside because she can't stop asking, is it truly good if you do it just to feel safe in the next life? From behind the tree, the sister screams that she can't let anyone know, then she ducks back out of sight. This isn't hypocrisy. He steps in and offers to cure her. Her soul rank proves her sins are already atoned, and then the guy draws his sword. She raises the glowing sword right to her face like, "Okay, am I finally safe?" And he swears everything is going to be all right. Then, out of nowhere, something incredible hits her face, transforms into pure beauty, and Marie lights up as she sprints toward her sister, who can't believe her eyes. She pulls her into a tight hug and blurts that she's so relieved she doesn't know what happened. Then they thrust a mirror into her hands. She twists away at first. The girl stares in shock, totally lost. How is this even possible? The main character tells her, "This is my real face." And she blurts out, "Who are you?" Ooh. Suddenly her face twisted again, then vanished. Eliza gasped, asking if it was gone for good. The protagonist smirked and said he didn't accidentally miss her. He purposely let her get a clear look at his face. Eliza realizes it's finally pure now. He rewrote everything and sealed the result. And sure, the curse keeps flaring up for a while, but it won't last each time it shows its ugly face. It shrinks smaller and smaller until it's gone. After everything good she poured into the world, it only felt right that the universe finally had to give her something good back. The girl squeezes out her feelings through tears, staring into the fine weather outside. Marie steadies her sister while Eliza admits she still sobs. She's had to swallow so much pain. Alex finally gets why Marie chased money. Because just look at that house and you can feel how cruelly people treated them. Sister Marie whips around to Alex and demands his permission to thank him, swearing she'd do anything. Then Marie and her words pile on, louder and stronger. She blurts out that she's been trapped in hell until now, and he's the god who yanked her out, so she swears she'll do anything he commands as long as he gives her the go-ahead. The protagonist nods, but his eyes snap to the curse unfolding. He says, "First things first, Mari will be your secretary." And the girl fires back, asking again. The secretary is the noble's go-to scribe. She's already memorized the letters and can keep practicing, because he needs her help, and Marie happily jumps in. Sister Marie drops that her name is Lily, and he's like, "Get ready, we're packing up, and you'll both move to my mansion." And the girls are left absolutely stunned. She clocks him as an aristocrat instantly, especially when he slips into those places without even bothering to introduce himself. The main character blurts that he's Alexander Carlyle, just Alex, and the girls' faces go wide because they realize he's the very same Mr. Carlyle. Both sisters stare in shock at the Carlyle mansion towering in front of them. And the protagonist, blown away by how huge it is, turns to Agnes and talks to her while she listens like she truly gets it. He asks to bring those two into a spare room, then pushes, "So which is better, together or apart?" Marie doesn't hesitate. "Together." Agnes steps in, then agrees to take them. Alex leans in and tells Lily he's got someone she needs to meet, promises he'll call her, and orders her to wait in the office for now. Two people run into each other in the corridor. One of them straight up asks if she's Mr. Alex's guest, and he quietly locks onto her name in his head, Lika. He takes her hand and grins, saying it's awesome to finally meet her. He's Al, a close friend of Mr. Alex. She goes, "Wait, haven't we met before?" And suddenly the memory clicks from somewhere else. He jabs a finger at himself and declares, "It's me, Lika, you'll know." She shoots back, "I was terrified it was a brilliant disguise." Then he adds, "If you need Alex, I'll be at the office." A ghostly presence looms over them and demands, "Alex, who's this young lady with you?" Alex shoots back that she'll be staying with them, and when she asks, the girl lights up and happily answers, "Nice to meet you." Her face suddenly twists and Lily blurts, "Don't touch me." She checks on her, begs her not to move, and then snaps into casting a spell. Then he tells Alex the healing isn't doing a thing, begs her to calm down, and watches in horror as her face starts to slip away. He's going to watch what's happening right now, and sure, it could hit again, but there's nothing to panic about. Lily gets it the moment she sees the curse. She doesn't hesitate for a second, throws in a quick apology for the whole commotion, and asks, "What's your name?" Lily introduces herself, and Lika lights up, saying how thrilled she is to finally meet her. Alex trusts his game plan, so she tries to stay calm and heads straight to Karamiti. Then the protagonist drops the bomb. Lika is his betrothed. They're not officially engaged yet, but he's set on making her his wife. And when Lily asks if he wants to introduce her, the answer is a firm no. Another maid, Mia Bell, storms into the room. Lily introduces herself, asks if Alex was talking about her, and the guy nods like, "Yep, that's exactly who." Then Mia hooks up with him and tags along to every social event. Memory, someone begs to train Mia for an appointment. But in this world, people treat serving a beautiful woman like proof you're noble, so to dodge disaster, you've got to drag Mia along to every appointment. She looked perfect, so she said to him, and now he's begging to have her, and Lily hit her with the same praise. Alex tells Mia, "Ask Lily anything you can, thank me for it." And Mia nods like, "Of course I can." Because after everything she's been through, she finally believes she has nothing left to fear anymore. The protagonist reaches out and tells her, "Soon you'll be fully cleansed." And when she steadies herself, she'll thank him for it. The girl grins and hangs on his every word, and Mia jumps in. "Let's start with makeup." Lily tilts her head and asks if she can request something. Then Mia fires back, "Yeah, what do you want?" Lily blurts out she wants to cut her hair so she can stop hiding and finally start over, and when Alex asks if she'll do the same with him, she nods and agrees. Once they cracked it, Alex realizes he has to step out, so he blurts, "Why?" But he quickly gets it. It's not okay to peek while the girls are getting ready. Marie storms in and blurts out they've got a library, then promises she'll show it to her later. So Lily's instantly like, "Wait, what?" Meanwhile, Lily just got her hair cut, and she tells her sister not to go sprinting around like that. Marie can't stop staring at how stunning she is now. Lily finally gets a clear view of her sister's face, and the two of them burst into smiles. Alex shows up with Eliza and says Lily is perfect for this. Then he casually asks, "So who's standing next to me?" The main character answers, "The Empress, she's right here, hiding with me." And Marie and Lily go completely stunned. Marie can't believe her eyes. This library is unreal. Stacked with books everywhere she looks. "Wait, is it really true you can read everything?" Alex asks, admitting he hasn't even gotten through them all yet. Then he shoves her to her desk and practically orders her to start working right now. She tells department, "Let me copy it all from the sacred imperial text. I've got it. I understand." Alex's father comes out and asks if she's a secretary. She bows, introduces herself, and then he cuts the formality, telling her to stay focused on her work since she's there to help Alex. The main character asks what they want, and they admit they weren't just shopping, they wanted to consult him about the territories this girl is so curious about. She blurts out to her dad that she heard straight from him that a girl has shown up who can read letters like it's nothing. And Marie's stunned when she hears her call him father. She's just starting to write modern letters, but the words keep slipping in like the ancient script used back when she was born, so she can't help thinking, if they teach me this, how amazing would that be? San is crazy about writing, so can he really ask her for a favor? Trouble is, she's still brand new at it, so her shock is instant. She suggests they hit the books together because she's got a huge passion for old stories and dusty volumes. She pulls her into a tight hug and pours out her gratitude, but work is calling, so she can only steal those moments during her breaks. The main character glances at the girls and goes, "Wow, you two click fast." Then tells his father to get going, and they start trading details about what happened back in the village. Out of nowhere, a girl storms in and blurts that Josen has been searching for them everywhere and she's got urgent business to handle, so they all tell her to stand right there. One girl tells the other to straighten up, move without a sound, and stop swaying. Then she says she needs to lock her abs tight and steady. Suddenly, the girl shows up and tells them she's new here, so they stare at her like, "Wait, what are you doing in the wilderness?" She tells everyone she's done pretending by shutting the master out. She's going to close the distance for real, and then she fires a challenge at her. Lily stares down the challenge, tells Josen to calm down, but then she's like, "I'll do anything for the master. Those who don't have that kind of grit can't come with him." She wants to thank Alex because that's the real reason she's speaking up. She's finally owning her feelings, and Alex's kindness just handed her a job, and as she puts it, her master believes in her growth, then guides her with strict, no-nonsense care. And he's gentle with her sister, strong as steel, never once whining. He's always looking out for her, even firing off scoldings when she needs it. The girl just wonders if it's because she keeps quitting jobs, but Lily says it's because he saved them. That's right, he's always got a helping hand ready then. Bam! She yanks Joseph's hand and freezes, stunned. Lily steps up and tells her to team up with her for Mr. Alex. She says yes without hesitation, but the third girl freezes, staring at them in stunned disbelief. Suddenly, Joe shows up and begs her to come back because that's exactly how it all went down. Then hands her a letter, and she thanks her for it. The protagonist blurts out, "Could you handle Josen?" And the girl answers with a spine of steel, then the maid. Lily's eyes go wide when Teska shows up. The girl asks, "Is this really a letter about the Silver Moon Kingdom?" And he nods, then admits it looks like Risha's holding her ground and coping with the soldiers. While the former king and his crew are gearing up to step down, Rish is in overdrive gears turning as she prepares to take the throne as queen. And it looks like she's already plotting a thank you visit. He told her, "I didn't do anything like that, look at the letter." and suddenly it hit him. It sounds like she's planning to show up today, which leaves the maid staring in shock. The girl dips into a deep bow to Carlisle and, with full sincerity, pours out her heartfelt thanks for all the help he's been giving her again and again. Alex insists she's exaggerating, then tells him to lift his head because she won't just thank him. Not really, he saved so many lives that words can't even come close to what she wants to say. The protagonist blurts out a question about somebody, and the girl fires back asking if she can become the gratitude that's meant for him. She knows he's way older, but when she hears that the main character should finally calm down, she pauses, then gives him a confident yes. She figured, if they're taking maids, I can try too. But the truth hit hard. Things couldn't work until the country finally settled down, and that was all she could do. Richa asks if the age gap is too huge, but before the question even lands, rumors explode and suddenly everyone's claiming she's 200 years old. She's more than just stunning, she's the kind of woman who'll do anything for the kingdom if she can, then come back and thank me. If she can just show her the reborn country, that's all it takes. So, yeah, she'll agree, and the rest can wait. Man, it's been ages since we walked like this, the main character says. Yeah, it's true, I spent most days out on the road. Today, he's finally going on a date with Ange after the curse incident. He's been running wild, doing messed up stuff nonstop, and yeah. This is just another step in his pattern of dating a bunch of girls. She hands them a drink, but he snaps, not today. Meeting his wife can't be bad, he skipped work, so honestly it all feels okay. All he had to do today was scribble out a couple papers, so he waved it off, telling himself he'd handle it tomorrow while the girl lets out a quiet laugh. She instantly gets shaky when it's just them. But the moment everyone's around, she lights up and loves how wild and alive everything feels. Now the crowd swelled even more, and it's getting hectic, yet everyone here is obsessed with Master Alex, and they're good people through and through as his wife. She's got a ton to learn from them, and she still has to push herself even harder. The guy tells Ange she's already doing plenty, and she smiles and thanks him because right now, today feels like magic, and Alex just invited her out on a date. The girl tells him to hit more dates, and the main character immediately jumps on board with her idea. That old man basically wants him to meet someone he keeps his place on his own land, yet he lets that person in, even if he thinks what they're saying is all wrong. A glasses-wearing guy bursts in and announces, "The head of state is here," and then he hurriedly apologizes for interrupting them, insisting he shouldn't have to do this here because this isn't a public place. The old man nods like, "That's generous, but why won't she just introduce herself?" Then the guy leans in and grins, "I'm Cloud White, I'm a wizard." The protagonist blurts out what he needs, and the wizard steps in like, "I'm here for your help," while the old man demands that Alex gets the full rundown on the research. Cloud leans in and asks if the head of state knows about the magic vault. Alex has heard all about it, how it literally steals the people's magic and locks it up. Then when they need power, they yank it back out and use it. Magic schools also use it to stockpile spells because in an emergency you need safety on lockdown at least. That's what he believed. Basically, it lets someone store their physical strength away like it's in storage. The protagonist stands for everyone's physical power. Some are packed with full strength and life, while others run on fumes, and that gap between the healthy and the worn out is the whole point. He sometimes wonders if they've got too much power, endless energy, worn out yet still locked out of sleep, because if there's any way to squeeze out life force like the magicians do, he's convinced it to be the strongest medicine around. Alex leans in and asks if this research is actually worth it. And Cloud admits he's hunting for a way to extract power, but the money just isn't there to push the study any further. The old man asks if they can use the data, and he can't stop wrestling with whether it's worth snagging a sponsor. Good point, because this stuff is seriously useful. They stop the main character and demand, "What are you holding?" And he shoots back, "It's life force." That's exactly what they were gunning for, only to realize they'd already pulled it off. According to the Philosopher's Stone, the magic that made it possible was crafted and then somehow vanished, and this all happened ages ago. Cloud thought he'd struck gold, like if he could make sense of it. The research would have finished itself already, sure. He could pull the power out with magic, but not just anyone can. They've been studying this theory to stash their lives away like backup power, basically a replacement system. Because if the owner loses a life, the stored one gets burned to keep them going. How could this even be possible? They don't know yet, so we've got to dig into what they think and see if it's something they actually care about. He's sure this is going to take forever, but he wants to sponsor it so badly. If he's doing it, he's going all in. And now it's finally decided. Marie leans in and asks what kind of book this is when he flips it open. It's an ancient grimoire of black magic, powered by plants he grew and uses. He spilled the truth about his work on life storage, and it turned out to be the perfect first step. He's packed with knowledge, but he doesn't just want to stop there. He pushes to refine it, tries to sort his thoughts, and it looks like Mary isn't even in his area of expertise. The Philosopher's Stone became a blade now. Whoever holds it can unleash all kinds of power, but the knowledge it grants only reaches what exists now and what has already existed. No one knows what the future holds because he's already got an idea. He pitches the plan, then shuts the book. They rush up to the door and pray Howard Robinson is home because he can feel people nearby. Then a guy steps out, and the main character asks, "Is Mr. Howard Robinson here?" The guy snaps, "Shut up," and shuts him down. The cigarette guy leans in and growls that this isn't a place for kids. Alex asks if he's Hal Robinson, and he snaps back that they won't get a single bite of food. Alex realizes he's grinding through some brutal war and that this guy is a full-on field leader. He lets out a breath, asks who you are, and Alex answers, "I'm Lord Carlisle's eldest son." Then Alex leans in like, "So how'd your research turn out?" The guy tells him to step inside and the girl scans the whole house like she's hunting answers. Alex instantly realizes it's their grimoire, and it even has a light casting formula baked right into the thing. It's a reusable grimoire, Alex tells him. "If you're working on something that doesn't need magic, then once my research is done, I'll say the info is outdated and I'm done with it." The guy demands answers, why, and the one being questioned points to the magic, leaving him scrambling to understand exactly where it comes from. It's simple if you've got magic power to feed it. You drop a little magic energy into this tiny reservoir, hit the switch, and it roars to life. Then a gust of wind hits and the guy blurts, "Seriously, how convenient is this? This bottle won't even last a month." If something like this ever spread, people would hunt magic nonstop. Then anyone, monster or human, who could cast it would get caught, dragged in, and wrung dry for every last drop of power. Right then, bam, something explodes out of nowhere, and all three of them jump in shock. The guy tells Alex, "If you're gonna fly, let me talk first." Then blurts out an apology because he knows they're in Carlisle village. Alex blurts out, "Why'd you drag this here?" And the protagonist drops down by the flower, asking if they recognize it. He's staring at it like, is this magical nectar, but it's a solar flower ancient as time itself, and it's brewing magical nectar right now? That cheerful flower bursts with sunny color, yet its nectar drips with real magic power. Old monsters once hunted, and that's why it was meant to be destroyed back in ancient times. He gathered every grain of genetic material he had left because if those bits could forge a complete magic field, they'd lock in a steady paycheck of magic power. He lights up again, then leans in and offers to check whether they've picked their research back up. He isn't sure Alex will look after the flowers, so he's already plotting turning this whole area into a massive magical field. The guy agrees to his offer, and the moment that deal lands, he thinks, we have to do this now. So once they make the call, they've got to sweep the whole house clean and grab only what they need. Are they really heading out alone? And why is he handing them an assistant? Plus, wait, is this guy actually a kid?